Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Redbull River Runes. Now, if you're privy with the tournament format, you know that over here, luck is no excuse. It's a 1v1 showdown in the middle lane with lots of fun stuff coming around. We're going to have powered-up runes with additional effects. Everyone's going to be getting random items and random timing. So we're going to be having a lot of that stuff. I would like to introduce my panelist, Mr. Han. Han, how are you doing, buddy?
Thank you, Floki. I'm doing great. Third year in a row casting Riverrunes, and honestly, it's different. It's different than Dota. It's actually different because I feel like after last year, right, we saw a lot of creativity, which is something that in Dota it's like literally just taken over by the professionals. But in this 1v1 tournament, right, I saw so much stuff that I've never seen before. Like just things that you will never see in normal Dota is what you'll see here, because this is where the players take all their creative energy, put it in there, and that's where they basically just try to prove that they're the best mid players, because there's so much that you can do, and this is where you prove it. And
we're going to have a look at the top 8 contenders right now, so you're going to know exactly who's going to be playing today. We have a lot of familiar names here. We have Kael, we have No Chance, ZeddisBuGG, and ZXC. All of these people here, you've seen them in other tournaments before. These are the familiar faces. But there are some new names here as well. Oh, you might also remember Micro from his global esports days. But we have King Saro, we have Swiftblade, we have Mr. Deagle. I'm not too sure if we know much about these guys. But it's going to be interesting to see who comes out on top. Usually it's the underdog who slogs, who work hard and make it all the way. And who doesn't love an underdog story? But I wonder if the experience of ZXC, No Chance, ZeddisBuGG, and all these veteran players is going to trump the entire quote-unquote innovation that these players bring in, some of the newer ones.
I gotta tell you, Floki, last time, of course, everyone loves an underdog story, right? But yes, we did see a lot of innovation. We did see a lot of heroes that you would never, ever in your wildest dreams see in mid lane, right? But at the end of the day, in the final 5 match series, like in the final match, the one that takes the trophy, it did come down to the Shadow Fiends and the Invokers and the classic mid picks. And yeah, those players, the ones with the experience, the ones that have been playing.
Absolutely. And
they take it away.
Absolutely. I mean, let's have a look at the brackets right now. We're going to be seeing what matchups these players are going to have. So Kael is going to be going up against King, Saro, Swiftblade going up against Mr. Deagle, ZXC against ZeddisBuGG, and Micro against No Chance. Interesting. So the veterans are actually going to be battling each other first. Now, fortunately enough, this is a double elimination bracket, so you're going to have a second chance if you get knocked out. But from there on out, it's all down to down to the wire. You're going to have no second chances from there. I'm going to make it a little bit interesting over here. Let's wager. Who do you reckon is going to make it between ZXC and ZeddisBuGG and Micro and No Chance?
I gotta tell you, I think I've seen ZeddisBuGG play a lot. He's always been in the 1v1 tournaments, and we've seen him just dominate mid lane, as you would expect from him. And also Micro, I think Micro won the last time, or he was in the top.
He did.
He did. And I think he won the year before that as well.
Yep.
So this guy is no stranger to the 1v1 challenge. I think he's really understood how to play the 1v1 mid lane, because the rules are different. They're not actually the way Dota is played. They're a little different because there's no team. It's just you. So the rune spawns are different. The itemization, you get random items every 5 minutes. So that does play a little bit. It can completely switch the game.
Exactly, and when that happens, it sort of just comes down to your initial instinct, right? It doesn't come down to you thinking about the game. It's a knee-jerk reaction. Fortunately enough, we're going to see what knee-jerk reactions these players have developed, as the first matchup is going to be Kael versus King Saro. Now, not a lot is known about some of these players. If you're a follower of some of the previous tournaments that have occurred in the past years, you might recognize Kael from some of these other teams. I believe he played in RG Titans at one point as their mid laner, and he had some decent performances there. I remember seeing his Invoker a couple of times. I might have even seen a Shadow Fiend here and there, but I'm curious to see what heroes do you think these people are going to prioritize. Are we going to see something violent, like Crystal Maiden versus Crystal Maiden? Are we going to see something like...
It's of course going to be a mirror, so they're both going to have the same hero. But I don't know, like it's always we've seen these matchups so many times. These mid heroes that people just play hundreds and hundreds, even thousands of games.
It's going to be co-op versus co-op this time.
The first game. Okay, let's start with a veteran of the mid lane, co-op, Queen of Pain. Both heroes have both players have taken this, and let's see. I mean, this is one of those heroes, right? That somebody mains. This hero, if you're maining this hero, you know that you're going to be playing it non-stop.
Well, I'm going to leave it to it, Han, because I need to make an exit, but someone who's much more experienced in the Indian Dota scene is going to take over. Angela is going to be taking my spot, and she's going to be casting the game. So, ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for Angela and Han.
Right, Angela will be joining me, and she's going to be joining straight into the action with Queen of Pain versus Queen of Pain mid lane. This is the first game of the 2020 Redbull River Runes, powered by Nodwin, Loco, and of course Corsair, AOC.
AOC Gaming?
AOC Gaming, yeah.
Awesome, and look at that, it's Kael versus King Saro here that we see in the mid lane, and nice choice of cards. Both of them going to go for a Queen of Pain. Now the interesting thing is that we have hardly seen any Dota tournaments lately, so Han, I think this is something that I'm really gearing up to do. I do like that Corsair little brand logo that's been popped out on the screen, but look at the items, of course. You do see a Fairy Fire, you see a Blink Dragger, you also going to see a Mantle and a Circlet getting picked out there, so I do see Kael having a slight advantage here, knowing the player. He's really experienced. So I'm looking to see whether he'll have that momentum to reset, but for now, of course, we do see a little bit of lag here in the game. There's going to be a quick blink back coming in there from Jaykish.
Yeah, and the ward got popped off. I mean, you kind of know where the ward spots are in the middle, and there's just so many places. There's only so many places where you can put the ward down, and that's going to be a huge advantage for the Dire, because the ward for the Radiant is gone. So no vision, no high ground vision for Queen of Pain on the Radiant side. That gives Dire a significant advantage if the creep block is on point, which seems like it is. I mean, these players are mid players. They don't hesitate. They don't blink for a second. They know every single click counts here. And yeah, there we go. The block, it's completely on the stairs. This gives the Dire a genuinely insane advantage when it comes to vision. And I think Dire's looking for that level 2 as fast as they can. And I think they're already level 3. Oh yeah, levels have been buffed in this game mode. Don't want to make it too boring, because God, we know how long those mid lane matchups can last.
I swear, I mean, we've seen so many of them, and most of the time, actually, they last for at least about 9 to 10 minutes. Now, this whole round is just basically supposed to be about 10 minutes, and they have buffed up the level side a bit. You also will see a few ruins getting propped there every minute of the game. But now, of course, you're going to see a quick snatch coming out there, and a quick run out. I mean, nice catch there by Jaykish, he was able to get that. I just can't call him Jaykish. His name is Kael.
Yeah.
And we have known him by this name through all the Dota tournaments he's participated in. A very experienced player, I must say. One of the most experienced, if we talk about the best top 10 Dota players in the country. As of now, I would say he stands to be one of them. You also can notice that even though he's had a good start here, I haven't really heard a lot about King Saro. He's a really new entree for me into this event, and I want to see how well he can fight it out, because when you look at the number of creeps he's really taken out, I do see it's an 8-2 versus Kael, who's sitting at 3-1, so he does have a lot more presence in that mid lane. For now, of course, Ro is sending out another Scream, going to be pushing Kael back for now, and I wonder who won the toss between these two.
I didn't know. I think we were introducing the tournament at the time, just talking about the rules. And yeah, we haven't heard about King Saro that much, but this is where you come to make the name. This is where you come to tell everybody that, yeah, I am somebody to take note of. And yeah, if he's been sitting at home practicing that Queen of Pain, practicing his mid heroes, this is where he's come to actually display he is doing just the first, from the starting of the game, before the horn even sounded, taking down I think Kael's ward, just denying him that vision. And just from every single skirmish, you can see just so many hours and hours of just experience have gone into every single action that these players are putting into the game right now. Every single move is calculated over and over in their head, and it all comes down to this. Of course, it's going to be a best of 3, and the first one, I think they're taking it a little too easy, because they know that at 5 minutes they're going to get a random item, and the game does push towards an end. At 15 minutes you get Divine Rapier, which is an end game item. So at that point, if the game hasn't ended, the game will make you end it. So
that's a good way to look at it. I mean, the fact that Red Bull's been so good at designing this kind of map, because I've not really seen a lot of Dota 2 maps come out so efficiently, where you've got everything well calculated, because it's very difficult to really balance things in Dota.
True.
And somewhere they've been managed to get us the perfect mid lane. I do see a huge lead though coming out here onto King Saro. The fact that he's sitting with 17 creeps to his name, that's going to be an early pickup for him. And he's gone for 2 mantles in his choice
That
bar.
hurt. That hurt.
Absolutely. And meanwhile in the front lane now, Rohit, of course, getting a few shots there onto Kael's tower. Got to push him back a little bit. He's also got the illusion rune that he's going to be using up here just to get a few more shots. Ladies and gentlemen, of course, it does matter because if this tower falls, then King Saro gets a direct win. For now, of course, you do see the quick blink coming in there from Kael, but not going to be able to take him down. Kael needs to be careful because he's not really getting those runes that he requires. The next rune, of course, is going to be a double damage rune, and that's going to be a very important one because he can either choose to use it to take a quick kill there onto Saro, or he can choose to go ahead and take the tower. If I was in his place, I think I would definitely try to go kill Rohit, and that's exactly what he's trying to do here, but he's going to just back off. Now you do see that blink coming out there from Rohit today.
Of course, a tower takedown means an automatic victory. You do not need to kill your opponent even once. Now, double damage rune versus regeneration rune. Both of those runes, if used properly, can produce the same outcome, which is a victory. And looking at the damage that he did, completely nullified by the regen rune, back to full HP. And both of these heroes are doing a good basic keeping track of their own levels. I think 8 and 7. The level difference is not as high as the CS difference. And that is something surprising because CS usually means that the person has missed out on a lot of lost hits, but lost hits don't really, contribute towards levels because levels are just, you have to be in the vicinity. So there we go. The double damage rune has been popped. So what move is he trying to make right now, Kael? Going into King Saro, the final skirmish, is it? No, King Saro just backs away instantly to the protection of his tower. And there comes the glyph. The double damage is hitting the tower hard. It's not enough though, barely 10% damage on the tower. So he's going to have to adopt a different strategy right now because that double damage I don't think it did as much damage as he was hoping it would do on the tower.
Absolutely. I mean, it's also pretty early on there. Of course, level 8 for now. You do see that Hurricane Pike coming in used there beautifully well. And Rohit, of course, he has the advantage, but it's only in creeps. When you look at the skill and experience, you do see Kael. He's doing pretty fine. Another quick jump in there. He wants to get this kill here, but it is too scary for him to take this extra moment, especially till he doesn't reach the level 11 mark where you have the Scream of Pain, of course, leveling up over there. For now, of course, Rohit, he's going to be happy about this. He's got a regen rune. I don't really think they know that they're getting these runes spawn. It's just for us to be very clear-cut on what's happening next. But at the same time, we do see an Arcane Rune and a Haste. That's going to be the next choices coming out here. And they both are very exceptional runes. And the fact that now, of course, we do see this gap again in the creeps, because you look at the 32 creeps versus 19 creeps, this is going to get tougher for Kael over time. He's actually a support player, honestly, Kael. I haven't really seen him play mid quite a bit.
Well, Angela, support players, what they do best in this game is observe, and boy, does that observation lead to some really surprising results, and jumps in. Both of the skirmishes just happening in the middle lane. Both of them just going for it, and the Scream of Pain goes on, but doesn't do too much damage. It's just going all over the place right now. Sonic Waves exchanged by both players, and the first blood will go towards King Saro. Kael did his best over there, almost had it. I mean, there we go. Doesn't even want to go back to the lane, King Saro, just biding his time for that dagger to wear off, and he's going to go back to full HP with the bottle. This is mid lane skirmishes at their best.
I mean, King Saro, if I didn't know him, I better get to know this player because he does seem to have a lot of experience when it comes to his skill. Also, that beautiful Scream of Pain that came out, dodging Kael's Scream of Pain also needs quite a bit of experience to be able to do that. And he could have died, but he's rejuvenated, he's back to full health, and Kael, again at the deficit here. He's losing out on kills, he's also losing out on creeps, and those are two things that get really difficult if you're the mid laner. As a matter of fact, for now, of course, you're going to see that with the Hurricane Pike, another quick blink in, but no kills covering it, just teasing each other for a little while longer.
Just playing with each other, just making him use the dagger, doesn't even connect, he blinks back instantly, using that blink dagger that we start with, and they're almost, let's talk about the Hurricane Pike. What a great item for these heroes. Again, giving them a bit of intelligence, increasing the damage. And look at this, I think King Saro is really committed to having, just maintaining control of the vision mid lane. And just doesn't want to give it up, even after the Sentry Ward D-Ward. He just does not want to give it up. Called in his own Sentry Ward and got it done. And again, he's taking control of the lane. Another skirmish, there we go. Jumps back and goes away. That again, the vision is really important because that Hurricane Pike. Because when you Hurricane Pike your opponent, you get 4 hits that are independent of of distance. So even if the opponent is behind their own tower, in their own tower safety, if you have vision on your opponent, you can get those 4 hits coming out from the other side of the map for all Valve cares, right?
Absolutely.
And again, almost dodges it.
I mean, that's brilliant play. If you look at the mid lane in general, you know, vision is so important, not only just your opponent, but also that high ground helps you take those creeps in the right time. You blink out, you can blink in, you know the spacing you're working with. And I think King Saro realizes that. The fact that you know, he's investing so much into wards just tells me so much about him. And the fact that now we do see Kael, he's picked up his 2 wards now and he wants to place them down. One, of course, going to go near the ruin spot just to make sure he knows what's coming up, what's happening. And at the same time, he needs vision on King Saro, because if he lets this continue, they're going to just juke each other at the end of the day and not be able to convert things. So now, of course, quick haste getting deployed there from the side of Kael. Meanwhile, this is the interesting thing, because now he can get a little aggressive if he chooses to do so. He's moving forward. King Saro just going to send out a quick blink there, a scream, and then of course he's going to move ahead. But meanwhile, there is a meteor hammer that's being picked up here, and that's going to add a tad bit more of damage at the end of the day. But let's look at this. The fact that the next item that's going to be sent out to both these players at 10 minutes is going to be the Abyssal Blade, and as you know, it cuts out your opponent's damage quite a bit. So I'm very interested to see how they plan this out. For now, King Saro, he's a little bit Kael getting really aggressive there. Rohit can take a chance if he wants to, but he's just going to let Jai Kishan go by. Meanwhile, the aggression is because it's ruin time almost. Another 15 seconds, you're going to be seeing a new ruin spawn, and as we know, it's mostly going to be a bounty that's going to be collected. And that means, if you look carefully, I don't really see Kael with his bottle intact, so he has to go and pick it up super quick. Going to just pick it up in his bottle now, use a few sips he required it, and then going to head back.
I was just wondering how King Saro is going to make use of that Meteor Hammer, and I was like, how is he going to land that Meteor Hammer on one of the most agile heroes in the game, especially when that hero has a Blink Dagger as well? But that's not his strategy. Again, this game mode, right, it completely depends, because these players know the rules. They've been practicing for months, and they know what they got to bring to the table. And this guy obviously has a plan. If the glyph comes out just to save from that Meteor damage, just Meteor Hammer damage, and oh my god, that's a huge creep wave on the tower. And Kael does not have any option but to actually go for it. He's going for it, and King Saro doesn't really care about the hit. Dodges the Sonic Wave. It comes in. Oh my god, the Hurricane Pike, literally the one move that he had to not do for that Sonic Wave to connect, and he did it. And I think King Saro has a really solid plan there. He does not care about the kills. He's trying to get another Meteor Hammer on the tower. It's going really low. He doesn't care. He's going for it. The Abyssal Blade gets dropped down. King Saro definitely... Oh, I thought he was going to get taken out here. And the tower goes down. It's one hit away. Wow. Okay, Kael takes him down. One hit on his tower. He really needs a plan. Did he buy back? No.
Wow, this is so frustrating. Like, if you're Kael right now, you're like, where do I go for him? Why did I even choose Queen of Pain? This hero is blinking too much around this map, and I really can't figure out how to play against him. Maybe a Puck would have been a better choice, but that's equally bad. But now, of course, Rohit getting another few shots, getting a little greedy, yeah? But he is going to achieve what he went in for there. A dire victory. I mean, you got to remember, ladies and gentlemen, these players have fought it out in so many ways. They have fought it out through many other opponents to be able to make it to the top 3. So there's a lot that's riding over here. It's only game number 1, and I'm sure Kael has learned a lot from this fight. I did see him make quite a few mistakes. He was too quick with the kind of positioning he wanted. His movements were too predictable. I don't really see him having a lot of progress.
Yeah, and I think one thing that we all would have noticed is that Kael started, like, he had a bit of a slow start, I would say, Angela. Like, honestly, the CS was really not in his favor, but he came back from that hard. I think the game ended at a similar CS with just a few going here and there because of those Scream of Pains and Sonic Waves going out, killing a few creeps. But the creep wave, I mean, just coming back from the difference that there was from Kael, he definitely had a slow start, and he came back from that. King Saro took advantage of the fact that he was so far ahead, got the Meteor Hammer, and he had a clear-cut plan. I think Kael didn't give him a lot of credit. He didn't think that the Meteor Hammer would do that much damage. Again, King Saro slowly trickled away the HP. I think Kael should have seen it coming. Both of these heroes ended at 1 kill each, but at the end of the day, a tower takedown is an automatic win, and I think King Saro had his his game planned out, and Kael just failed to recognize the threat that was the Meteor Hammer.
Absolutely. I think I want to play Train Protector in this one. Like, if I have to play against King Saro, I'm going to go for a Train Protector because he is such a tower person.
Really want to drag that game out, right? Just Train Protector, just protect your tower till 15 minutes, get a Divine Rapier, Mask Command, and just punch that tower down into submission. Of course, you can do whatever you want.
Moon Shard, just gobble down everything.
Basically, anything can work.
Anything can work. Anything can work in the mid lane, and that's the beauty of a 1v1. But Kael, I think he needs to figure this out. The first game was Queen of Pain. I hope the second game is not a blinking hero, because I don't really see him feeling very confident on those kind of heroes. I think he needs to figure out what his playstyle is. I think the thing here with King Saro is he's so aggressive, and Kael as a person is, as a support player, he's so defensive that they're just not able to find a mid-ground, really take fights. So I think Kael needs to really sit down, go back to the drawing board, figure out what he wants to do. I would love to see a Shadow Fiend fight, honestly. I think Kael would do fantastic on that kind of hero. I think King Saro, he's really good on blinking heroes. He repositions really well. He concentrated a lot on his warding, which was one of the most important things when you're sitting in the mid lane. He also, I think, got more runes than Kael, which gave him such a huge advantage.
Just using that early game vision a lot. And like you said, one of them is a support player, one of them is a mid lane player. And I think Kael should take advantage of the fact that King Saro is a mid lane player, aggressive, and aggressive players are easy to bait. So just bait, as Angela said, Shadow Fiend mid. That would be interesting, but it's not going to be that. It's going to be a Leshrac mid. Again, one of those really just like erratic heroes, because they're either going to be part of the meta completely in every single game you see, or they're going to be gone for years, months at a time, just completely off the books. And yeah, Leshrac is seeing a comeback in international Dota pro scene, but this is 1v1 Riverrunes. So let's see how this goes. It is a, I think, somewhat mid hero. I mean, definitely played mid mostly. So
I mean, you know, it just depends on which year of Dota you're talking about. Because, like, if you go back to 2016, 2015, we did see the Riverrunes getting played support-wise. You make a Yule's the name, you go ahead and get an Octane Core and just go ahead and bombard towers. So, looking at the draft itself, I do feel that, again, King Saro has a huge advantage. Not only because he has a blink dagger, but the fact that he's going to build into this machine that can just stand there and just Diablo the whole tower.
True.
And that is something that I'm not sure how much Kael can really adapt to.
This seems like a King Saro draft again.
Yeah, it does
this guy's gonna go for the tower. This is one of the oldest tricks. I remember like going back to every
with
single
Meteor Hammer.
Yes, with the Meteor Hammer and the Diabolical Edict. I mean, every single Dota player, they start playing Dota, right? There will come a time when they discover Dota YouTube, and that is a gold mine for anybody discovering it now, because there's just so much goofing around, so much just out of the meta, just completely insane strategies. And one of them I remember so fondly is the Leshrac tower takedown.
Yeah,
it's just insane, because before people figured out what this was, it just took them by surprise. It took the entire community a long time to figure out what's going on, and if you didn't know, you didn't know.
Absolutely.
It's just that. So tier 1 towers in Dota don't have a glyph, just like the fortification, just to have on them, just the creep protection. So they're really easy to take down by Leshrac players who know where to stand in those trees and just have that AoE. And just this time the vision is a bit more even than it was last time.
I mean, yeah, it's pretty interesting this time, because you do see Kael, he hasn't really noticed that there is a ward onto his side. Or has he? There is a sentry ward that's been dropped, but no, Rohit has missed out onto seeing exactly where Kael's ward is. So that's one good thing here for Kael. At the same time, of course, his ward, I think, has been dewarded, because I don't really see any sentries onto the other side. So that's another interesting. Rohit has figured out how to really deal with the vision problem here against Kael. But this is interesting, because for the next 5 minutes, we're going to see a lot of ATOS getting picked up here from one of the players. I do feel that when we look at the amount of damage getting dealt between both of them, it's going to be pretty evened out. But I want to see one thing that I haven't yet seen from Kael. He has played support Leshrac quite a bit, even in local tournaments and national tournaments, and he's been able to convert. The only thing with him is that if he gets good on a hero, he gets really good on a hero, and I hope Leshrac is one of them, because if it isn't, it is going to be a little hard for him. Leshrac as a hero, he does look really defensive, but he's a really offensive hero if played rightly, and for everybody tuning in, of course, Leshrac is considered to be a two-way. You can use him as support, you can use him as an off-laner, you can use him as a mid-laner. Lots of different kinds of combinations with this hero, ladies and gentlemen. He has something called the splitter that basically stuns the people on the ground. With the Diablo, that, as you can see on the screens now, that kind of does this percentage amount of damage onto your opponents. And of course, his ulti, we will get to that when it comes to it. But for now, nice blink coming in there from Kishan. He wants to take a kill here. Rohit, a little bit of trouble. Is he going to be able to get another shot? It's possible, but nice magic stick used there. Going to be able to keep him alive. He did drop a stun himself, but no conversions as of now.
Yeah, Kael playing really aggressive. Does not want to give King Saro the opportunity to actually lay in on that tower. King Saro, with his skill build, is clearly showing what he wants to do here. And Kael just doesn't seem like he's playing way more aggressive this time, and doesn't look like he's going to let King Saro just get away with it that easily. He's going to make him hurt. He's going to, if he wants to come near his tower, he's going to definitely make sure that he goes out without like just a scratch. Like he's definitely going to make sure that King Saro feels what his tower is feeling at the same time.
Rat.
Yeah, exactly. And just amplifying that magic damage that you already have with the Null Talisman, just getting a few more stats and getting really close to that tower. And just backs off. Does not want to commit just yet. Just wants to wait for the exact perfect opportunity. Did get a few hits, and there we go. Kael going in, a lot of damage on King Saro. That build is not really working, but the Spirit connects, and King Saro will be going down. Kael, so aggressive. That build for King Saro is really focused on the tower, and yeah, we can see that.
I mean, you know, I can just see Kael being so pissed off right now. The fact that he didn't really get game number 1 itself is a huge big deal for him. And the fact that now he knows he just needs to be aggressive. He's not going to give up his tower again, because the last time his tower fell, it just fell so sadly. But now, of course, we're going to see Rohit. He's jumping in the front line. Nice. No stun yet, but the Diablo Addict has been used.
Oh my god, both of them go down. That's a kill on both sides. I think that's a victory. I think.
Really?
Should it? It should be, right?
It should be, yeah.
For Kael, because Kael got 2 kills now. I think that's a victory.
I mean, it should be technically
they change the
over.
rules?
Unless you just both die at the same time and it just becomes even down.
I guess it's sure. I guess we're still going.
We're
I think both of them are still fighting for mid lane. Okay, it's raised to 3 kills. I've just been, we should have definitely checked out those notes, patch notes again, where Dota players are really...
and this could be kill number 3, because you do see Rohit is taking a lot of damage.
It's gonna be a 1 each.
Wow.
Kael figured out King Saro's tactics did not work too well. I mean, honestly, Angela, I thought King Saro had this one in the bag because of the hero that he got. It's such a tower pusher, just like destroys towers. But of course, Kael did see through his strategy and countered it to full effect.
I mean, I would not expect anything less. I mean, the fact that, you know, he's played so many tournaments, he has so much experience on his side. Yes, I have to say that Kael, he kind of gets into a hero and just learns to master that one hero really well. So maybe Queen of Pain is not that kind of hero that I would expect him to be really aptly pro at. But when you look at Leshrac, because it's also such a versatile hero, Kael did figure out how he could do this right. Also, he's understood after game number 1 what King Saro is all about, his kind of movements on the map. It teaches you a lot just playing one game against somebody, and I think he's gotten that experience to be able to play against King Saro. But at the same time, King Saro now is the game number 3. This is where things get really intense, because both the players have played about 200 players before making it to the top 8. So they have done this grind of just knowing how to grow and get warmed up by the time they reach game number 3. So I'm expecting a really deadly fight now. I want to see a Shadow Feint. I'm just going to put it out there in the air.
Of course we do.
But apart from that, if the third hero is somebody that is really just a mid laner, say for example something like the Storm Spirit, I do somewhere feel like King Saro would have a slight bit more advantage. He seems to be a really good mid lane player. But say if something in the mid lane was like a Warlock, okay,
of
then
course,
I do see Kael doing fantastically well. We have done a lot of Kael fights.
I wouldn't consider myself an expert on Dota 2 players per se. I mean,
National Dota 2 players.
National Dota 2 players, yes. And just judging from what I've seen in the last 2 games, Angela, Kael has been really quick to pick up on whatever King Saro's been throwing out there. So in that regard, I think Kael has figured out King Saro's strategy here. And if King Saro continues to go for towers instead of kills, I think Kael does have that lockdown. King Saro might want to change up his strat a little bit. Depends, again, of course, on the hero. If you do see a genuine mid hero, if King Saro is a mid player, again, mid players are built different than all of the Dota players, right? They're built to be solo crusaders.
Built
they're
to be
just
selfish people.
Yes, very selfish, of course. Where are my wards? Where I hope this tournament, all you 800 people that I think applied, right? I hope this teaches you that wards are free and you can place them, right? You don't have to shout on your supports. You don't have to just abuse them to come babysit you in the mid lane. You are independent mid players.
Yeah.
So
It's
good
like
luck
FIFA.
with that mid lane. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, we're just looking, honestly, let's see. King Saro definitely needs to change up something. Don't be rushing in for that tower. We saw what happened this time.
I mean, you can play that kind of trick once,
Yeah.
but you can't always rely on that. That reminds me of a time when I think it was last year or the year prior to that, Micro won the Redbull River Runes, and I think you and me were casting it.
Yes, we
if
were.
I
I
was
think
not wrong.
2018.
Yeah, 2018. And
Those were some interesting games.
those are really good. We saw some good puck fights. I'm excited to see we see some Pudges.
Yeah.
You know, I'm missing Pudge in the mid lane. I think he was a fantastic mid laner in 2020s before COVID and before the world changed. But Dota, I think, I hope that I see something big. I'm also excited to see as one of these players go for Meepo because there are some players who are like exceptionally good at Meepo, and it could be a trump card that we could see one of these players choose. At the same time, of course, the format of this competition is really different. There is a toss that takes place since it's a best of 3. One person chooses the side, one person chooses what hero needs to be picked up, and as we go into game 2 and game 3, it just gets reversed. So this is, of course, the third game, so it goes back into the favor of whoever won the toss in the first game. And I think that was King Saro because he did choose a hero he felt really confident on.
Yeah.
The second game did feel like a little bit of Kael's choice because we saw him having more confidence in that match. So maybe now we're going to go back to King Saro.
King
But
Saro, true.
if we look at the Radiant and the Dire, I do have to say that I felt that the Dire seemed to be a little stronger here for King Saro compared to Radiant.
Personally, just playing normal Dota, right?
Yeah.
I feel like Dire side has an advantage based on ward situation, like the placement of wards, right? You can place the wards in so many different spots where you get vision of the lane and the rune spot. Because on the Radiant side, I feel, this is my personal feeling after playing this game for like 11,000 hours, the Radiant side doesn't have as many spots to put a ward down for vision.
True. We
for
did see
Dire.
Kael put it up on that mountain later on.
Just for the ward, just for
Yeah.
the rune vision, right?
That's true.
And that ward did not get dewarded. I mean, of course, who's going to expect you to put a ward up on the mountain just for one single rune? That does make a big difference, but the second match, they didn't really go for runes. They were just gunning for the towers. I mean, after you get a hero like Leshrac, what else are you going to do?
And then they died to each other
Yeah,
and
exactly.
not even the tower, which is so funny.
Yeah, because Diabolical Edict, guys, it lasts even after you die. That's why a lot of players, raise their fists in anger to dying to Leshrac players because they're like, I killed you. How am I still dead?
Right.
It's it does get really frustrating when you're playing against Leshrac players. You kill them, and that little effect, it just still lingers, and it will take your tower if you're not careful. So yeah. The runes didn't really factor in, but third round, I think, like Angela said, King Saro will get his pick of the heroes. So, yeah, Meepo, Invoker, these heroes. I mean, you either play them or you don't. If you don't play them, make Gaben help you, right? Because you're not gonna learn. You're not gonna learn. Those heroes sitting for 20 seconds with your Dota Plus guides, it's just not going to help.
It's not going to help. I think even if they go for a puck, that's a very risky affair. There's one hero that I just suddenly hit my mind, and that's OD.
Of course,
we've not seen OD in godforsaken years now.
True. And OD's been nerfed a lot.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say nerfed, I would say balanced, because nerf implies that the hero's no longer at peak performance. That hero was a monster. With an AoE, I mean, pure damage, just right click. That was like, if you won with OD, like, what are you doing with your life, right?
Yeah.
Like, are you proud of that victory? Because anybody could have done that. That's again me saying that's coming from somebody who has been destroyed mid lane by OD a lot. I am not an OD player, ladies and gentlemen, but yeah, I would say he's been sufficiently adequately balanced.
Yeah.
And
you no longer just quit the game as soon as you see the
exactly.
game.
You either counter him or you don't. I mean, even when you do counter him, I've lost games when I've countered him. But yeah, Valve works really hard to balance the game as a 5 versus 5, and then Red Bull works equally hard to balance the game back to 1 versus 1.
No, that's so true. And I hope that these players sitting at home, of course, they are sipping on some Red Bull, getting them the required energy to kind of go convert this into a third game. And I mean, talking about predictions between these two players, I'm not going to really say that I'm favoring any one of them, but since I know Kael as a person, I have to say that somewhere I am rooting for him, not a biased caster, but I'm just saying.
I'm always rooting for good Dota, whichever
so
one.
you're going with King Saro.
Sure, out of desperate, like just if you're gonna go with Kael, I have to go with my boy, Blue over here, King Saro. Yeah, I do appreciate his tactics of taking down the tower.
That was really good. A meteor hammer on the Queen of Pain. If he had done this in a normal Dota 2 game, he would have been reported.
Easy. Yeah, you know exactly what would have report King Saro, please, intentional ability abuse, ruining the mid lane. And of course, it's not going to be that easy because you blink into the trees and there's support waiting for you.
Yeah.
And that's the end of your mid lane conquest. But again, there is no support. There's just you, the tower, and the enemy in this one. Angela, what do you think about Pudge being the most picked hero in Dota 2? Regardless of patches, regardless of TIs, regardless of metas, it does not matter. Pudge will always be the most picked hero in Dota 2.
You know, I think the major reason for that is because he doesn't really need numbers. He just needs a hook. And he needs to eat people.
Exactly.
As simple as that.
You're either going to get the hook or you're not. It's the most... I feel like when people think of Dota, right, there's an image. Whenever you think of something, there's an image that comes to your head. And when you think of Dota, the first, like, the wallpaper image that comes is Pudge standing with his massive hook.
Yeah.
And just, like, the dandy Pudge hooks come to mind. Of course they come to mind.
It's been 10 years since then.
It has been 10 years. Wow, it's been 10 years.
It's a long time.
Thanks, I feel old now.
Yeah, I feel really old.
Yeah, I mean, that was something that I didn't really quite grasp when I started playing Dota, right? I didn't quite grasp the magnitude, the gravity of what had happened because they're like, the casters were like, oh, there's the hook. See you in the base move, and he had a Doom. I was like, what's the point? Who cares if a Doom dies?
Yeah.
And who cares if a Gyrocopter dies?
Yeah.
Like, what are those heroes? And now that I understand, of all the 120, those were their carries, and they're off lanes, and they're one shot actually dooming someone. And yeah, those were big deals if you take that. And I think a lot of conversation and controversy went into those fountain hooks, and they were like, they shouldn't have been allowed. They should have been disqualified. But then again, in this game, if it's possible, if you can do it. That's what Puppy said. He said, you know, if they can do it, let them do it. It's not a joke. It's not easy trying to get those hooks down. Like predicting where the enemy is going to be moving, what he's thinking, where he's going to exactly be at 1 millisecond, you know, difference. To actually throw the hook out. And just think about it. If he misses the hook, you're missing one of your biggest tanks in the fight. It's going to be a 4 versus 5 if you miss the hook. So it's a big gamble, and it did pay off. But then again, that's what Dota is all about. It's all about finding these tiny little, you know, things in the game that haven't been balanced out, that you gotta abuse them as much as you can.
Hit that with a hammer and get your rank up, and then stop playing till it kind of fixes again. Find the next big.
Honestly, it's been a pleasure to watch those kind of things. Just like those are the most fun times in Dota, when you find those little points where you actually see the game being so broken, but it's fun to watch because you're like, okay, it's so amazing, it's so fun to watch, and then you go and try it for yourself, and it doesn't work the same way because obviously it doesn't. Those are professional players doing it, and wow, Angela, could you have wished for anything else? It is a Shadow Fiend versus Shadow Fiend match. Yeah, again, I did say Pudge is the most picked, but Shadow Fiend embodies the essence of the mid lane better than any other hero before him. And it's going to be a Shadow Fiend versus Shadow Fiend mid lane. Both these players starting up with their casual raises and their necromancy skill builds.
I love this. I just love it.
I bet you do.
I love it. Like, I hope they both have Arcanas. Like, that's just going to be very, very important, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes, of course.
Apart from that, I mean, you know, this is just brilliant. I can't keep specifying how amazing this is. The reason it's amazing is from the time Dota has begun, Shadow Fiend is supposed to be one of the scariest heroes. The reason for that is he's so dependent on his skill set. Your items are great, everything works fine, but if you have the right skill set and you don't even have items, you can still do a lot of damage onto the map. And it all comes down to your positioning. So when we talk about positioning between both these two players, I do feel that King Saro definitely has a tad bit better positioning for me compared to Kael. So I would have to say that he has the strength to play this out correctly. But at the same time, when I look at Kael, because it's such an old hero and because people have seen this hero on the map for the past 10 years or even longer than that, he does have the experience to know exactly how the Shadow Fiend is going to move, how he's going to be countered, because as a support player, you always know how to take down your mid lane opponent. And that is something I'm sure that Kael has in mind as he's entered this matchup. He's also on the Radiant side. Han had mentioned the fact that Dire does have a slight advantage over Radiant when we talk just about the mid lane, the warding. So I would say King Saro definitely has the advantage when it comes to the side, but Kael has the advantage of the hero, which is something that's very, very important. For now, we see a lovely block coming out here from Kael. Going to be stopped there mostly at the river. Meanwhile, onto the other side, King Saro doing something similar. I can see him on the mini-map, just shifting around a little bit, making sure that the creeps are moving in properly. And you do see that the back creep has moved forward. Nice race coming out there, doing a little bit of damage there to Saro. But looking at the item that's going to be progressing, that these players are going to be progressing in at 5 minutes, it is going to be an armlet. And Han, I really need to understand how strong is that item on a Shadow Fiend?
Of course, it's going to be such a surprise item. That's a lot of HP, I think 450 HP. That HP would be equal to 3 raises in a row, but it's going to jump in. First skirmish goes on, and raises are in point, and there we go. King Saro gets the second raise, connects, and Kael does not, unfortunately. And the first kill goes towards King Saro. But then again, it's a 3 kill to victory, and Kael isn't disheartened, going after King Saro. He's got the 3 raises. King Saro a little bit lower on the HP and mana. He's going to definitely go all the way back up with that Arcane Rune as well. Those raises are going to come back even faster. And salving up back to full HP, he does not want to take a backseat even for a second, just waiting for Kael to make just the tiniest mistake. King Saro sitting on a lot of souls right now. Souls equal damage, and Kael needs to make up for the souls that he lost when he died.
Yeah, and the other good part for Kael is the fact that I didn't really see him have the very best last hits and denies in the previous game. But with Shadow Fiend onto your side, you get an increased amount of damage. So taking down the creeps are definitely going to get easier here for Kael as we progress into this game. So I do want to keep an eye there on the last hits. I'm also going to convert into that first item apart from the armlet, and that's going to be really useful. For now, of course, King Saro, he did use Invisibility Ruin just to pop in that Arcana. After that, I keep forgetting what that pink rune's called.
Arcane Rune.
Arcane Rune. So he's going to be able to use that and continue moving forward. Meanwhile, Kael on the other side, he's gone for a small walk in the park. Looking at their levels, of course, you do see that Kael, he's sitting at the 5th level. Once he does get to the 6th, I don't really think he's going to take his ultimate. He's going to retake those souls. That's how everybody really plays this around. But knowing King Saro, I think he would go for his ultimate.
I mean, connecting 3 raises.
Oh!
Oh, wow! What a connect right there. It's 2 kills. 2
Nice,
kills
nice.
for King Saro. Kael is really in the disadvantage right now. He needs to get back so low on the souls. He needs to get back. I mean, there's no neutral creeps that he can, take back those souls from. But this gives King Saro a massive advantage, and Kael knows that. He needs to play really safe, connect all 3 raises if he wants to go for a kill. But I think King Saro will be looking to close this one up. He's going to connect the first raise. Now, all of you who aren't privy to Shadow Fiend meta in this mid lane matchup, if a Shadow Fiend connects all 3 raises, the raises do increasing damage for every one you connect. So 3 raises connected means that you get like 1 entire extra raise damage. So that would be like, if you get 3 connected, one after the other, it's like you did 4. So that's a lot of damage, definitely more damage than their max HP. So that's going to be guaranteeing a kill. That's why we've seen King Saro really take Kael to town right now. And he knows that he has the advantage. And Kael knows that he is 1 loss away from being thrown out, and jumps in. King Saro going to go in. Both have a connection, and there's the ultimate. The Kael is going to go for 3rd raise, connects, but it's not enough damage.
Oh.
And King Saro just returns with another raise, connects, and gets the victory. 3 kills. It is going to be a victory for King Saro. Angela.
I mean, that was just phenomenal gameplay. The fact that I was just trying to calculate how he really wants to place down those raises as we really move forward in the matchup. And you did see, he started off with the 3rd raise, then he got the 2nd, and then of course he went ahead and then got the 1st raise and turned around for that cooldown, which was really interesting. And Kael not getting the right opportunity there.
Like I said, Angela, King Saro had to try a different strategy this time. If he wasn't going to go for the tower against Shadow Fiend, is one of those heroes that you can take the tower with if you happen to go for the armor reduction talent, right? But he didn't. I said that he definitely needed to have a different strategy, maybe go for kills this time, and he did. He was aggressive from minute one, had vision of both the runes. And Floki, you saw that match. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, my fists were clenched throughout that entire match. It was so exciting. I have to say, despite King Saro being the underdog, he has a lot of confidence when he's on a Shadow Fiend. This is a man not to be underestimated. There are certain comfort picks that you tend to fall back on. That are sort of like your rock. And Shadow Fiend, Invoker, Zeus, Queen of Pain to an extent, these are all the fundamental heroes of the mid lane. They test your mechanical ability and push it to the limits. And I think that's exactly what Kael demonstrated, that his fundamental knowledge of the game is very strong. And when he's placed against players that are better than him, in some aspect at least, especially with Kael, who's more renowned because he's played in a lot of tournaments before and he's more experienced that way, he can go back to his instincts, and his instincts are going to guide him correctly. Sometimes when you think too much, it can really end up biting back,
It's simple. I mean, in a Shadow Fiend versus Shadow Fiend, it all comes down to muscle memory. You've played this matchup. You know how many times you've played this matchup. Hundreds of times. And you know every single movement, every single little detail to that mid lane. You've played it. It's happened. It's all in your head.
It's like... during childhood, it used to be like, you know what, let's just bowl 1 over of cricket to each other. Let's see who's the better cricketer. This is the equivalent of that. You do 1v1 Shadow Fiend, it's a true test of skill. Especially in Redbull River Runes, where there are so many different aspects of the game that you can capitalize on. I believe there was an armlet coming up at 5 minutes as well, so we could have seen some armlet shenanigans.
It never got to
that point, exactly. And that just shows just how confident some of these players are. But I think with that under the way, we should be cutting to a short break. And with that, we will be back with the second game of the day. Well, never mind. We're not going to go for a break right now. I think we're going to take some more time to talk about the game. So I want to ask you, out of Game 1, Game 2, and Game 3, which was your most favorite to watch?
I would have to say the first one. Of course, it was the first one. The Meteor Hammer. I was like...
I think you'd make a great comedian.
I mean, come on, Floki. Shadow Fiend, really? How many times have you seen Shadow Fiend in the mid lane? It's just so, you play a game, you queue up for Dota. Today, if you queue up for Dota and you see, you queue up for rank rolls, right? You see the mid lane Shadow Fiend. What is your reaction going to be?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, statistically, you're actually more likely to run into a Shadow Fiend than something like a Leshrac. In today's day, we have a lot of more Magnus coming in. We have some Linas as well that are being picked recently. We've seen some of those heroes.
Like so many. There's just everything is.
Yep.
Yeah.
But we're gonna have to hold on to those thoughts because for now the players need a break. We need a break. But you know what? We're gonna be back real shortly. We're gonna be sipping on our Red Bulls, and make sure you go get yourself one too. And we'll be back in 5 minutes. Match 1 of the day is over. King Saro versus Kael. What an epic showdown. It all came down to the Shadow Fiend. You know, it was never about intelligence. It was never about, pre-planning or looking ahead. It was always about instinct. And even though King Saro demonstrated that he can really think like Alliance when needed to, he also demonstrated that he's not lacking in the mechanical sense. By any stretch of the imagination.
Definitely. Shadow Fiend is one of those heroes. Either you are good or you're not good. And that 1v1 matchup between Shadow Fiends, the best was going to win. And we certainly saw that with just the demonstration, the elegance of blinking in with the razors, connecting each and every one of them. Even when the ultimate came out, he did not get scared for even a second.
Yeah.
We're going to quick look at the brackets right now.
There we go. So that's the first match of the day. It's not the end of the road for Kael, fortunately, because it is a double elimination bracket. So we will be seeing him in the lower bracket, but it's going to be a little bit harder. It's going to be like fighting for your life, struggling to breathe, and you don't want to be in that spot because at that point you kind of just have to go back to relying on your instincts. Right now, if your instincts are really solid, fundamentally speaking, that can work out for you. Yes. Being in a high pressure situation, sometimes you tend to perform better than usual. But when you are on the brink of elimination and your enemy decides to throw a curveball at you, say he's in the lower bracket and he has to play Undying versus Undying, what the hell are you going to do? Like, you have no
fun for me to cast, that's all I'm going to say, Loki. It's going to be
It's going to make one interesting match, yeah, that's for
will.
Sure.
I don't think we've ever seen an Undying on this one.
You haven't?
Yeah, we haven't, actually.
We might today, because...
Did you just throw that into their minds? Did you just do that?
I did. That. You'd be So here's an interesting fact. ZeddisBuGG and No Chance both used to play a ton of support before they actually switched to core roles. But we're going to be talking about that later right now because we are in game. And Angela, I think you're here to take my spot. I hope you have a good cast.
Yeah, and we're going to go right back to one of those classic mid lineups. Wind Ranger versus Wind Ranger. Both of these heroes dishing out a ton of physical damage with a ton of physical evasion. So that's going to be fun to see how they actually go for it because, magical damage, check. Physical damage, check. Both of these heroes do not lack any form of just arsenal, completely stockpiled to the max. With a lot of damage, a lot of evasion, just agility, starting with a blink, one of those really essential items. Angela, we're back to one of the most common mid lane matchups. Are you happy with this?
I'm really happy with this. I'm really happy that Swiftblade has a really nice cosmetic Wind Ranger set, first of all. I think it looks beautiful. The second thing is that as soon as we do see his ultimate come live, we are going to see some towers falling, so that's another very interesting thing. Now, talking about these two players, of course, Mr. Deagle and Swiftblade, I haven't really heard much about them. They've not been in the Pro Dota2 circuit for as long as Pro Dota2 circuit existed in India. But the interesting thing about these two players is that, when you have young blood and they have really different kinds of game styles. And Dota being such an ancient game, every single time you see some young blood come in, they come out with different strategies, they come out with different ways of playing the game. So I'm very excited to see what these two bring to the table today. You see Deagle, he's already placed a ward down on either sides, so he does have clear vision as to where he's going to see Swiftblade come from. Meanwhile, Swiftblade, like you mentioned, because the warding can't be really exactly put down here for the dire side, you see his ward is a little further kept away from where he can have vision, but he'll always know when Mr. Deagle goes to take the ruin. That would be the best time for him to really get a quick kill or a power shot. He has a lot of vision around the map to get that exact power shot if required. At the same time, of course, I got to ask for a prediction because looking at this, I do feel I'm going to predict just based off not the players, but I think they're going to die to towers and not to kills.
Honestly, I don't know. I guess that power shot does just so much damage. And based on just the skill build, straight up, both of them leveling up their evasion and just running around. I forget the name of this one. And Deagle.
Deagle.
Power shot. Nobody's interested in the shackle. They don't care. And they just want to clear waves, get as close to the tower. Again, Wind Ranger's so good at taking down the tower. Starting with a Blink Dagger is just going to be... I mean, I would have expected a Shackle with the Blink Dagger. Just too easy. It's just so easy to connect. But looking at just the cosmetics right now, Angela, Swiftblade with the Arcana, it gives you like 8% more evasion. off the
You're
table.
kidding me.
Nah, I'm just
You're kidding me.
I'm just kidding. But yeah, it does look so much better.
Yeah, it's just really distractive. I
Yes,
guess that's
it
how
is.
you consider
It is.
evasion. You're just really distracted by the cape, so I do think Deagle is in a little bit of disadvantage, yeah. But I think Swiftblade, I mean, the fact that he has an Arcana technically tells me he's really, really strong on win range, and maybe he won the toss. He chose the hero, meanwhile Deagle chose the side. And the interesting thing now is that when you look at the ruins, that are going to make a nice shackle.
Almost connected to the creep right behind him. I just recalled the name of the skill, Wind Run, is something that both of them went for more than anything else. I mean, yeah, they want to just not get hit, just stay on full HP. And I think this thing is really going to come together when they hit the 5-minute mark with the Hurricane Fight coming in. Again, one of those items that a lot of intelligence heroes do look for. It gives you all of the mobility that you were missing. Again, they're not missing any with the starting Blink Dagger. So just chilling out right now, just taking lost hits and not really caring about the tower or kills. And looking at the lost hits, it's 10-4 and 8-4. Sort of similar.
Yeah.
The runes.
Pretty manageable, yeah, actually, from both the sides. It's just a 2 creep gap. I wouldn't really say anybody is doing anything really difficult or different. Of course, denies, of course, don't give you too much gold, so even denying is just not a very important factor here. But at the same time, we got to remember, I mean, you do see a Bracer getting picked up here, which is quite an interesting pickup if you ask me in mid-range. We normally see a Wraith Ban when Wraith Ban existed. We have normally seen Talismans, but a Bracer, that means he's really concerned about his HP. He could win off HP if he's looking to only get power shots and his ultimate into the mix of things. But meanwhile, you also see that the other Wind Ranger has gone ahead with a Talisman. So that's definitely going to amp up her magic damage as we move forward in this game.
Yeah, both these players, I think they've slowly realized in the first 2 minutes of the game that this isn't a deck like a normal mid lane, right? The runes don't spawn at 4 minutes, they spawn every single minute and on both sides. So you're pretty much guaranteed a rune unless you definitely just don't want to go for one. And that gives them so much mana that they're just power-shotting the entire wave. They're just power-shotting the wave one after the other. And Swiftblade is not really... He's still leveling up that wind run. He's picked up a javelin. It feels like he's gonna go in for a kill right now. He's gonna try to get the 3-0 on Deagle. And there we go. The shackle does connect, and he's going so low, but he's got the evasion. It doesn't matter because the magic damage still goes through. Doesn't have a shackle. Oh! The magic damage, the javelin pickup reveal. It was too much. Deagle did not expect the damage. Oh, the evasion just didn't work because the magic still pierces through the evasion. And,
I mean, this is intense. I don't even know whether he uses double damage ruin or was it just an effect of his ultimate.
I mean, yeah, just the magic damage took him down. He didn't expect it.
That's insane, though. That was taken so much by surprise by Swift. I mean, the fact that
we were taken by surprise.
Absolutely, and another quick shackle just to make sure he can win run, pick up the next ruin coming in. I do see Swiftblade. He's getting into that momentum. He's picked up a hero that's super swifty, and you know, the way he really played that first skill just shows how well he's understood how to play wind range in the mid lane. Mr. Deagle on the other side, he was taken completely by surprise just like us, so he needs to be really careful. He's also going for those infused raindrops just to make sure that, you know, if any more magic damage just gets spelled onto him, he'll be able to handle it. But that technically also tells me that he's getting really defensive about this, and in a 1v1 situation, getting defensive is not really the right answer. Those shackles by Swift, though, he's trying all of them. This reminds me of Dendi, you know, it's not about the hooks that don't count, it's about that one that does.
Exactly. You miss 100% of the chances you don't take. And Swiftblade knows that he's taking every single chance. Again, the shackle connects to the trees. So much damage, and the evasion isn't really going to go through. But Deagle needs to get a shackle on his own. He's not really... He's trying to run away, but the magic damage is connecting. Again, the shackle connects at the last moment. 1 HP remaining, and the shackle back from Swiftblade. Takes down Deagle and goes down as well. So it's going to be a 1-2 exchange. And wow, these players are really, really going away from there, playing it cool. And definitely just jumping on each other now, just going in for the kills, completely ignoring the towers. They're just completely focused on kills. And yeah, that's making it really more interesting than the first 3 minutes of the match.
True that. I mean, it's just been 3 minutes, ladies and gentlemen, and I love the way Swift tried to avoid those trees for quite a while before he actually got shackled. If he had managed to just survive another few seconds while getting too close to the trees, I'm sure he would have been able to get that kill without really giving his kill in return. But now it gets interesting because if this match goes on for 10 minutes, we're going to see a nullifier, and that's a really insane item to have on any kind of hero. But on Wind Ranger, it's it just gets a little bit more deadlier. No win run then. Everybody's going to be playing back to the basics. All the books are going to be opened out again. Meanwhile, you're also going to see DD ruin getting picked up here by Deagle, and he needs to make good use of this, because if he doesn't, another kill here for Swiftblade, and somewhere Deagle's going to be suffering a lot. Meanwhile, if you can look at the tower HPs, they're so prominent. So my prediction has completely failed that it's going to be a tower game. I thought these players would want to play it safe till like they make it to the top 4. But nothing like that. Swiftblade reminding me of Swiftblade a little bit. Nice shackle coming out there again from Mr. Deagle. Oh, and the few shots. He's got that DD. He's got that momentum. Power shot going to miss. And that's going to mean that Swiftblade is out of there, going all the way back to base. I don't think he wants to wait another second.
No, he was taking down the ward. I was gonna say that Swiftblade is literally laying the groundwork for his 3rd kill and securing the first match, but yeah, Mr. Deagle did not want to just see him do that. Went on him, almost got the power shot connected. He's gonna jump in, shackle both of them, and both of them miss. Do not connect on anything, and Deagle going so low, he's dead. It's gonna be the first game for Swiftblade. Didn't even touch the towers. Angela just went for each other. Oh, that magic damage. GG's coming in from both players.
I mean, this is like a typical mid-lane game, you know. Like, there was so much of aggression from both the sides. Both of them very, very confident, in my opinion, on what they really chose for. Both really relying on this Wind Ranger to convert. I did feel, though, that Swiftblade had a much better understanding on the character and how to really pan this out for him. He missed that last shackle shot, but apart from that, every single shot that he connected, he wanted to convert that into a kill. That was like his aim goal, and that's a very nice way to get into the game. Now, if Deagle is the next one to pick up a hero, I hope he goes for something that's not really so aggressive, because he doesn't seem like that really aggressive player. He wants to build his speed, his momentum, and then take the fight to Swift. But Swift being really true to his name here. Every single kill he got, he took it so swiftly.
He literally looked like he planned everything down to a T. Knew exactly what he was doing at every single moment. Just didn't hesitate for even a second. But it was definitely one of those matchups that you do want to see in the mid lane. Again, Wind Ranger, not... I mean, I would have to say, Angela, it's one of those heroes that I still don't like. Personally, personally, I don't like heroes that rely a lot on RNG, because if you look at something like... PA, you can either get lucky with a crit or you can't. But Wind Ranger has no RNG.
Yeah.
It's definitely going to be, your Wind Run lasts for 6 seconds, your Shackle lasts for 3.75 seconds. There is no, variability. Everything is calculatable, basically. So
you don't like calculations?
I do like calculations, but I hate Wind Ranger because, again, when you play as much Dota as I have, there are some heroes that just give you PTSD instantly.
Yeah, I love Wind Ranger, by the way. Ironically, she's like one of my favorite supports.
Yeah, so you pick her, right? Yeah. I hate playing against her.
Okay.
Yeah, so
Makes sense.
I did see a lot of flashbacks in that matchup. Just like the blink and the shackle, when you just take your hands off the keyboard and mouse, because and the second hero of the day. Of the series right now is gonna be Shadow Fiend.
Spooky set, I must say. Look at that.
The Arcana versus the seasonal appropriate Scarecrow set.
I don't like it though. I mean, it could have done better.
I'm not a Shadow Fiend player, so
I don't know. It's like you just made a dog into a crow or something like that.
I think they're running out of ideas by this point. There's just so many sets.
Yeah.
Certain heroes have just so many sets, and there's other heroes that have no sets.
Like Piranha.
Wait,
she has so many sets.
Yeah, true. I was like, wait a second. Yeah, definitely. There's some heroes that have so few. Like one of my favorite.
OD
Phoenix.
has no set. No,
OD has those golden wings. And yeah, there's those heroes that have those certain items that if you see a player has equipped, you're like, oh shit, this is not gonna end well for me, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Personally, Phoenix, one of my favorite heroes.
No
way less sets. I mean,
way less, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, there's so much potential with that hero. Right? You've got the egg.
You can make him into a dog, just like how we made Shadow Fiend a
really
crow. Yeah.
An ageless, timeless bird. You want to turn it into a dog, right?
No, I mean, they could come up with something new. I think, they're going really fancy with things. But yeah, let's talk about Shadow Fiend, since he's going to be the next hero you're going to be seeing onto your screens, ladies and gentlemen. It is game number 2 here between both these fantastic players in the Redbull River Runes and Shadow Fiend. We just saw a game of Shadow Fiend a little while prior to this, and it definitely felt one-sided. It all comes down to your understanding to the hero. You can't really learn him in 3 days. I think he's very experienced. As you play him, you grow playing that hero. Pudge is on a similar ground. So I do feel that somewhere... it's all going to come down to those raises. I mean, even the last game, it wasn't the kills, it wasn't the tower, it was just killing.
Raises. It wasn't the ultimates either. It was the third raise that connected and secured the kill.
Yeah.
And that's what it's always been. Again, Shadow Fiend, again, one of those heroes that has no variables. It's all a certain amount. It's all calculatable, and you can tell how much damage, if the enemy is killable, if your third raise is going to do enough damage after reduction, all of that stuff. It's all in the mind. So, like Angela said, if you are a Shadow Fiend player, all of these calculations happen automatically. You don't need to think about them. They just happen. You see the bar. You don't even need to look at the numbers. When you play Shadow Fiend for a certain amount of time, you can just tell that the bar is this, like a certain amount of full, and a third raise connection means that I'm automatically going to get the kill. So with this lineup, you're either going to win or not. So whoever's the best Shadow Fiend will win here. There's no like, oh, luck had a chance in there, you know?
Yeah, there's nothing like luck in this one, unless you get a ruin that really turns the tides for you. But you know, the interesting thing is I always believe in the power of an Arcana. And Swift played game number 1 Arcana, game number 2 Arcana. He does seem to be like this really proficient mid lane player, has his plan in the mind. Deagle, meanwhile, I do feel that this was his choice, I think, playing the Shadow Fiend. Could turn out good for him. Comes down to how he really pans this out. Creeping, very important here against Shadow Fiends. The fact that they need that passive to come live. They need those extra damage points onto their side before they really get into the secondary fight. If you go back to Kael's fight that took place, it was surprising that he took his ultimate so early on into the game. I'm hoping to see if today Deagle makes the same mistake, or does Swifty do the same thing again.
I mean, he was hoping the ultimate did play like the X factor in the last fight, but the return, like the second he turned around and hit the third raise, he already had 2 raises of damage on him. That third raise just like secured it right now. And in these lineups with Shadow Fiend, Invoker, Meepo, these kind of mid-only heroes, right? It feels like the person who picks it usually ends up winning. So I think if this was a Deagle pick, he should have a significant advantage over somebody that doesn't play. Again, both of these guys just stacking up those last hits, because the more last hits you get, the easier it becomes to last hit on this hero. You start with a really absurd, I think, 39 damage, which is ridiculous. A lot of heroes, I think that's one of the lowest starting damages, but then really quickly you can get up to significant hit per right click. That's both of these players are just going for that. Again, playing pretty passive, waiting for the runes. The first item jumps in right now. Swiftblade trying to get the first 2 raises connected, and Deagle can't go away because the third raise will secure his fate, and he's going away. Well, there's no third raise from Swiftblade. It was apparently on cooldown. I was hoping for the third raise, but Swiftblade almost had the first blood secured. Angela, I want to talk about this item that comes in on 5 minutes. That is one of the most fun items to look at.
I don't know how fun it is on actually a Shadow Fiend, but now because quick blink in there. Oh my god, you're going to see the ulti come out here from Swiftblade, and oh my god, Deagle nailing his own coffin here. That was insane. He wanted to do something that Swifty was doing, and I keep calling him Swifty, but his name is Swiftblade. But at the end of the day, it just didn't pan out right. Deagle not doing his maths.
Definitely not. I mean, he was going for the wards, but you gotta take care. You blink in and you're in his territory. And after that, it's all about the dance of the raises. And they were connected. Swiftblade already got 1 kill, going for the third and 3 raises. He misses the third one. And Swiftblade seems to be safe as the third raise misses, does not connect. Wow, that was a risky blink. I mean, he definitely calculated the risk. He already had a kill, wanted to get the second one, but it's going to end up with him falling behind his tower. Really vulnerable right now. The wards do give him vision, so he knows that his opponent isn't going on him just yet. Is not going to be just jumping for the kill. Salves up, back to full, and jumps in. Deagle wants to secure the kill while Swiftblade is low on HP, and Swiftblade is just going to TP out as Deagle does not have his ultimate skilled. This is why you take the ultimate, Angela. One of the most annoying things in Dota is when your opponent just simply TPs
out
away.
On your face. So free TP, by the way. That's a free TP. Therefore, Swiftblade. Good thinking by him, though, because if he had continued that fight, I don't think it would have favored him. His heal pot also got cut off midway before he could finish that. So I like the way Deagle played this. It was one of his best moves, I think, till now. He has put Swiftblade into a corner. He also gets control over the Ruin now, which gives him that slight advantage. And he can come back to take this fight. Now, the interesting thing is that we do see Swiftblade. He's gone with the Bracer for himself, which is a great choice. That's giving him that tad bit more of HP. That's helping him survive these really sudden attacks from Deagle. At the same time, Deagle now, he has a Ruin on his side with a Wraith Band. And that's like brilliant coming out here for Shadow Fiend. He gets one good kill here. This could convert completely for him. And this is game number 2, ladies and gentlemen. If we don't see Deagle get this game in the bag, he's going to be moving into the lower bracket.
Yeah, it's going to be an easy win for Swiftblade if that DD rune does not change. And Shadow Fiend is one of those heroes that if you get the enemy hero out and if he's going to be in cooldown, like just respawning, a Shadow Fiend with max souls and a DD rune is one of those heroes that can so easily take a tower. So that's something that Swiftblade really needs to consider, that his tower would be vulnerable if he goes into downtime. And that's something that he's playing towards. And that DD rune, just keeping it bottled up, does not care. Jumps in with the blade mill coming in. Oh, the damage! The damage on the blade mill! What was that? Oh my god, that was such a risky play. He didn't know what he was gonna get. After blinking in, he gets the blade mill. It just so happens that it's a blade mill. And it just changes. It just changes the entire strategy. The double damage rune ended up doing nothing because the rays just immediately hit back on Deagle. And wow, that damage output, I think that's the most burst damage we've seen so far.
I mean, I really need to know whether they know what item they're going to be getting at 5 minutes and 10 minutes, because that was insane the way he played that at that very second. Deagle needs to go back.
And he's gonna ulti. He's invisible. He can't see him right now. He's gonna survive by the skin. He's 1 HP, 1 raise away from losing. And he's gonna survive. That is the luck that we were talking about, Angela. Just the runes that can. Oh, he's gonna walk into the sentry range, and the Eagle just Swiftblade just walks out. The Eagle is not going back to the fountain. I think he's called in for some regen, and Swiftblade is really playing like he's got the money for it. Just like buying mangoes and getting his HP back up, his mana back up. Is not going back to the fountain, and Mr. Eagle does not want to go back either. He wants to stay there.
I mean,
he wants to stay there.
He wants to stay there. He doesn't want to go back. He knows the risk. His tower is at risk. He's got a very annoying opponent who doesn't give him a breathing second, is what I would say. And the fact, I really have to go back to the way that kill happened over there with that blade mail. That use of blade mail was just beautifully done there. And Deagle now, he's a little bit of trouble, I think. Swift looking to convert.
Right now, mid lane. Oh my god, just he's feeling it. He's feeling it right now.
Yeah, he's looking to. He's also taken a 6% spell amplification here. He's got those 2 braces. So when it comes to HP, Swift, no jumping, get those 2 shots there. Deagle trying to get out, but Swift, he's going to put his blade mail on. Back off for now. Recreate that scenario. Meanwhile, he's also going to pick up a bounty for himself, so he's going to regen super quick. Meanwhile, Swift, he's going to go for the illusion, so that is definitely a tad bit more important at this current point of time. Again, also just blink in, uses illusions, uses blade mail, shower us with some razors, and ta-da! He's going to take this game.
Yep, cause some confusion, maybe use those razors. So it's going to be a super rune that's going to give him 3 instead of 2. And he's going to use this opportunity to clear the wave, and if he's lucky, deal some actual damage on Deagle, maybe get some hits on his tower. Those 3 illusions are not that frightening when you look at a hero like Shadow Fiend, just clear them up. Oh, there we go. Tower hits, but 1 hit to the illusion is going to take them out. Again, Shadow Fiend, such a high DPS hero. Both of these heroes are sitting on 20 souls, maxed out on right-click damage, but it's not going to come down to that. Oh, Hood of Defiance, is that a surprise item? He's got a Hood of Defiance, so that's going to minimize the damage done by Raze. He's going to jump in, blade mail comes out from both players, and there's going to be the ultimate. He's going to refrain from using it right now. He knows that Deagle is backing off. Deagle,
look at that. He's got a haste with a hood, with, of course, a blade mail. I don't think this hero can get scarier.
I think haste normally does always guarantee you a kill mid lane in normal Dota, but this isn't normal Dota. These are not items that you'd ever see in the Shadow Fiend.
But it's happening. It's happening hard. He's jumping in. He's got that haste. Going to get a few more shots off. Nice race coming out from him. Meanwhile, on the back lines, there is going to be a nice blade mail use coming out there from Deagle, but he doesn't want to give up this end. And somewhere in the bottom of my hearts, I do feel we're going to see a divide in this game.
Honestly, both of
at
these
that
players,
15-minute mark.
They're trying so hard to go on the other, but that blade mail is so important. I mean, it's just it just deters them from going all in, because it can just turn around so fast. You can just completely lose all your advantage, because again, Shadow Fiend, if he dies, he loses half his souls. So those souls are going to be tough, especially when your opponent has like double your damage. It's going to be really tough. Bottling up a regen rune and a illusion rune. He's jumping in. No blade mail yet. Second raise misses. Third raise connects. That's going to be it. Deagle backs off. Swiftblade just going to take it slow. I think he's not really looking to put too much risk in this. I mean, it is. He's already up 2, so this is gonna be. It's gonna be one blink, and then the entire game changes on that. One rage connects, second rage connects. Deagle. It feels like Deagle's just not jumping at all.
Yeah, he doesn't
Deagle
want to risk it.
He knows that one wrong play is gonna cost him the game. So
yeah, now you know that they have about like 30 seconds for the next item, and knowing Swift Blade, the minute that item is going to prop, he's just going to jump across, use his Blade Mail, make sure that he gets that Dagon shot off, connect 3 raises. I could see this player already planning this out, and the next 10 seconds, of course, going to decide the fate of how we're really going to see this game move. You do see Swift, he's walking towards the ruin. He's going to be picking up DDs. Oh my god. This is just scary. He's also got a Dagon on his side, and that means somewhere. Oh my god, he's going to get both the ruins, and that's something that Deagle was not expecting. Very, very bad move, I must say, if he had got that region.
A lot of damage. And so at this point, whoever jumps in and gets a hit off before the other person has the chance to activate their Blade Mail is pretty much going to secure the kill. So for Swift Blade, that's an instant victory. For Deagle, it's not. It's going to be like another kill off that one. Deagle not even in sights. He went back to base. He knows what's at stake right now, and he knows how easy it is. Oh, Spoken Seed. I think he's going for it. He has got a U-Scepter. He sold his Dagon, and you can do that. He's got a U-Scepter. I think he's working with the ultimate way too much. Oh, there we go. There we go. I think he's going to go for the ultimate. Oh, no, he's not. Both of them go for the ultimate first. Ultimate channels off. And Swiftblade gets the ultimate first. Deagle does not, is not able to finish the channeling. And that's going to be a 3-0 kill victory for Swiftblade. Wow, what a match, guys. Deagle definitely did have some idea. Like, he did have some dreams that he wanted to see channel into the mid lane. Sold his Dagon actually to get a U-Scepter. That's a pretty ballsy move.
That's a big brain play, that's what it is. But sometimes brain's not enough. You also need some muscle to go along with that. And clearly, the one flexing his biceps this time around is Swiftblade. He's got those big biceps and he's punching everyone. He's punching the competition. Now, the great thing about Deagle was that he's shown that he can think about the game if need be. Unfortunately, Riverrunes is just not that kind of a game. It's not that kind of a mode, rather, where you can actually just rely on your strat book, much like some position 5 players do. I think No-Tail in the past has been known for, despite not playing that well, coming up with very unique drafts in his old time with OG. But
yeah, he did try. He did try with the U-Scepter. I gotta give him points for that one, Floki. He did try with the U-Scepter, sold the Dagon. I didn't see it coming, and had he pulled it off, like had he blinked in, gotten the U-Scepter off, and then altered Swiftblade into the tower, that would have definitely changed the course of how this game was going to play out, but it just didn't. Swiftblade had too much damage for it to matter. He had the Blade Mail, he had the Dagon, and it just didn't matter. At the end of the day, he was up 2 kills, he knew that. Yeah. Being up 2 kills, it just lets you play the game freely. It makes you just, gives you the confidence to do whatever you want, and that's, the mid lane was completely in his control.
You can take a breather, just like you can take a breather now, after covering for me, thank you for that. But yeah, it can be really difficult at times to just get the pressure off of you. When it's kind of like drowning. You need room to breathe. You need to get back to the surface, get a few breaths in, and then go back in if you're looking for something. And when you're 2 kills down, you just don't have that wiggle room. You just don't have that patience. So the pressure can really end up getting to you. Now, this is where it becomes really interesting, because I think it was last game it was the last matchup where King Saro actually turned the pressure around. So I think he lost the second game, but he came back in the third game on a Shadow Fiend, which was really interesting. And having that sort of rock can allow you to alleviate some of that pressure. Most of these players, their rocks are Shadow Fiends. We'll see, though, if we're going to be having any Invoker versus Invoker or any Queen of Pain versus Queen of Pain matchups soon enough. But I want to hear your thoughts. I want to know what you're looking to see, which hero you would like to see a 1v1 between.
Honestly, Floki, all of these heroes, the mid lanes, the classic mid lane heroes, I'm not looking to see those. I want to see something creative. Last time we had, honestly, Chen, not a mid lane hero, shouldn't be in the mid lane. It's just too boring. There's no neutral creeps. What are you going to do? There is no you don't see centaurs running in and stunning people.
That's true. That's true.
So last time,
Maybe in this matchup you actually end up using your brain. It becomes about last hitting and seeing who can get the fastest Meteor Hammer timing.
True, again, Meteor Hammer, such a wild card, right?
Yeah. Absolutely. But we're going to take a short break, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you go get yourself something to eat, drink, preferably a Red Bull, because we're going to be back in just a little bit. Stay tuned and don't go anywhere. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Redbull River Runes, where luck is no excuse and everything is going to be on your own. You don't have teammates to blame. You don't have anybody else you can call out and say, hey, you didn't buy me a ward, you didn't do this, you didn't do that, because at the end of the day, it's a 1v1. It's all down to you, and if you lose, it's your fault, nobody else's.
Certainly your fault, something that mid laners don't like to admit to. They just don't. That's the one thing that I think all mid laners can agree. Yeah. It wasn't my fault.
I can confirm. I mean, I've had that experience so many times that I pick a certain hero, I go mid. You know, I may make a mistake here and there, but from then on out, it's just like you're looking out for your teammates' mistakes to point. And you know, you just want to get that pressure off of you because it can be a pretty stressful. Lane. For now, though, we're going to have a quick look at the brackets, Han, and I think the next matchup is going to be a very interesting one. It's going to be between ZXC and ZeddisBuGG. I believe we know who these players are.
Yes, they are both professional Dota 2 players from the Indian pro scene. And that's why we were just discussing this is going to be a really interesting match to see because both of them are no strangers to the mid lane and they're no strangers to professional Dota. So they're going to be bringing in just the creme de la creme of Dota 2 action. And just looking so forward to this match. It's
Okay, I'm gonna throw a bit of a curveball here. So we know that there's at least gonna be 2 matches, and the person who loses the toss gets to decide his side or the hero in the second game. So I'm gonna put you in the spot here, and I'm gonna ask you to make a prediction. What do you think ZXC is going to pick as his hero, or ZeddisBuGG is going to pick as his hero? And yeah, I just wanted to predict which heroes they're gonna pick.
I'd have to say, I think last time I saw ZeddisBuGG play Puck pretty well.
Mm-hmm.
And
Okay.
that is one of those heroes, just the mid lane matchup. Puck. I mean, he's being played as a support recently, but Puck definitely one of those heroes that you see in the mid lane. You don't completely get enraged when you see a mid lane Puck. You do expect him to bring to the team exactly what a mid laner needs. And again, one of those heroes that doesn't really need a support to come in for help that much. A lot of agility, a lot of damage output, and at the same time evasion. Starting with a Blink Dagger is going to be a big advantage if he does pick Puck, because it's one of those, default items that a Puck player definitely is familiar with.
Yeah.
So in that regard, Puck would be a significant advantage if they do get the hero.
Sort of very similar to the Wind Ranger matchup, right? Where the person who jumps first has the advantage.
True.
Since Javelin pierces through evasion, if you just get the initial jump off and you have maxed out Wind Run, the chances of you taking that fight are exponentially high. In the last BO3, we did see a very close turnaround of sorts almost, when I believe it was Swiftblade who jumped in and got shackled up to the tree. Unfortunately, I think Deagle wasn't aware that he had maxed out Power Shot. I think in sort of the moment he forgot that he had this 600 damage nuke that he could just toss out and finish him off. So that ended up costing him. But regardless, yeah, this should be a very similar matchup to that, Han.
Yeah, certainly. Like if it is a Puck, of course. But I don't know. We'll see what they pick up, because these players, right? It's a new year, and they've had an entire year to prepare, and they know that it's not always about the mid lane pickups. Dota has over 100 heroes, and a lot of those heroes can do surprising things when you put them in this kind of a position where you are alone getting all the farm, all of the experience, and there's nobody to follow your plans except for the enemy. If you can predict your enemy's moves, it's just not gonna matter. There's no wild card. There's no support TPing. There's nobody hiding in the trees. If you can predict what the enemy is doing, you're gonna have an edge, basically.
Absolutely, and this is where the instinct kicks in, right? You don't want to be thinking in that spot. Thinking is something that's going to take time. Redbull River Runes, it's all about your reflexes. It's all about how quick you are on your feet. If you can do some quick maths, as the kids like to call it nowadays. Yeah, you do some quick maths, you figure out if you have enough damage, and if you do, you go in for the kill. Of course, though, it's not just a matter of knowing if you have enough damage. Dealing the damage is an entirely different concept altogether. It's one thing to know that, oh, I can deal 1000 magical damage with my Shadow Fiend if I land all 3 raises, and it's another thing to actually hit all those 3 raises altogether. So it's going to be interesting to see what heroes they decide to pick here. Unfortunately, I think there is a little bit of a delay here. I think some of these, I'm not sure, do we have the heroes? Do we know what heroes are ready just yet? Let's just quickly ask production. Nope, we don't, but you know what, let's take this time to theorycraft. If ZXC ends up picking something like a Magnus, what build do you think he's going to be going for? You think he's going to opt for something like a utility build? Or
I would have to say damage, straight up damage. The shockwave with the skewer and the RP is enough to take out the Magnus, right? So again, like you said, whoever gets the jump first is going to have an edge, right? But then again, a Magnus with a Blink Dagger, another Magnus, RP has such a huge timing, like the animation is so vast that an experienced player can easily dodge that if he has a Blink Dagger, right? So we might see like a Shockwave disabling the Blink into a Blink Dagger with the RP, right? But if you see something like that, you are ready for it. You see the Shockwave coming, you know your Blink's disabled, you know that he's going to jump in an RP, a rebound RP could come into effect. So again, it's all about reflexes. It's all about, your mechanics, how fast you are. If you know what the enemy's thinking, like I said, there's nobody else. It's just you and your opponent.
Absolutely.
If you know what they're thinking.
Yeah, if you know what you're thinking, if you know what they're thinking, it can be pretty easy for you to win. But sometimes I have seen players who look really good in terms of their strategy and make excellent coaches. Unfortunately, when they play, it seems like the pressure can get to them. True. So it's not only about knowing and being good at the game, it's also about alleviating pressure from yourself. If you're a carefree person, if you're someone who enjoys just having a good timing and having a good match and doesn't really feel that pressure, you're going to naturally perform better regardless of what the circumstances are. If you're someone who's more creative, who likes to think a lot more, you can have that freedom in those first 2 games to figure out how the enemy likes to play. But if you're 1 game down, then all of a sudden, you're going to be in this awkward spot where you're going to have to think on your feet. And if you start taking time to think at that point, you're just going to end up losing. But the heroes have been picked. It's going to be Skywrath Mage versus Skywrath Mage. It's a fresh matchup. I don't think I've ever seen how this one pans out.
The first person to get the silence. I guess.
Yeah. I guess it could be the first person to get the silence, or it could just be a bunch of arcane bolts spamming. I mean, you can get yourself a whale or whatnot, but yep. This is gonna be an interesting one nonetheless. I don't think we see this too often in our day-to-day lives. Even if I'm playing Redbull River Runes as a mod, I don't think I ever fancy a Sky versus Sky matchup. It's one of those things that only really happens when you theory craft a lot, but it's going to be interesting to see how it actually pans out when you play. Of course, you could opt for the concussive shot build, just look to wear the enemy down with a constant barrage of arcane bolts and a Whale of Discord, amp up that magical damage. But you could also look to max out that silence and go for the Mystic Flare, Angela.
I mean, yeah. I think, like, I was just listening to everything that you were saying, and I mean, there are so many ways to play this hero. We've played him as supports, we played him in the mid lane. It's also getting played by two very exceptional players. ZeddisBuGG brings in the experience. ZXC brings in the aggression. I think they're both just so different in their gameplays, and this particular character just favors both of them. It just comes down to how you really level up those cards, what you really plan to do throughout this game. It also comes down to what they're really going to get at that 5-minute mark, how effective it is. Because if there's one thing with Skywrath Mage, if you kind of don't get your skills on point, you miss out your ulti, you're going to have a problem later on. And I think, as far as I know ZXC, he's such an aggressive player. Skywrath Mage isn't something I've seen him super comfortable on. I would expect him to go for something else, like maybe Shadow Fiend, a Puck. He's known to be, he plays Monkey King, like he's playing the mid lane, you know. So there's a lot going on for him. But ZeddisBuGG, he's so calm, he's so patient. He knows exactly what he wants to do when he enters a fight. He's been a team captain for as long as I can remember. And, you know, seeing him now play 1v1, I do feel that he may just beat ZXC just a tad bit more, just ways of experience. The other thing is that they both were teammates, right? So ZeddisBuGG kind of knows to a certain extent what kind of gameplay ZXC has and what he can really bring to the table. So it'll be interesting to see how this really pans out. And it's going to come down to those items. I think if they blink right and they move right and they get the right runes, anybody can take the game today.
Yeah, and especially the Arcane Rune's going to be the one to look out for in this game. You know, when you have a Sky versus Sky matchup, that cooldown reduction, and I believe the damage amp too, that is an additional modifier in this particular mode. It can really end up turning the tide of battle. So it's going to come it's going to come down to timing, because I know ZeddisBuGG is slightly slow. He doesn't like to play a very fast-paced style of Dota. He likes to think it out. He likes to be a lot more patient and pick and choose his battles. He's not someone who's going to take every opportunity you throw at him. You know, he waits for that perfect ball and then he lands a 6. But you may not get those many perfect balls, especially in this mode.
And you're definitely not going for the towers, because if these two decide to go for the towers, we'll see the tower fall tomorrow. Skywrath Mage isn't the kind of hero whose tower capabilities are very strong. If you look at last hits and denies, this is an interesting thing. I do feel ZXC has more control when it comes to last hits and denies. He's just been such a kind of player who's always played the carry role. His only job in the first 10 minutes is to creep. And, you know, if he can't get that right now, that would just be painful. He could also itemize really well, go for something before the 5-minute mark that would give him the side advantage. I'm also interested to see whether they both go for Talismans or one of them decides to go for a Bracer, like we saw the previous player go for. That tad bit of tankability in the 1v1 mirror situation definitely gives you a slight advantage. But for now, for ZXC, he is sharing the shots there with the side of ZeddisBuGG.
Yep, he absolutely is, and ZeddisBuGG has the advantage right now because he picked up a region rune, right? So it's not going to get cancelled if he goes on him, and that's something that I haven't really seen a lot of players do. You know, they haven't used those runes in that particular way and really exploited them to their fullest potential. There seems to be a sort of a gentleman's agreement going on. You know what, guys? We're not going to really try and focus on what these additional effects that the runes provide. We're just going to play as if it's a classic 1v1 mid. That's more than enough for us, you know. Though Dota is a complicated game as it is, and the more you can make it simpler, the easier it gets, the better you get at the game too. So removing some of these variables, it can really make you a better player of sorts. But yeah, when stuff like this happens, when it comes down to your mechanical skill, he was able to blink at the dodge off of the concussive shot, and he finds himself an invis. Not too sure what he can make of it though.
I don't think he's going to do much. He just wanted to get it. I think just to bottle up, get again, not have to go to base, not have to call the courier, just make sure he's, letting things pass. But very soon, of course, we're going to see a haste coming out next year as a rune, and that's actually a pretty strong rune for somebody like a Skyrath mage. Just running behind somebody and killing them could work in their favor. Both of them, of course, ladies and gentlemen, being very squishy heroes. And of course, you see ZeddisBuGG, he gets the opportunity, takes it quick. Silence coming out there. He's going to send out another shot, but not going to be enough. Going to head back to his side of town. And look at the amount of damage that ZXC is dishing out there on ZeddisBuGG. He can't really take these risky moves, and you got to see him back off.
Yeah, he's going to have to back off here, and ZeddisBuGG clearly the victor in that little bout. Let's have a little look at the lasts in the night. So ZXC does have more last hits than ZeddisBuGG, but ZeddisBuGG has got a creep wave under his tower, so he should be able to equalize here nonetheless. And you also have to factor in that ZXC went back to base, right? So he's going to lose out on all this XP. We'll see if this ends up making a difference, though. I don't think in this mode XP is that important, because you get it rather quickly when you kill creeps. Gold is also something that is available in ample amounts, and what it really comes down to is how well can you time your movement, how well can you time your skill shots. Skyrath Mage, he doesn't really have a lot of skill shots, but you still need to be quick on the trigger, dodging something like a concussive shot or dodging something like a Mystic Flare, predicting where it's going to land, although it's almost inhuman to do that. It can really end up turning the tide.
Absolutely, I'm looking to see if they decide to go that way. For now, because you do see ZXC, he's going for the infused raindrops. He's realized that could definitely give him a slight bit of advantage to get that first skill in his favor. ZeddisBuGG, meanwhile, he's picked up the Arcane Rune, and that's a very scary rune to have so early on. The amount of magic damage you get, and of course, you have your skill set, of course, lowered in cooldown. So those are two things that work really well on Skyrath Mage. ZeddisBuGG, of course, getting dished out really bad there by ZXC. Gotta just quickly pop in that Arcane Rune, pick up the next rune, getting a little greedy here. Knows that he can't really stay in the lane with those constant hits coming out there from ZXC, and he's gonna be patient about this. One good move is all he needs. He's waiting for the time here. He has the Arcane Rune going for him also, but at the end of the day, like you mentioned, the fact that there's still a gap there in the creeps.
Yeah.
And it may not make a very big difference, but if this continues to be a 10-minute game, then yes, it's going to make a huge difference. For now, because you do see a sentry ward, could try and get Steve on that area. Actually jumping in there, nice blink. He has the ultimate if he wants to use it, but no, he's going to close it there with his skill shot.
Old man body still got it.
And
he's not old at all. He's got a Deagle. Oh my god, this is going to be so interesting. Now is where you see who actually ends up being better. Now, the cool thing about ZeddisBuGG is that he actually has a lot of experience playing Skyrath. I know that he likes to play support in his pubs. So Sky is sort of one of those heroes you pick when you just don't trust your cores. You're like, you know what, I need to have the damage to kill these guys, because I don't know if my anti-mage is just going to keep buying tangos with all the money he's getting from his lane. ZeddisBuGG, clearly, he knows how to play this hero. He gets the first blood. Along with the Ancient Seal, which he has maxed out, I think he will be able to find the kill, especially if ZXC continues to tank all these hits. But the Mystic Flare is going to come through. The silence is onto him, and the Deagle at the last moment is going to secure ZXC the kill. Evening things up. It's going to be 1-1. We'll see if ZeddisBuGG wants revenge, though. He is really low on mana, ZXC. And there you go. There's the blink in. The Deagle is also going to come through. Look at that magical burst. Pop goes the chicken.
Pop goes the chicken. I mean, I'm just going to say the same thing. The fact that now I see a Deagle on the board, the fact is this game is going to end like super quick now. They just needed one good burst damage as an item, and they've got it in the bag. And like we were talking about ZeddisBuGG, the fact that, we think that ZeddisBuGG is the kind of player who has grown old now, we all have. But, the fact that he retired and came back and formed a new team and he's still killing it, that just shows how amazing this player is as such. And, I mean, it's been more than 7 years that I've known this player, and oh my god, he's
no, I
going
think ZXC is gonna die. The arcade bolt, no, he survives the invis.
Oh, but he's not done yet.
The blink, no, ZXC, he's lost it. Oh my goodness. Well, sometimes you make mistakes, and Old Man Body is showing that, you know what, you're wrong, kiddo. You don't need a lot of mechanical skill. You need to be really experienced. And ZeddisBuGG really leveraging that experience against ZXC.
Yeah.
All those days
That's
of
his
playing
win,
Skyrath
though.
in your pubs,
I
they
mean,
finally
he was
paid
his
off.
captain. He was his
Yeah.
captain. And I'm sure he knows how to exploit his weaknesses. I just saw him do that so openly.
Yeah.
But yeah, the fact that he knows the hero so well made such a big difference here. ZeddisBuGG, for him, of course, the fact that you mentioned that, you know, as a support player, he needs to make sure that he gets a lot of kills, even if it's a ranked normal 5v5 game. This is the best scenario for him. He's going mid lane. He's got his best hero. He's got a Deagle on him. And
Yep.
he's just trying to bully this little kid on the block who's actually a carry player. And, you know, his job is to just creep for the first 10 minutes. And a lot of surprises in this one. But I know ZXC. I think the fact that he's understanding ZeddisBuGG in this game, it's game number 1. We did see him put out some great fights today against ZeddisBuGG. It just wasn't enough. But coming into game number 2, knowing that he learns from every experience, I want to see whether he goes for a Monkey King this time.
Yeah, a Monkey King affair is going to be very, very interesting because that's where ZXC's strength lies, right?
Yeah.
We've seen some of his crazy games. I believe this man has built multiple rapiers in the past in competitive games. I've seen a rapier on Monkey King. I've seen a rapier on Clinks. ZXC and rapiers are synonymous. It's like the same thing. And at 15 minutes, a Divine Rapier does drop. So we'll see if ZXC ends up holding out at that point, or if he's going to be finishing it off rather early and not looking to take it late game, because ZeddisBuGG, he's quite experienced. You know, you don't want to give this man any items to work with. We saw what he can do last time around, especially on an experienced hero like Skyrath. If he could put out a performance that's not even 70. I mean, even if he puts out 40 or 50% of the performance he's put in last game, I think he's gonna have a really good shot at winning against ZXC. But my only concern is that ZXC, being as mechanically gifted as he is, he's going to somehow slip through the cracks and he's going to be able to get a return kill onto ZeddisBuGG. Yeah.
It's like a Fear versus Sumail kind of matchup.
Yeah,
to me,
exactly.
honestly. Like, you know, one is just, oh my god, we just heard that the hero, ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be Nature's Prophet.
What
in
the hell are they going to
mid
do?
lane, with 3 ends. I think this is going to be a tar game.
Yep.
You know, I really feel that they could go really different skill sets and, you know, give us some tar kills. Maybe even add Mjolnir into the mix of things to add a tad bit more damage. I'm just getting really excited about this matchup already. But this is a hero that both of them don't play.
Yeah.
It's actually an off-lane hero, right? So it's not a support. ZXC, I don't think has ever played carry in Nature's Prophet. So if I have to see how he's really going to go around with this, what is the itemization they choose to pick with?
So the thing about Furion is that he's one of those heroes that after you get something like, I don't know, 500 games on him, you understand. Yeah, I know, I'm very casually tossing it out there. You know, just after a casual 500 games
You
of
played
Furion.
500 games of NP?
I've played a lot more actually, sir. You're underestimating me. I'm a lot more toxic than that.
It's like my Mirana.
Yeah, it might be. But yeah, Nature's Prophet, as I was saying, he's one of those heroes that after you play him for around, you know, a long time, you can make him work in almost any role. He ends up being really good as a 4 because you have a lot of farming potential. At that point, it becomes about understanding your timings, knowing at what point you can go and jungle without really it negatively affecting your carry. In the 1 position, it's all about how quickly you can farm. In position 2, it's about where you can pressure the map with your teleport. So Nature's Prophet is a very open-ended hero. And I think when you have such open-ended heroes, it really helps to have a concise plan. You can look at ZeddisBuGG. So his plan is very simple. He is going to max out trains and start to push. And this is a very interesting ward placed here. But, oh, okay, I see what he's going for. I think some couriers are going to be sniped today. I think that is what ZXC was banking on. That's his trump card.
I mean, this is very interesting. The fact that he's taking teleport and, you know, he's gone ahead and done this. I mean, look at ZXC. He also has a teleport, so it could technically mean that if he pushes ZeddisBuGG too much into the fight, then he can, of course, teleport behind his tower and get a quick kill on him. That could be one choice. Taking another courier, like you said, that's like a bonanza if you're able to do that. There's nothing stopping you prior to that. But the fact that the way ZXC has already positioned himself, technically so it does mean he's come in with a plan, because I think this is his pickup on the hero.
Yeah.
And he's gone for something that maybe he's not really good at, but he knows for sure that ZeddisBuGG could be put into a zone of not really knowing in the best experience what he could do against that. And maybe that's his whole mind game.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, he's so creative with this. Like, you wouldn't imagine that this is something you would do on Nature's Prophet, but you look at it in your pubs, whenever you see your heart support lock in Nature's Prophet, this is the first thing you see. You see a teleportation somewhere, you see a ward being planted, and this looks like a typical pub strat. Okay, so he is actually going to reveal that he teleported in early on, and ZeddisBuGG is going to be well aware that this happened. So I'm curious to see if he's going to buy a sentry ward and go for the D ward, or if he's just going to stick around and be like, you know what, you probably teleported behind me to do some clever stuff, but I don't think it's clever enough. I think I am decent enough to deal with it. I don't have to respond to that.
It could be both ways. You got to call a Bari after this and ask him what is the exact thing in his mind. But for now, because this is game number 2, ladies and gentlemen, of the Redbull River Runes, is a 1v1 Dota2 Championship. Props to Red Bull for making out the perfect map to play a 1v1 like this. They've got the ruins correct, they've got the warding correct, they've got the players right in this matchup. So sit back, relax, it's going to be a long day. We of course see ZeddisBuGG here adding a little bit extra pressure there with the 3 ends moving forward here against the side of ZXC. We know ZXC, he's on the dire side, so his warding is definitely a tad bit better, but I do see that his wards are no longer around him. So he doesn't have any ruin vision, which could be a cause of concern, unless he really uses the 3 ends to go and scout the ruin for himself. Meanwhile, looking at the way this is matching out, I do see ZeddisBuGG, he's got that 7 creeps for himself, so doing much better when it comes to creeping from the previous game.
Yeah, he's definitely doing a lot better. He's played this hero before, you can clearly see that. And ZeddisBuGG is not to be trifled with. And look at that, oh, he's well aware of what's happening. This was ZXC's strat. He was going to throw his treants in and just hammer away at the tower. And ZeddisBuGG, he's well aware of what's happening now. He's going to sprout him in, but the TP is going to come through from ZXC, and he's going to make it all the way back to base. The problem with this is he's actually going to have to walk back all his way. Thankfully, you have a Blink Dagger, so it's not going to be that much of a long haul.
I don't know why he had to go to base. He could have just TP'd back to his tower 1 and just called for a salve or something, because this is just going to take too much time. And
he might not have wanted to spend money on Vision. That could be one of the reasons.
Oh, that's wasting that money in time of walking. Calculations here by ZXC. Going a little offbeat. He needs to make sure that he doesn't do this again. He doesn't have boots on the side. That means it's a really slow walk. He didn't have teleport, because he could have even TP'd the base and used his teleport to come back to the mid lane, but he didn't do that also. ZeddisBuGG, meanwhile, knowing he's gathering this opportunity, he's going to push out the streams onto the tower. And like I mentioned, the fact that this definitely feels like a tower game. There's just so much more damage that can be amplified here. I don't really see this burst of damage coming out of many of these heroes to really get any kills this time around in this game.
Yeah, ZeddisBuGG right now is like, son, don't teach me how to play Dota. I've been here longer than you have, and I know all the tricks you have in your book, but look at this. Oh, I don't think there's any way ZeddisBuGG can stop this. He already used his... Yeah, he used his tree, and so he's going to have his Wrath of Nature now, thankfully. So he's going to be able to push him back. But look at that tower damage, Angie. ZXC is going to end up going down, but I don't think this matters as much. Yeah, a kill goes to ZeddisBuGG, sure, but look at his tower, it's half HP.
I think if I know ZeddisBuGG, this is the time he's going to convert this. He's got the creeps on his side. It's going to be a powerful push, and this could actually take down his tower.
Okay, I see. Oh! Quick fingers. He's gonna dodge the right click. He's gonna summon his treants, but the creeps are here. They're gonna trickle down those treants rather quickly, and now reinforcements arrive. Bari, he's here with his own little army, and ZXC, he's like, you know what? I don't want to deal with this. I'm not John Rambo. I'm just a man with my little troops, and I'm gonna get the hell out when my troops are dead. I'm gonna live to fight another day.
Pure shenanigans. I mean, you know, but this is what you expect. It's just a high-level game. The fact that they're not going to do anything that you ordinarily see on your screens. The fact that he's taking his creeps, converting them, taking down the tower. There's nothing else that I see this player doing. He's again going to do the same thing. Keep me fast, but he doesn't have any 3Ns, my friend. He's finally going to prop them and send them onto the tower. ZXC playing this so smart.
Yeah, I think this... Oh, okay, he might die a second time, but he toggles aggro at the correct time. And ZeddisBuGG will be able to find the kill. Now, this is becoming a little bit riskier for ZXC. He has died twice. The tower should not go down. There's just one treant hammering away. Wow, is he actually going to get it? No, he's not. 28 HP. It still survives. But ZXC, smelling blood in the water. He's going to go for it. He fights the tower. GG is the call. ZXC, the man with the plan, showing old man Bari that, you know what, your experience may mean something, but when I'm in my state of flow, all those skills, they don't matter, because I believe in my strat and my strat works.
New
Just
tricks.
hammering away.
Absolutely new tricks. He's like, I don't even care what you're doing to my tower. I'm not even going to creep. I'm going to plan it out and I'm going to use it. And he used it really well. I wasn't really expecting this from ZXC, this phenomenal understanding to the game. understanding that this is a very important game, and this was a 100% victory for him. If you look
Yeah.
at the way he played this out, in his mind, he knew he would get this game. And this puts into question that ZeddisBuGG definitely wasn't expecting this. He was expecting a tower fight, but not something like this where you have two walls behind his tower, converting creeps, just not giving you any experience, and then going in and just hammering your tower down. I hope in game number 3, ZeddisBuGG comes in with a bigger plan, because if he tries these ordinary tricks against ZXC, we know that this boy is here to stay.
Yeah, I think it's going to come down to the toss. I'm really interested to see who is going to win that. So when the toss happens, if the production could fill me in on that, that'd be great, because that's going to decide this game, I believe. If ZXC ends up winning the toss, he gets to choose his own hero. And at that point, ZeddisBuGG is going to be at his mercy. If last game is any indicator of what we saw, ZeddisBuGG, he struggled slightly. I would say he was actually quite close, because ZXC died twice, right? So if he got the third kill, he would have won that game, but
he was playing ZXC's game.
Yeah,
Was the
exactly.
problem.
Yeah, exactly. That's he was responding. He's reacting.
Yeah.
And you don't want to be doing that in Dota. Okay,
Oh.
it's okay.
That's
It's gonna
ZeddisBuGG.
be that is
That-
ZeddisBuGG.
yeah.
I am pretty sure ZeddisBuGG won that toss too. It's gonna be a Grimstroke versus Grimstroke, ladies and gentlemen. I know it is not the most conventional of matchups, but it's an interesting one nonetheless.
I mean, it's neither damage on
Yep.
TAS. It's neither damage in real life.
Yeah.
It's just a very difficult pickup. And if there's one person who can play it, it's ZeddisBuGG. Like that, I don't see ZXC really going for this choice. I would have preferred him to go for a Monkey King, a Park, a Pudge, an Anti-Mage, but not a Grims. No.
Yeah, not a Grimstroke by any stretch of the imagination. This is definitely ZeddisBuGG's pick, and I think he knows what he's doing. He's like, you know what? Your mid lane doesn't matter. I know what heroes I'm comfortable with, and on those you cannot beat me. You can be 8k MMR, you can be 11k MMR, you can be how much ever MMR you want, but MMR does not represent my skill. I am comfortable with this hero, and when you are playing my hero, you're playing on my turf. So it's going to be my ground rules. And ZeddisBuGG, you know, he's comfortable in those situations when he's in that familiar sort of matchup. He's completely wrecked teams in the past, and he's wrecking people right now. I mean, game 1, it was close. ZXC did manage to find 1 kill, but then, you know, ZeddisBuGG responded with 2 of his own, and by that point, the game was just over. So ZXC is going to have to put a lot of thought into this before he goes in. I think he's going to have to go back to the drawing board, make a little flowchart of how he's going to play this matchup out, and really think about what spell he wants to max. Because you have lots of options on Grimstroke. You got the slow, you got the stun, you got the silence, you got everything.
I mean, that's the same thing I was thinking about. I'm like, okay, if he wants to play this really aggressive Grimstroke, then he needs to make sure he picks up the skills accordingly. But at the same time, that silence is as important as Ink well. So, you know, what do you really pick up early on? For now, of course, you're going to see the big, magnificent hero Grimstroke, very recently added to Dota 2 in recent years, is how I put it. Not a very old hero. Both the players equal experience when I would say playing this hero, because this hero just came out about 3 years ago, if I'm not wrong. So it does come down to just this basic understanding as to how they want to pan this out. Now, the things we know are the fact that they both have blink daggers. So that's one good thing.
Look at ZXC's reaction. That was our reaction to when we saw that, when we heard that. He's like, are we really gonna do this? And Bari's like, yep, we are. I know you didn't expect it, but this is what you gotta do. And I think ZeddisBuGG probably has ZXC muted because he hasn't responded, so he's actually bringing in his A game. He's like, you know what, I'm gonna take this very seriously. I know that I've played with you, I know that in the past you've carried me, but... Oh, okay, well, never mind. There's the response from ZeddisBuGG. He's pointing out to the Nature's Prophet game. He's like, you have no right to talk after playing Nature's Prophet like that.
I swear. I mean, if that was the game that ZXC wants to play, then Grimstroke all the way for ZeddisBuGG. I mean, this is just shenanigans, like how we call it. You don't really play these heroes like that, but that's Dota, right? You don't really know how to play any hero. We just have these set methods that we see a lot of professional players play, and then we just go with it. And of course, each time we see a new mid matchup, we learn something new of playing a hero differently. And now I'm really excited to see how this hero has been played in mid, because never in my career have I seen a Grimstroke mid solo.
Yeah. I wonder what they're gonna max. You know, I think I saw Inkswell on ZeddisBuGG. It seems that ZXC is gonna be maxing out his Stroke of Fate. So, slightly different approaches here. I think it's gonna be a slow and steady style for ZXC. Meanwhile, Bari, he's gonna go for the kill. Now, the cool thing about Grimstroke Silence is that you need to physically hit it. in order to get it off. So if you end up maxing out your stun and your silence, you can have a lot of room to get that double silence off. Because as we know, when that lady attaches herself for a full duration, she actually does an extra amount of damage
How do you know
towards
it's a
the end.
lady?
It's in the lore, actually. If you read the lore, the person that goes and silences the enemy is actually Grimstroke's dead wife. It's a pretty grim lore, ladies and gentlemen. Dota lore is something that's very interesting, and I urge all of our viewers to read it sometime. You're gonna have a chuckle here or there, or you're gonna be heartbroken. There's lots of things in there for everyone.
Dead wife.
Dead wife.
That's gonna stay with me for a while.
Frankenstein. That's what it's like. Oh, okay, ZeddisBuGG. He's gonna blink forward to get the creep block, and well, that's really cool. It's one way to use a blink dagger.
Absolutely. And now, of course, we are seeing the mid 1v1 fight here. The bounty rune is going to be the next one to prop, so that's going to be interesting how they really use this. Meanwhile, on to the other side. Now, when we look at the creeps, I still do feel ZXC will have the slight lead in this, because even though it is a Grimstroke matchup, oh, you already see the action going out here by ZeddisBuGG. He knows what he wants to take down, and that is ZXC. A few shots getting shared there, but he's going to back off. Inkswell, of course, going to be missing there, and ZXC looking happy about this. The fact that he just was able to dodge a big attack there from ZeddisBuGG. They're going to move for the ruin now. But both of them getting silenced off there super quick. ZeddisBuGG, meanwhile, not going to be able to take the ruin. Nice deny, but shouldn't be at the cost of his own life. You're going to see his dead wife stuck over there to ZXC, not being able to do it, but finally he's out of his clutches.
Yeah, ZeddisBuGG could have gone in for the kill with the Inkswell, but it seems that he was not too keen on losing his life, but he could have potentially lost it. I think ZXC was trying to bait him by not hitting the Phantom, but ZeddisBuGG, he's well aware of what's going on, and now ZXC comes in with the aggression. He has the Inkswell, but the counter Inkswell from ZeddisBuGG is going to come through. It's going to latch. ZXC down for the count. His HP taking away slowly, the tower beating into him. ZeddisBuGG might have bit of more than he can chew. He will find the kill, but he'll pay for it with his life. The XP, it favors ZeddisBuGG, but it's still a 1-for-1 affair. That was close.
That was so close. ZeddisBuGG, he kind of just blinked a little wrong there. I feel if he hadn't got those 2 tower shots, definitely first kill without any return kills going in favor of ZXC. But ZeddisBuGG, aggressive as expected. I mean, you know, the way he's playing this, he's not really playing it as a support. He's got that double damage also available, but no, that's going to be on ZXC. He does have a double damage available now, so that could be the second kill that ZXC could take. It could be a surprise kill unless ZeddisBuGG has already found out that it is in his bottle. And for now, of course, ZXC, he's going to just stay a little far out. He knows the creeps are onto the other side. He can't really risk this, because one wrong move here and he could lose it all.
Absolutely, and ZeddisBuGG, the fear of God does not exist in this man. He walks forward with the Inkswell, throws out his wifey, but his wifey comes back, and ZXC is going to throw his onto ZeddisBuGG as well, but ZeddisBuGG deals with it. Slaps her and says, "Get away, I'm married already." So
true. This is a very interesting Grimstroke matchup. I never expected the game to be so much fun.
Yeah.
Honestly. But they're going pretty head-to-head. You do see the slight lead in creeps here on one side, but that's not going to matter. Quick ruin steal coming out there from ZeddisBuGG. Going to just share a few shots, push ZXC back. I have to say, ZeddisBuGG looking so very confident today on this Grimstroke. I mean, the fact that you see him moving with the flow, he looks really, really confident. He's dropping his spells correctly. He's also having creep control, which is really good. He's just waiting for the right time, and for now his time is calling, because you do see ZXC trying to get a few just short damages done, but he's going to back off. He needs to wait for ZeddisBuGG. He needs to wait for ZeddisBuGG to make a mistake and then convert.
Yeah, but look at ZeddisBuGG. He's not going to wait for any mistakes. He's going to go in for the kill when he feels comfortable. The silence has been maxed out, and it looks like ZXC might end up falling under his tower. He's trying to take down the Phantoms and Grace. Is he going to be successful? No, he's not. ZeddisBuGG pops the salve, is not going to die to the tower this time, and that is +1 kill for ZeddisBuGG. Now only 1 kill away from certain victory. Is ZXC trying to say sorry?
Yeah.
I am a little confused. What?
He's just trying to say sorry.
Yep. Yeah, never mind. I think he's upset. I think he's sorry about the fact that he died, so he's not able to provide us an entertaining game of Dota.
Sorry, Senpai.
Sorry, Senpai.
I failed you so badly.
Yeah. His former captain, like you mentioned, you know, he knows exactly how his captain thinks, but captains, they're known for their big brains, and ZeddisBuGG is like, you're not going to outthink me, son.
Absolutely. Now, of course, ZXC trying his luck here under the tower, but ZeddisBuGG.
That is creative.
I mean, you know, I honestly to say he's trying really hard here. He's also going to be a few more shots, but look at ZeddisBuGG. Quick fairy fire there. And we're able to kick his stuff and go on the side. Meanwhile, you just see a bracer pickup coming out here, which is going to give them that tad bit more of HP. Meanwhile, it's going to be a talisman pickup coming out there for the side of ZeddisBuGG. So he wants more magic, and he's going to get it. Meanwhile, Leo's getting picked out. There's a big fight here. ZeddisBuGG in the front lines, dropping that silence. 2 more shots, and he's going to call this game for himself. Captain versus
well, student.
Friend.
Student. I mean, comrade, whatever you like to call.
Yeah.
Whatever you'd like to call him. ZXC though, he really tried. You know, it's just a matter of not having experience in the matchup. When you've not played these support heroes, when you've not played Grimstroke or Skyrath, it can be a little difficult to understand how they function. And ZeddisBuGG, clearly demonstrating his superior knowledge, was able to win that duel rather convincingly. He did mess up a little bit here and there. He gave away 1 kill by dying to the tower. But regardless, he was able to make sure that he comes back, doesn't feed away any more unnecessary kills, and is able to secure the game for himself. 2-1 for ZeddisBuGG. ZXC though, not out of the tournament just yet. He's going to be making his way towards the lower bracket, where I think he's going to be facing off against the loser of Micro versus No Chance, which I also believe is going to be the next matchup. But before we talk about the next matchup, let's take some time to talk about this one. The first game, I believe it was Skyrath versus Skyrath. Yep, it was Skyrath versus Skyrath. It was ZeddisBuGG's pick, and ZeddisBuGG completely demolished ZXC. The second game, it seemed like ZXC had a strat, but ZeddisBuGG was very quick to adapt to it. But yeah, Han, you've been watching this game from the sidelines the entire time. What are your thoughts? What was the most interesting match from the 3, according to you?
Okay, that was absolutely fascinating for me to watch. I love those heroes. Of course, Skyrath Mage, one of my favorite heroes. Haven't been playing him too much recently, but Grimstroke is a hero that I have been playing a lot. And boy, was that fun to watch. I mean, it's just, it was so like...
Yeah, it was so
I'm
fun.
out of
Like,
words
you
right
said
now.
you wanted some unconventional heroes.
Yes,
and that's exactly
I did.
what you got.
Yes,
I mean,
did.
you saw a Furion today. You saw a Skyrath Mage. You saw a Grimstroke. I think that entire matchup is going to redeem for the boring SF versus SF matchups we've had today.
Yes, I 100% agree. The Furion match had everybody up in arms. They were like, what is going on? This guy's died twice. He does not care. He's coming in, hitting the tower with creeps hitting him the tower and his enemy. He just does not care. I actually asked I was like, yo, can we check what the HP on the tower is? Like 28. I was like, oh god, this is over. That's torture.
Yeah, that's torture. But ladies and gentlemen, don't worry. You're not going to be tortured. In fact, I hope you're having a good time. For now, though, we're going to cut short just a little bit. Go get yourself something to eat and drink. But make sure it's going to be less than 3 minutes, because that's how long we're going to be going for. And with that, we'll cut to a break, and I'll see you in 3. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Redbull River Runes. 3 matches have been underway, they're done and dusted with, and we're down to the final match of the upper bracket. It's going to be between Micro versus No Chance. 2 players who've been quite renowned, albeit in different roles. Micro, been praised for his mechanical skill, been praised for the fact that he has won Redbull River Runes in the past, so he knows what it takes to win this tournament. On the other hand, No Chance, he's been just a solid player all around. You know, if you're someone who's played Dota for a long time or you followed him, you've seen this name, you know who this guy is, and you know that he brings a wealth of experience and skill to his own game. He's also extremely dedicated. I believe he's one of the hardest working players, apart from Negi, who spends most of his time every single day playing matches of Dota. But yeah, the brackets are going to be in front of our screens real quick. There we go. In case you guys missed out, we had the first matchup between Kael versus King Saro, second between Swiftleg versus Miss Deagle, third one between ZeddisBuGG and ZeddisBuGG, and now it's going to be a battle between Micro and No Chance. I'm curious to hear your thoughts. So, did you catch the first River Runes that happened back in 2018?
I did cast the 2018 ones and the 2019 ones. And Micro is a name that popped up both times. This player, he has been literally dominating the mid lane, both tournaments, and not just like in the main mid lane heroes, right? He went up against a lot of people that picked very unorthodox mid heroes, and he still managed to beat them. So at their own game.
Absolutely.
So, he's been preparing for this. It would be interesting to see how he does against Swifty. I mean, sorry, No Chance. Both these players, right? They're top-tier players.
They're top-tier players, indeed. Micro, Swifty, No Chance, Crowley. I believe at some point almost all the top Indian players were mid players, and then they transitioned into other roles. I remember Crowley being one of them. I remember Negi used to also play mid for a short time. I don't think I've seen No Chance at mid, but I have seen Micro. We saw ZeddisBuGG play a little bit of mid just today. And it just goes to show that mid lane is really the birthplace of all these mechanical superstars, right? Sumail, of course, a fascinating player. He's someone who's been praised for his sense of timing, his decision-making, and his mechanical skill. Micro is just an absolute god when he plays these tournaments, winning them twice in a row, going for the hat-trick this year. I wonder if he's going to take it. I wonder if he has the tenacity in him to pursue this for the third time and get something to, win it for the third time once again. But Micro has won the toss, so it is going to be his pick of hero, obviously. I'm curious to see. Before we jump in, oh, never mind. No room for suspense. It's going to be a Queen of Pain versus Queen of Pain. Same old boring matchup for you, Han, but
he's just one of those mid lane matchups. Micro, maybe.
I find it a lot of fun though.
Of course, because these matchups, it leaves little to the imagination. What we're going to actually see in these matchups is skill. Pure skill, mechanical, and just knowing the mid lane inside and out. The double blinks. One of the most agile hero in the game right now. When we start with the blink dagger, this one and I think Anti-Mage, the only 2 heroes in the game that have a blink dagger built in, and they're gonna start. So really, really agile. And we have seen what the Queen of Pain matchup was last time, just blinking in, just dodging the daggers, sonic waves, just a lot of nuking potential and a lot of dodging potential at the same time. So that matchup played by 2 professionals, 2 superstars of the Indian Dota scene. This is where we see what the Indian Dota scene has to offer, like the top of the line. This is
creme de la creme.
This is gonna be it for Queen of Pain matchups.
Yeah.
This is skill at its peak.
Absolutely. You know, I've seen No Chance play offlane a couple of times, and Queen of Pain was played briefly in the offlane. I did catch him a couple of times in pubs playing that hero, so I wonder if he's going to leverage some of the things he learned with that matchup and try to sort of outplay Micro over here. But look at this, Micro well aware of the fact that the wall was placed as it was under vision, and he's gonna get himself some free money here. I do think he's going to call out the second sentry ward as well and go for that. It's just extra money, right? You get a lot of free money just by dewarding, so why not go for it? It's also a little bit of XP.
Yeah, and the first item that is going to come in at 5 minutes is going to be a...
Null Talisman. How exciting.
Wait, it's going to be a 4-star, like the 5-minute item.
Oh, the 5-minute item. Oh, okay,
yeah,
I thought you were talking about the item shift queue.
As if they needed more agility, as if they needed more escapes and more initiation, as if. But yeah, that would be, I don't think the game would get that far because both of these players, the first match is always going to be the match where they are eager to show their skill, eager to be jumping on and trying new things, and they get a little defensive later on. But the first match, the jumping in, no chance, literally just walks up, doesn't care. Micro going to beat him back down.
He might be in a little bit of trouble. Micro, though, he is well aware that the creep wave is coming in and he doesn't have time to push into No Chance. Really cool play he made. He used the double blink to its fullest potential. Blinks in, gets the dagger, blinks out. And look at No Chance. He's actually already being zoned away from the runes. And his salve is going to be taken away. No Chance is going to be forced to get the health back. He's going to pop his bottle now and call himself a part of a bracer. He's going to go for a gauntlet for now. But this is just going to give Micro free reign over the lane in the meantime. 5 for 2 against No Chance. It's 1 for 0. No Chance not really having the best of times. Micro might have overextended a bit. He goes and takes a fair trade, but I don't think No Chance is too unhappy about that.
Yeah, just a little bit of a skirmish going on, just testing the water, so to speak, and the skill build really showing right now. Micro has invested a lot of points in his dagger, which seems to be beating down. No, jumps in and jumps out, and the second blink is going to help him catch up. No chance. Going pretty low under the tower. Is he going to take the chance? Micro backs off, does not want to make...
I think he's dead. Does he have enough? Does he have enough bottle charges remaining? I think he's dead. He can't make it back to the base. The final tick is gonna take him down. No! Oh, the tower! The tower HP reach and saved him. The tower HP reach and saved him. They changed it in the patch. Oh my goodness, that was so close.
That was close. I think Micro didn't expect that to be a kill, but no chance. Coming back into the lane strong with a little bit of a nuke on Micro. Micro really wanted that dagger, the skill build to pay off, but just one tick away from the first blood.
Yeah, that was so close, and Micro's found himself level 6. If he gets enough mana for the Sonic Wave, maybe flies himself out a couple of mangoes, he could go for the Jugular. And No Chance, there we go. Look at those reflexes. This guy is pure mechanical skill. He's the embodiment of raw reflexes. He just blinks out right as No Chance blinks in. He's so... I mean, I'm not sure if this is foresight or if this is muscle memory, but whatever it is, Micro, he's on top of his game today.
Especially with the lost hits and denies, almost double for Micro. So I don't know if this is going to be a chance for No Chance to catch up on those creeps. The goal difference will sort of come into play later when the items come in.
Oh no. Yeah, Micro, he's jumped in. He does not have a lot of mana to his name though, so he's going to have to back off. In the meantime, No Chance. He's eating a maxed out dagger to the face, and I think he's now started to realize what Micro's game plan is. He's not going to max out the screen, he's just going to max out the dagger and go for the consistent harass. But look at that regen rune, it's not going to be cancelled. It's permanent, and it's going to fill him back up to full, at least quite close to it. And No Chance is going to be particularly happy about that, mitigating the effects of the maxed out dagger. But we'll see what Micro can do. He used the blink in. His blink dagger ends up getting cancelled, so he can't disjoint the co-op Shadow Strike.
True. And that's basically their game, just trying to keep the opponent just low enough to keep them under the threat of being eliminated. And both of them are doing a really good job of it. And I think the skill build now is beginning to even out. So is the lock hit just coming in. A little bit of harass, daggers on each stem. Like I said, just trying to keep the others low enough.
No Chance might be in a world of trouble here. He does not have his blink just yet. Sonic Wave was available. Yeah, he didn't have enough mana. I think he was... I don't think he was too aware of his blink timing. He could have popped the one and gone for it, but there's no need to risk it when you're this far ahead. And you know you're going to be able to find the kill. And the hit and run. No chance.
It's just so much.
He's copying Micro's homework.
Yeah, I hope people don't get too many wild ideas. You do start with a blink here, you don't in pubs. So think again, guys. These are professional players making it work. And you can see how tough it is, even with their skill, to get a kill, land a kill on the enemy. Both of them, those regen runes really making it work. Both of them going right back to full HP and keeping the action on point. It's not going to be boring, but yeah, No Chance going all the way back to base just to get that third and selling it for the gold. Yes, this is
that is so smart. That is so smart. He sold it for the full price.
Full price.
Yeah, he sold it for full price, and I think Micro also did. He's going to get himself power treads, and he's well aware of what's going on. He's going to queue up the Orchid Malevolence. Nothing too fancy here. I'm curious to see what No Chance is going to do. So No Chance is going for the same strat.
Same strat. Yeah. They both want that silence on the other one. Again, it's going to be one of those Sky Earth Mage matchups where whoever gets the silence first all but guaranteed a kill.
Yeah.
So let's see which one of these players actually gets the Orchid first. Again, sitting both of them on the same CS, 21 each, which is impressive because of the lead that Micro had early game.
Yeah.
So yeah, you see a lot of these players, they start off with a really mismatched amount of lost hits, and then they equal out as you get into the game.
Yeah. Great stuff from Mike. Also getting that D-Ward in for the second time, denying No Chance all that vision. The Arcade Room's going to be popped along with the Sonic Wave. No Chance can't escape. He returns the favor, but it's going to be Micro who comes out on top as he draws first blood. That's a huge kill to get. And I think he has enough gold for the Orchid Hunt. This might just end up being a snowbally affair.
This might have tipped the
balance
dagger just into Micro's favor, and he's just playing to his advantages right now. He's jumping in, did not care that he was on half HP because he's just playing with his opponent at this point.
Yeah.
He's playing with it. He's one kill up, he knows it, No Chance knows it, and he's really making sure that he just pokes that wound right now.
Yeah. No Chance. It's like a deer surrounded by lions, except there's only one lion and it's Micro. And he's stuck looking a little bit timid. Oh, okay. Micro, that was purely for intimidation purposes, you
Definitely,
know?
yeah.
You gotta establish who's the alpha here.
Yeah. Just faking the dagger, and both of them full HP, so jumps could be in order, and
Telegraph dagger, pretty easy dodge for someone like Micro, but we'll see if the Super Runes are gonna make a difference, which should be spawning pretty soon.
There we go. The Scream of Cain still connects, even though they blink out. The dagger is the one that can be disjointed. And Dota mechanics forever teaching us how they work.
Yeah.
Quite recently, Floki, I realized that when you have a Sven Axe, right, and you hit a target, and that target turns invisible mid-hammer,
Yeah.
the hammer will pass through, but the Sven will stop in its tracks.
Yeah, that's it's one of the very weird interactions in Dota.
So weird, yeah.
It's kind of like the Hogwarts spellbook. Nobody really knows how it works. We just know that it does somehow.
It does work.
Yeah, that's just how it happens. You say the words and then magic happens. That's essentially what Dota has become.
Ooh, there we go, jump in, No Chance. Falling so low, just has to jump back all the way back because Micro, he's sitting in, he's got his spells. I don't think he realized, No Chance didn't realize the cooldown on the Sonic Wave, but will it matter because he's falling really low? That's a max level dagger.
Nah,
Again!
Yeah, he's gonna be alive. I think he calculated. He knew that it's gonna tick out before. He had enough HP, right? He's under tier 3, tier 2 tower regen. He has the extra armor, whatnot. So it's not that difficult for him. He also had 4 stick charges. So that's the defense policy. Favor. The Orchid Malevolence completed for Micro. Now we're gonna see him really go for it. He needs to wait a little bit though. So he's running low on mana. He's gonna pop the Clarity for now. I think he's gonna bide his time, but No Chance going in for the kill. He's gonna end up getting silenced, and I'm not too sure what that was all about. No Chance is gonna get punished for his sins.
I don't think he knew. I don't think Micro revealed the Orchid. He jumped back. As soon as the Orchid came to him, he jumped back. I don't think No Chance checked his items.
Yep.
And I think that was the most brilliant Orchid reveal that Micro could have hoped for. And right now, the score sits at 2-0, I think, in favor of Micro.
It
so
does.
that is where the game has turned out.
Oh.
And it's looking pretty grim.
It's looking pretty grim for No Chance, yeah. I mean, if he had a use, he would have a chance because, you know, you can dispel the silence, but, yeah.
Going for the same item against whoever blinks. Oh, there we go. The silence does not let him jump out. And the blink is cancelled as well. Going solo. He doesn't have the Sonic Wave. And No Chance jumping away to safety. Can he go get away? He's trying to TP out because he knows he can't jump anymore.
Yeah,
he's... this is what I was talking about, Floki. This is what I was talking about. He's 2-0 and he knows that if he dies now, it's over. So...
Yeah, I mean, this is a little problematic for Micro. I mean, not really that problematic, but he's going to be a little displeased about the fact that he blinked on top of No Chance and he wasn't able to finish him off.
Now, he wants to finish him.
Oh
there we
no,
go.
once again, No Chance, what are you doing? He's blinking in. Fortunately, the glyph is going to save Micro's life, but now he has no TP. He's going to have to bottle back up. And I think, oh, okay, so fortunately for him, Micro went all the way back to base and now he's going to blink back in. Really good timing coming in from Micro. The 10-minute item is going to spawn. He's going to sell it off and buy himself the Bloodthorn, finishing it along with the BKB. So he's going to be able to dispel the enemies. He's going to be able to dispel the enemy Orchid Malevolence. And I wonder if No Chance is going to do the same. I think if he gets himself a BKB, he could just look to turn the tides, but he's actually going to go for a Hex. That is so clever.
I did expect that Hex. The second I saw the courier move, right?
Yep.
I expected the Hex, but then again, you can buy, you don't need to go to the secret shop in 1 versus 1, you can just buy it straight up. So he's got the Hex, but are those 3.5 seconds are gonna be enough, Loki? Are they gonna be enough?
I don't think they're gonna be enough, Han, because when he blinks in, he's gonna need 1.5 seconds of buffer, and Micro's not gonna give him that. Instead, he's gonna instantly pop his BKB, and no chance, done, dusted, and he's left to the wolves, as Micro's gonna be the one who finds the win here in this 1v1, and fortunately enough, this was just the first match. If you think this was intense, there are 2 more to go. And this is just the beginning here, baby. Micro's pick was Queen of Pain. Next match is going to be No Chance's pick. We'll see what he can bring. But Micro so far looking really, really spicy.
Oh, that was brilliant. That was brilliant. That BKB came up as soon as the blink came, as soon as those pixels started appearing, the BKB was already on. He was glowing yellow, and that was a glow of victory right there. That Hex had to come in before he even blinked on. That Hex, in the best of scenarios, 3.5 seconds is not enough to take down somebody that is so far ahead with the, even with the extra, HP that the BKB provides. And we're looking at the next matchup. No Chance has picked up the Void Spirit.
Wow,
Loki,
now.
Void Spirit mid lane. What are your thoughts?
This might surprise you, Han, but I actually have 0 games of Void Spirit in the mid lane. I'm not the guy who likes playing Void Spirit.
Where do you play it then, if not in the mid lane?
I prefer playing Ember, Storm. I'm more of a classic mid laner sort of a guy. Void Spirit is just not my jam. It's not my flow. But regardless, it is No Chance's flow. And I'm curious to see how he's going to play it against Micro. Because Void Spirit, another one of those very open-ended heroes, right? You've seen tons of builds. You can get the Ags if you want. You can go for the Yule Scepter to get the setup for the Astral Step.
True.
You can also go for the Orchid Malevolence, play it similar to a co-op sort of pick-off playstyle. And you can go for physical damage with something like a Desolated Ageless. So, the books, it's going to be completely open. No Chance. We'll see how well he's done his homework and how well Micro is able to adapt to this. Who do you think is going to win this one? Han?
I'd have to say, like I said, with mid lane matchups, right? When players pick their mid lane heroes, and heroes that actually play mid lane, the players that pick that hero normally have an edge. Now, if I think No Chance picked up the Void Spirit, I feel like I would want to give him the edge on this one, right? Because if he picked up the Void Spirit, he's confident about it. He's played it a lot, and I feel like if he did pick it up, then he knows what he's doing. He's confident about it. And again, Void Spirit, a relatively new hero in Dota. It's not like if you've been playing 10 years, somebody like Ember Spirit or somebody like Storm Spirit, if you've been playing 10 years, you've had your run-ins with them in the past.
So there since the very start of Dota 2, right? That's what I've been saying. You know what? I want to see a Chen 1v1. Literally one of the oldest heroes in Dota. There since the very beta. I want to see what teams have, what players think about that hero, and that make for a very boring yet somehow paradoxically a very interesting 1v1.
Exactly, it would be interesting in how boring it is.
You would like it in particular.
I feel like it would be one of those YouTube videos where they amass an army, just like rage creep army. Every single lane they collect one rage creep, and they're gonna go for towers. Of course, it's gonna be one of those NP matchups, and that NP matchup was far from boring, right?
Absolutely.
So only time will tell. But you said you don't play much Void Spirit, Floki.
Yep.
This is what you want to watch then. This is how interesting it can be, and I would say that I have played a lot of Void Spirit since it came out, because it's my kind of hero. Again, I don't like to sit around. I'm either going to be dying or killing. That's my game in Dota. I'm either going to get my team the win, or I'm going to guarantee their loss, right? So, Void Spirit's
50-50.
Yeah, it is. It is
high
win, high reward. Yeah.
Absolutely. The cool thing about Void Spirit is that he, out of almost all the Spirit heroes, seems to be somewhat balanced by the fact that his mobility is limited. He has, you only have 2 astral steps, and your Dissimulate isn't the best mobility option. Yes, you can go to the high ground if you use it near something like a cliff, but outside of that, you're really reliant on the astral steps. This is where something like a Blink Dagger could really accentuate that fact and make up for that loss. And Micro, he's really, really solid with those blink plays that we saw last game. He was blinking in, daggering, blinking out, and I wonder if we're going to be seeing more of that. Yeah.
Look at that right there, just blinking in. Guess the first thing in the mid lane, of course, the creep block. You want the creep wave to come into your tower for extra protection, so you just have that backup. Just take your first tower and first lane, just with the failsafe off the tower. So.
Yep.
Let's see. No Chance's pick. Let's see how well he does.
Yeah, No Chance right off the bat is trying to kill the creep wave, build a little bit of pressure. Actually, it's actually Micro who's doing that. So he's trying to kill the creep wave and build pressure. right? Because when all the enemy creeps are dead, your creeps are going to start attacking the enemy hero. And in a melee versus melee matchup, that can really end up making or breaking the game in some ways.
Oh, look at that deny.
Cool deny.
He's just playing with him at this point. He's literally just playing under his own tower. Of course, that Simulate, the third talent, what's it called again?
I think it's called. Oh no, it's not Midnight Pulse. That's actually
That's
Enigma.
Enigma, yeah.
It's called Dark Resonance. I'm not too sure what it's called, but it's a
Resonant
shield.
Pulse.
Resonant
Wow.
Pulse. There we go.
Amazing. I thought
There's your
I was the one spirit player, but yeah. That skill's so annoying. Nobody does any damage anymore. They just both got that shield on them. It's like the Aphotic shield from Abaddon. And both of them just chilling out with that Resonant Pulse. Just don't care.
Yeah, I think this matchup might take slightly longer than some of the previous ones. No chance. He does have, he does have the not the Aphotic shield, sorry, the Resonant Pulse. So it's gonna give him a lot of survivability against that physical damage that Micro is dishing out by pushing in the creep wave consistently. But we do have to remember, this is No Chance's pick. He knows the hero inside and out, something that Micro may not. I've seen him play more of those classic style mid laners, right? You see your Queen of Pains, you see your Shadow Fiends, you see your Magnuses at times. And look at this, already we can see that Micro has expended a lot more resources than No Chance has. And No Chance, his bottle looks full, but I think he has 0 charges on it. The runes are going to spawn soon, so I don't think that matters.
Both of these players just looking for the level 6. That's where the game's actually going to begin. Right now, they're just testing the waters with each other, just hitting skills here and there, not really doing much damage, not looking for kills, just about testing what they can do with the reflexes of the enemy right now. And level 6 is going to be coming in really soon, and that's where the kill potential actually just sets in. They're trying to get back to full up, and Michael jumping in.
Yep.
Wants to see if he can get a kill before his opponent gets level 6, but his opponent already has it. No chance. There's level 6 chilling out, get some mangoes, full mana and nearly HP. Micro not looking too good at mana.
Cool play there by Micro. He actually used a Dissimulate to dodge that Void Mark damage, right? So it pops later, slightly there's a delay. He went into Dissimulate mode and he was able to survive. But now I think he might have stepped a bit too far forward, but Micro is bringing in the aggression. He has enough HP to fight, but No Chance has got the regen rune. And that's going to deter Micro from pursuing this any further. And he's also going to find the illusion rune to complement that.
Both of these heroes so mana intensive, they can actually utilize their entire mana arsenal in one combo of all their skills, right? So we're looking at their entire mana pool going down, and then they need constant regen. And No Chance has really done a good job securing runes to maintain his mana pool, and at the same time Micro walked all the way back to base. I don't know if this is going to cause any influx in creep aggro, creep numbers right now, because as we look at it, a similar situation jumps in.
Okay, No Chance. Quick to dodge with the Dissimulate, but taking a lot of damage from Micro. Micro, relentless aggression. Fear, that word does not exist in this man's dictionary. And neither does the word thinking about things. Did you see those reflexes?
Jumped, knew every single move. Guys, at this level, these guys know what's gonna happen.
Yeah.
So they plan accordingly. It's not that they're looking and they see stuff happening. Oh, look at that. The beautiful patterns emerging on the map as we see two Dissimulates at the same time.
I think No Chance might be in a world of trouble there. He's actually going to pop his illusion. So he's going to be okay for the time being. But yeah, he's sitting low on HP and mana. He's going to certainly have to take a base trip or invest in some mangoes right now, because Micro is just going to keep pushing his advantage. This guy's not going to stop.
Yeah, we're looking at a bot rune region, and the next one is going to be a top rune, Haste. So if No Chance wants to stay in lane without investing in that region, without investing in eatables, he's going to have to secure those runes, but Micro has a different idea. He's trying to go aggressive, and both players with literally no mana, nearly out, both of them. Going on each other, No Chance, goes towards the rune and gets it. That's a Haste rune with a full bottle. He's going to TP back to base, apparently, not back to the tower. And I think Micro TP'd back to base as well. Both of them just resetting the fight. It's nil on both sides, no kills. And the next item is going to be a Deagle. Wow, as if they needed more burst damage, right?
Yeah. Oh, No Chance. He's found himself the Orchid. So Micro TP'd back to get the item. He was like, you know what, I'm happy with the Solar Crest. So now he doesn't have a Dispel for this Orchid. And this might take him by surprise here.
True, that's going to be... We saw what an Orchid reveal can do last game. It was absolutely devastating. But this time it's No Chance building it, and I think Micro saw it, did he? No.
Yeah, I think Micro is well aware of what No Chance likes to do. I think he caught on to the fact that No Chance is the kind of guy who's going to TP back in and probably sell an item if he doesn't see a lot of playmaking potential. And now the Orchid has been revealed. So it's up to Micro to itemize against this if he wants. He knows that No Chance is going to be going for the runes. It's going to be spawning a little bit. And it's going to be the bot rune.
Ooh,
but
he just went bottom and missed the rune.
Oh, I think he got confused. So that's a little... I think No Chance is going to be a little displeased about that. But it's not going to be as bad because he has the Orc in the level. It's the Astral Step pulling him back in. The Solar Crest though, being dropped by Micro, slowing down the attack speed, returning the favor with the Dissimulate. The shield comes through, but he cannot continue forward. No Chance, he still has another Astral Step, but Micro is still fighting. Look at that Blink Dot though, Micro! No, I don't think this is going to favor him. He jumps back in with the Orchid, with the Solar Crest, slowing his attack speed down. He's actually going to go back. No Chance is afraid the Dissimulate is going to come through. And No Chance is going to cut his loss a shot and get the hell back.
Wow, what a display. It was like a dance between these two players. It was insane, actually.
A tango.
Because, yeah, a tango, honestly. And honestly, Floki, I thought No Chance had it with that Orchid. But man, did I not think about how much of an effort, how much of a difference that Solar Crest is going to make. And wow, the attack speed slow is not going to help this time as, yeah.
No Chance is going to find that kill.
Finally.
Yeah, he's opened himself up on the scoreboard after long. And I think No Chance is going to be quite happy with that. You know, when he first revealed that Orchid, I thought, you know what, that's it. He's done for. Micro is not going to give him any openings. But Micro getting a little bit too cocky there, so to say, and ends up paying the price for it. You know, now he's a 1-up. No Chance. He has a lot more breathing room. And this is where No Chance is most confident. When he has his breathing room, he can really innovate and be more of a creative player.
True. And I think the first two times that Solar Crest did slow his attack speed down, it did take him by surprise, but at the rune, he knew what he was doing. He understood that the attack speed is going to be slow.
I think he silenced the creep accidentally. No Chance. That's going to be a whoops if I've ever seen one. But, oh, wow, okay. That's a cool move. So he threw down the Astral Step to cover where he was going to go. And I think Micro read it incorrectly, but now he's going to be aware that No Chance likes to do that. And Micro is a very perceptive player. He picks up on these things. He picks up on these patterns, sometimes even when there are none. And this time around, I think Micro, he could end up paying the price. He has to be very, very careful. He has to constantly keep doing this because he can't man-fight No Chance. Not when he has the Solar Crest at least. He needs something to dispel it off, be it the BKB or the Yule Scepter.
I think No Chance is actually building a Bloodthorn, which will counter the attack speed slow.
Yep.
Good item overall, but like we just saw, the silence has to be complemented with the right click, otherwise the blink diver is still up in the play.
Oh no, Micro, he's been caught up, but the Astral Step actually misses. So he's just going to get a little bit of harass damage here, but nothing to really threaten him. 1 minute remaining till the Deagle comes in.
Oh, that's surely going to bring in a kill. Or we can see both of these players do what they've done so many times today. Go back to base, sell the item for full worth, and that's a Deagle 5. It's going to be worth 7,700. The highest gold item in Dota 2.
Wow.
So that's going to open up. Jumps in, Micro looking for a kill. No chance. He's not going to give it to him. He backs away. Backs away. He wants to wait for the 10-minute item. Feels like it. And again, like you just said, Floki, they're covering their own tracks.
Yeah.
They're covering their own tracks with their remnants. And yeah, both of them trying to get full utilization of the remnants right now.
Yeah, they're like detectives, you know, they're covering the tracks well, and they're just sneaking through the enemy from the bushes and from the cracks. But the runes are going to spawn in 10 seconds along with the item. We'll see if No Chance is going to go for a standard, TP back to base, sell the item off, pick something up, pick something else play, or if he's going to be content with the Deagle. He has found himself a Bloodthorn, and he will also find himself the Frost Rune. He could also pick up the double damage. This is where it gets really, really scary for Micro. He's already 1 kill down. He's got himself the Yule Scepter, so he has a Dispel, thankfully. But that Yule Scepter could also be his undoing, because it could end up setting up the Astral Step for No Chance and allow him to deal enough damage to get the Deagle off in the nick of time. And there we go. No Chance is going to go in, but the Yule Scepter comes out onto him instead. And now the Return Orchid is going to come through, but the Bloodthorn right clicks. It might be a little bit too much. The Return Bloodthorn, though, is going to come in from Micro. And Micro is able to stand his ground and live to fight another day. No chance. He wants something out of this. He's hammering away at the tower. The Siege Creep is going to be there as well. He's going to force Micro to use an Astral Step. No chance. Smelling blood in the water like a shark, circling around Micro. But for now, he's going to go back in. He gets the Deagle, the burst damage. Micro pops like a piñata. And no chance. He's going to be one happy kid. It's his birthday party. And Micro's the one getting beaten up. The poor little piñata. He's going to go down. And he's going to have to work a lot harder if he wants to make a comeback in this game. Fortunately, he's going to find himself the double damage rune. And Micro, I think he's going to put himself in a do-or-die situation. But he's going to throw out the Yule Scepter back once again towards No Chance. The Astral Step comes to the right place. Not going to be enough though. The Return Blood Thorn is not going to be enough. And Micro is going to bite the dust. No Chance is going to take this victory clean. 3-0. Waiting for his item timings. Being a more patient player. And being patient pays dividends. In life, if you can wait just a little bit longer than the next man, then good things will come to you. No Chance clearly demonstrating a lot of wisdom, if not mechanical skill, and using that to his advantage to play against Micro. You know, he had the net worth lead. He got the Bloodthorn before him. He went back to base and got the Deagle. This is some stellar stuff, I have to say. No Chance. He's making it work. But Micro, you know, I think his own biggest enemy is himself. So he's going to have to overcome that.
Yeah. Like we saw the Yule Scepter pickup, Floki. You clearly said that it's all going to come down to initiation, whether that Yule Scepter is used aggressively or defensively. And I just saw the last fight 3 different times that Yule Scepter had to be used defensively, and that was Micro's undoing. I think he really wanted to use that Yule Scepter to set up the stun. It just didn't go his way. Like I said, No Chance picked Word Spirit because he was confident. He knew that hero inside and out. The micro skills, so to speak, on his Word Spirit were on point, and did not give Micro the slightest opportunity to actually make a play with those items. He did have ideas, but No Chance just shattered them.
Absolutely. And there's still one game remaining, so not the end of the world here for Micro, but yeah, he's going to have to come up with a solid game plan. There's going to be a toss once again, and if production could fill me in on who wins that toss, I'd be really grateful. All right, so as soon as the person wins the toss, we're going to know who it is. I think, personally, that whatever may happen this game, it's going to be close. The score is going to be 2-2, and it's going to come down to one major decision. Like, Micro, I'm not too sure if he can handle that kind of pressure.
True. And
No Chance has been in those situations before, and he's triumphed. So, if I had to hedge my bets, I'd probably bet on No Chance, but I still think Micro has a fairly decent shot. I think it's just going to be very, very close. And, yeah, No Chance might reign supreme there.
Honestly, I feel like Micro is feeling the pressure right now because in the previous tournaments, right, 2019 and 18, Micro's been completely stomping his way to the finals, semifinals, just stomping his way all the way to the finals and just clearing the entire stage right now. And
that's true.
We've just gotten the word. Micro has won the toss and he has picked up the Ember Spirit. Floki.
Wow. Now this is a hero that No Chance has not played before. I haven't seen No Chance play a ton of Ember. Yeah, I am a little scared for No Chance. I hope he has some strategy in mind. Maybe take a page out of King Saro's book and just go for a meteor hammer. Hammer away at the town. Don't even think of engaging Micro in a battle of fisticuffs. Yeah. But yeah, Micro, I think this pick really favors him. You know, he went for the Ember Spirit, and a cool thing about the Ember versus Ember matchup is that if Flame Guard is being maxed at the same level, say you have a level 4 Flame Guard and the enemy has a level 4 Flame Guard, the person who pops it first is going to keep it. So let's say Micro pops the Flame Guard first and No Chance reacts to that. It's actually going to be Micro's Flame Guard that lasts, and No Chance Flame Guard is going to be taken away. So that's a very specific matchup knowledge that I don't think No Chance may necessarily know, because I haven't seen him play Ember in the past. And Micro, he could leverage those to his advantage, right? When you know that your enemy doesn't exactly know how a particular hero works, there are just so many things you can do. It's like a buffet. You take your pick. You know, do you want the dessert first? Do you want to go for the main course? Are you more of a I just have starters kind of person? And No Chance, he is sort of just stuck here with a plain peanut butter jelly sandwich.
But then again, Floki Ember Spirit's been around for a long time. So even if you haven't played the hero, you have played against it. And honestly, in my opinion, when you play a certain hero, you learn a lot. But there are things that you will only learn when you play against that particular hero. There's certain things that you will only learn when you play against him. So if he has played against enough Embers, which I'm sure he has playing on the Dota 2 Pro scene, he would know how to counter one. Again, we need to reassess whether these guys are actually going to go Flame Guard, and they have. Because right now, feels like Ember Spirits are going more into physical damage with their Sleight of Fist being maxed. But yeah, I think they heard what you were saying.
Yeah.
And they have picked up their Flame Guards, like you said. Whoever activates it first will run out the enemy's Flame Guard first.
Yeah, assuming that no other spells are cast, obviously.
Yeah,
now, you could go for the higher level play here. Just opt to go for more points and go for chains as well as Flame Guard, over opting for a Sleight of Fist and chase the enemy down.
True.
The cool thing about Sleight of Fist, though, is that once it hits level 4, you have such a huge power spike, right? The cooldown is 6 seconds, it's 200 physical damage, that's bonus, and it can be really hard to sustain against that. So no chance. He's gonna have to think about what approach he would like to go for. Micro, on the other hand, very clear with what he wants to do, opting for the 2 points in Flame Guard, and I think he's gonna max out Sleight of Fist.
Oh, look at this. These guys, they've realized that we do zoom in on them as they block their creeps, and they're taking full advantage just to showcase their skills. Just daunting as well as blocking at the same time. The Blink Dagger has really come in handy. We've seen great blocks, and I think he intentionally let the range creep go first, just to push the lane eventually. But yeah, no chance, not even putting skills in yet. He just wants to see what Michael is going for, and now he's skilled up. 2 points in Sleight of Fist. So no chance is going for a lot of physical damage, and Micro's going for magical damage. So.
Interesting. I like this approach from No Chance. The only issue is that Micro could choose to capitalize on this, and when the 5-minute item spawns, he can leave a remnant out, go back to base, pick up a Meteor Hammer, and really punish this move from No Chance. Because what happens when you max out Flame Guard is that you're not really going to take any damage from chains. So you can pop your Flame Guard and stand and fight. At that point, it becomes a lot about kiting. If No Chance can stay outside the range of the Flame Guard, he's going to be the one who comes out on top as the victor. But I'm not sure if...
Oh, that hurt. That hurt me.
Yeah,
that hurt. Looking at it, it hurt, right? Yeah.
Yeah, that's going to be Micro's approach too. He's going to be going for that Sleight of Fist max. You know what I want to see? I want to see people dodging Sleight of Fist with their own Sleight of Fist.
Yeah, I did think about that. Like you said, if a Flame Guard gets activated, the second Flame Guard is going to run out before the first one. If somebody flies Sleight of Fist, you can dodge it with your own Sleight of Fist. And if you're lucky, you can get yours hit on the enemy member if he finishes before you. So, yeah, let's see. Because, again, like you said, the Flame Guard could be beneficial in this situation. Because, honestly, the physical damage does take a while to, step in. It takes a while for you to get enough levels to, incrementally hit those Sleights of Fists and get your enemy down enough for it to make a difference. And there we go. Doesn't want him to get the rune, but it's not going to matter because,
well,
No Chance is going to secure.
Yeah, that is certainly an advantage. With the chains, you can prevent Micro's movement and make sure that he doesn't go anywhere. The Flame Guard protecting Micro, though, this is what we talked about, and this is something that Micro's going to have to account for. Fortunately, No Chance did pop the chains before the Flame Guard was popped, so he got some damage in, but he's not going to be too pleased with the amount of damage he got in. I think he would want somewhat more. And all these heroes dropping rather low. No Chance had there was an opening there, but I don't think he took it. And there you go, there's the Blink Sleight of Fist, but I think Micro could go in for the kill. He has more levels than No Chance, as of now at the least, and he could look to take full advantage of it. Level 6 on Micro's Ember Spirit compared to the level...
I think he dodged that. I think he dodged the
it.
Sleight of Fist with his own Sleight of Fist, like we just talked about. It's almost like they can hear us. And going in with the Remnants, and it's going to be a pretty interesting match as Micro gets in this, breaks it instantly, and goes in for the kill. But No Chance backs away. Micro doesn't have enough mana to actually chase.
Where did the crit come from? That was so weird. I think I saw a crit.
Did you?
Oh, yeah, I did. Oh, never mind. That was close. If he had 1 point in chains, No Chance was dead.
His DP would have been cancelled. Of course, it would have been, even if he didn't die, that would have been really disadvantageous.
Yeah, that would have been so bad because he'd have to run all the way back to base, waste a lot of time while Micro would just be farming away.
Yeah, like I said, last game, it all comes down to level 6, and in this game as well, they're going to go in, and he just instantly chains him, preventing any further aggression. And
I have to say, No Chance is actually doing quite well for himself. He's sitting at 13 to 9, a lot more denies than Micro has, and only now Micro is starting to catch up in terms of denies. So no chance. Well, he's going to be having a slight gala time here, but the bottom rune is going to spawn. And it's going to be a double damage for Micro, and no chance going to have to make do with nada. He has nothing. Just a few bottle charges. Well, he doesn't even have those bottle charges that we spoke of.
Whoa, there's just the denies with Slice of Fist coming in. These guys are just pure skill right now. I think, like, we did agree that Ember Spirit's been around long enough for even any player to know what he's
Oh, wow, that was so cool. Do you see that?
Yeah, just the
Slice of Fist dodge. Yeah.
Just dodging Slice of Fist.
That's so awesome. I mean, he's continuously dodging those slides. He's not all afraid. I mean, this man is in a state of flow right now. You know, it's like he doesn't even know what he's doing. It's just like after you gather a lot of experience in something, you just start doing it without thinking, and that's the state no chance is in right now.
True, right, true, Floki. We've all been there, right? We've all had our 11-hour gaming sessions where we're just playing the hero without even thinking because it's all muscle memory, and that's what it's going to come down to.
Yeah, he's going to find the Frost Rune, the DD. He cancel. Okay, never mind. They're both going to TP out in front of their faces. They're all waving goodbye to each other. The rune's going to spawn. It's going to be a Desolator pickup here for Micro. I like it. I really like this. With the Sleight of Fist max, I don't think No Chance can sustain it. And No Chance, is he aware of what's happening? No, it's going to be the same. It's going to be the same old Orchid approach. I am not too sure if this is the right option here. I don't think he's going to have enough damage to sustain it. He still has the ability to sell it if he wants. He could sell it for full price and get something else, but no, he's going to stick to it. And he doesn't see Micro. And now the fact that he ate so much physical damage in single side of Fist is going to be revealed. The Illusion Rune is not going to pop the Orchid. It's not going to go through. And Micro has the Desolator. The Sleight of Fist dodge for the enemy Sleight of Fist.
That was so important. That would have brought him down to like 30% HP at this point. And I don't think Micro is scared of that Orchid at all because he's doing so much damage with the Desolator. I was thinking about Desolator. I was like, wow, that's going to be... Oh, there's going to be a jump in. So much damage.
No, he's not. Matter. He's still alive. The Remnant, it kept him alive and he's going to go back. But he has no more Remnants remaining. He needs to walk all the way back to base. The Walk of Shame. Well, it doesn't turn out to be a death of shame at the very least. I
mean, honestly, it would have been better if he just died and came back, but he's going to have to walk all the way back and back to lane. And you know what he's going to have to do, Floki? He's going to think about his actions. He's going to have enough time to think about what he did. And think about how that Orchid is faring for him. It's not really faring. It's not.
Yeah, it's not doing him any favors of any sorts right now, but look at this. No Chance is going to blink in with the Orchid Malevolence, the Sleight of Fist. Searing Chains combo. So not enough to really take off the Flame Guard. Something that No Chance has definitely realized by now and is going to try and adapt to it. Places on a second Observer Ward, but I think Micro sees it and he's going to go for the extra cash. He's going to say thank you very much. And he's going to get the hell out of there. Super Runes are spawning though, and it's going to be a Haste Rune at the top lane. And next Haste Rune is going to be spawning bottom. I'm not too sure what the difference between a regular Haste Rune and a Super Rune is, but hey, it's got the name Super on it. It's definitely better.
I mean, I guess it doesn't, maybe gives 200% movement speed.
Yeah.
But at this point, I don't think they have any problem with movement speed or agility at the point.
Yeah, they have like no problem with mobility.
Balling around, just blinking away, and just how's he gonna dodge the Sleight of Fist right now? Because he already just used it.
Yep.
The damage.
Yeah, I mean, every hit feels like a hit from a Bristleback or something like a Monkey King with all those Jingu stacks. Yeah. The Ember really making it work. Yeah, I like this Desolator first approach from Micro. It's very ballsy. It says something, you know, you don't opt for a defensive item, you just opt to go for right click, and look at this. No Chance with the Haste Rune looking to exploit this, and the chains are going to miss from Micro. And the second Haste Rune is also going to be picked up by No Chance. So yeah, he's going to be working with the advantage for now, and Micro forced to cut his losses short and retreat. More XP going the way of No Chance, but the question is, he needs to enable himself to kill Micro here, but look at this, the physical damage from the enemy Embers, but it might be a bit too much. Micro could go in for the kill, he has another Remnant, and is he going to go for it? Yes, he is. The chains are going to cancel, and Micro draws first blood 8.5 minutes into the game. It's going to be No Chance falling, ladies and gentlemen, but thankfully he threw a Remnant out so he doesn't lose out on a lot of XP.
That would have been insane. Like, yeah. the TP cancel with the steering chains. Wow, I did see that coming, but again, we get a full view of both players. We don't.
Oh, Micro going in for round number 2. He's hungry. He wants some more. He smells blood in the water. But this time around, it's not going to come to fruition. Wait, the Flame Guard's actually going to be popped. No chance. Does he have more remnants? No, he actually has more damage. I think he maxed out his Flame Guard. Oh, wait, what? No, okay, the chains ended up taking it down. The amplification from the Arcane with Micro returns with the Remnant, finds the kill. And now it's an even Stevens 2 for 2. I called this, Han. I knew this was going to happen. And now, Micro is going to have to be a little bit careful.
Oh, that damage right now is just tearing up his HP. And it is a 5-second downtime, pardon me. It is a 5-second downtime. I mean, he was walking away so casually. Like, he got the kill and he was walking and I was like, 5, 4, 3, and he's back. He's already back in the lane. And he has the remnants to get back. How are you walking away so casually when you know your opponent's going to be back and he's an Ember Spirit? He can catch you even if you're behind the tier 1 tower, he can catch you. So I feel like No Chance should have seen that coming in, jumps in, gets the silence on him.
Micro, absolutely no fear at all. He's going to end up finding the double damage rune and No Chance is going to have to cut his losses short, but he can't. Micro able to time the chains just right. The Orchid was not enough and Micro will advance to the second round of the upper bracket. No Chance is going to have to fight it out in the lower bracket against ZXC. And what an interesting series this has been. All those 4 upper bracket matches, some of them have been nail-biters, like the previous match between ZXC and ZeddisBuGG. I think our viewers are going to be quite entertained with the quality of Dota that's coming out from all of these players here today. Extremely fun to watch. And Micro, he certainly knows how to play this mode.
Oh yeah, he does. This was a pleasure to watch. I mean, I saw that Desolator coming in. I didn't think that they would actually he would actually go for the Desolator because in my mind it was like, oh, it's too expensive. And then to see it come in that fast, and then he went for the Maelstrom. I was like, this man knows what he's doing. He wants to get as much damage in as possible. But at that point, if you went for a silence, right, on No Chance, you should have seen it coming. Like you did silence him, but it's not going to matter because he's not going for magical damage. He's not looking to cast his spells. He's looking for physical damage. He's looking to hit you hard, and that's exactly what he did.
Yeah,
we did see some quality side of fist dodges, but at the end of the day, he got him down with the searing chains and just beat him into submission.
Exactly. It was like watching a boxing match. It's like, you know, another person is a wrestler and the other guy is a boxer and the boxer comes out triumphant. Of course, Micro, he's going to have to do a lot more boxing though. If he wants to end up winning the grand finals, he still has to go through another match in the upper bracket before he books a spot in the grand finals. I believe there's actually going to be more than those matches. If he wins though. It's a big if. But for now, that's going to be all the upper bracket matches for the day. Now we're going to be moving on to some of the lower bracket matches that are going to happen, I believe. But before we do that, we're going to cut to a short break, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you don't go anywhere. Make sure you grab your Red Bull and make sure you're back in time. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again to Redbull River Runes. The upper bracket is finally over and the lower bracket dawns upon us. It's been a very interesting day so far. I think we've seen a variety of games from something as unconventional as Grimstroke, Nature's Prophet and Skywrath Mage to the very old annals of Dota, the Ember Spirits, the Shadow Fiends and the Queen of Pains. Yeah.
Yeah, it's honestly not boring at all. Any of those matches, I did expect the Shadow Fiend matches to be a little bit, they're always a little bit one-sided.
Yep.
Not this time. Not this time. We're going to be moving on to the brackets.
Yeah, and we're going to know exactly what matchups are up for now. That's the upper bracket, ladies and gentlemen. King Saro versus Swiftblade will be happening today. So after the lower bracket matches are done, we're going to go back to the upper bracket. But we're also going to have a quick look at the lower brackets and you're going to see exactly which matchup is up now. So we're going to have Kael versus Mr. Deagle as a very first one, followed by ZXE versus No Chance. This is going to be a little difficult. ZXE, No Chance, one of these players is going to be going home today.
True, right you are, and we knew this. We knew that these guys are going to be given a second chance, but this is it.
Yeah,
This is what it comes down to.
Technically they're already home, so they're going to just stay there and they're just going to have the bitter taste of defeat in their mouths. But yeah, it's a defeat nonetheless. It's a loss, and that doesn't feel too good.
Yeah, but we are going to get a few victors that will go get their second chance, their Cinderella Man moment, just get all the way back into the upper brackets. So that should be interesting to see the people that were knocked down coming right back up.
Yeah, absolutely. And Kael and Mr. Deagle, these guys are going to go up against each other. Kael, we saw him with a very strong performance in the first game that he played. Unfortunately, he couldn't make it work against King Saro, and I think he's going to learn from his mistakes. He's going to come back strong. And Leshrac is a hero that is going to be played here. It was his pick. So I believe he's going to be... I think he has a game plan. I think he knows what he's going to do. It might have something to do with tower pushing, because I saw him maxing Edict first. That's the tower damage spell. So maybe we see some good old-fashioned Rat Dota for a change.
And at this point, you're in the lower brackets, so if you have any hidden strategies, if you have anything up your sleeve, now's the time to take it out. If you were saving it for the finals, that's not going to work. So you got to actually take it out right now and make sure you stay in this tournament. And it's going to be a Leshrac again. Now, we did see the Leshrac last time, and yeah, one person was trying to max out the Diabolical Edict to get the tower. It didn't work out too well because King Saro did see through that and took out the 3 kills before the tower could go down. And Angela, you were there with me for that match.
I mean, I'm excited to see this one. It's Mr. Deagle versus Kael, and I mean, Leshrac, and I just heard you guys talking about it. The fact that, this hero is for both of them pretty much a good ground, because Mr. Deagle is a little bit defensive, and I saw his mechanisms. Kael, as such, very, very confident on his Leshrac, looking to see whether he can make this conversion today. I also feel that he's picked up this particular hero because he's realized that he got a good win on it, and giving it a shot yet again could give him that first victory boost that then converts into just moral confidence to get the second game in the bag. Mr. Deagle, again, somebody I'm not really familiar with in the Dota2 circuit, but if Kael can somehow be beaten with Mr. Deagle, it'll be interesting to see which of these two players really move forward as of now in the Redbull River Runes. But quick recap, Micro versus No Chance. I did see Micro take that victory for himself. He was also a champion in 2018.
Yeah, I think I got it wrong. I was rooting for No Chance, and I think that got the better of me. But yeah, it was Micro that proceeded, and living up to his name.
But that's one of the best games, because No Chance is considered the best player by far of the Dota2 circuit, and Micro is considered the champion of Redbull River Runes. So it was like the best versus the best, and I think it went that's why all the way to game 3. The heroes they picked up were just phenomenal. The last Ember game, Ember Spirit game, was just something that I felt that No Chance loves to play this hero, but at the same time he's also a support player, so his experience as a mechanically skilled player was definitely outbeaten there by Micro. But otherwise, I'm sure if there's a finale that's going to be taking place tomorrow, I'm hoping to see No Chance really come back in that one and show us something really different. Just like how we saw ZXE do it with the Nature's Prophet today. But for now, of course, into the mid lane, we see Kael there onto the Dire side. Meanwhile, Mr. Deagle there onto the Radiant side. Very interesting concepts. They both gone for circlets into their build. It's going to be a fast-paced game. Mostly not going to be a tower takedown. I think they're going to get kills, but my prediction is maybe, just maybe, Kael could take this one.
I mean, you look at so many heroes like Void Spirit, Ember Spirit, and all these heroes with so much nuke potential, but then again, they still have escapes and defense mechanisms with the Resonant Pulse and, just avoiding with Sleight of Fists and remanenting out. Leshrac, on the other hand, is all nuke, and that's it. Like, there is no defense. Whoever gets it off first is gonna get the kill. Like, whoever gets the stun off on the other one, you got one Blink Dagger for initiation just to make it a little bit more interesting than it would have been. Otherwise, they would have had to build it themselves. But at this point, they have their initiation already taken care of. So it's all nuke. It's all about just getting there. And these guys don't even have to wait for level 6, like the ones that we saw before. They can go at it from level 3 itself. That's where they start. And yeah, just play purely so aggressive.
Just play purely so aggressive. Textbook Dota 2 is what they want to do here. I do see Leshrac, he's picked up a Bracer now for himself. And if you look at last hits and denies, this is interesting. Both of them have the same amount of last hits and denies. So they're pretty even out there. You see a quick blink coming in there from Kael. He wants to be a little aggressive, but on the back line, this is Deagle getting shot at really hard. But he's just going to survive with a slim minge of HP. But at the same time, he's got to call in that salve. He's got to invest a little more money into these items, which is going to delay his progression later on. He's also going for a talisman compared to Kael, who decided to go for a bracer for himself. So that's another interesting change of events. We do see Kael getting an upper hand here also. He did get that bounty ruin, and meanwhile, Deagle just passing through, just making sure that he's invisible, knows exactly where Kael's roaming.
Saw the invisible rune. He was hoping that Deagle would avoid him and go around the camp, and he was hoping that he could outplay him and actually go where he thought he would be. And it does work out sometimes. It's beautiful to see when it does work out. But this time, Mr. Deagle not giving him the opportunity like that, not giving himself up that easily, just going straight down. Sometimes the simplest answer is the right one. And wow, the creeps are all about that observer ward, just denying the vision for Kael. Mr. Deagle.
You know what's interesting? The fact that Red Bull's gone very innovative with giving the Blink Dagger.
Yeah.
On any hero, Blink Dagger is always like a +10. But now, because you're going to see Kael, he's jumping in again. He's got the momentum. Says Diablo Addict going to connect. And with that, as soon as he turns 6 to 7, he's got that first kill in the bag.
Yeah, just as you were talking about the Blink Dagger, it's almost like it's almost like, in 2020, everybody listens to what your phones are listening to what you're doing. So it's almost like they heard us and they're like, oh, yo, just display the Blink Dagger. They're talking about the Blink Dagger, let's showcase it. And again, there we go, starts the Diabolical Edict before even blinking in, and it follows you going in, and it's probably going to be the second kill, and it does not finish off. So it's going to be a 1-1 now.
I mean...
Whoa. That was a good play. That was a good play.
That was good play. That was fantastic play. A very surprising attack coming down Mr. Deagle. And if actually Kael would have got this kill, Deagle was kind of 90% done with this 1v1 matchup. But Kael, of course, getting a little too aggressive with it. He needs to be a little careful because that tower is still the same HP as a normal Dota 2 tower. So even if you're 6 to 7, it's still going to do a lot of damage to you. And he needs to make sure that that's in plan. But the other interesting thing is that Kael has taken down the tower to almost 50% HP. So if he does come down to the desperate mode where he doesn't really want to go for the third kill, he can just go ahead and take down the tower, and that could still favor him. But yet, we do look at the last hits and denies, and you do see they're still pretty even out there. 16 to 16. Kael just has an advantage on his tower because his tower still stands at 100%. And that's something that Deagle is struggling with. He's struggling with kills, and he's struggling with tower damage.
Right, and at this point, with a maxed out Diabolical Edict, oh, there we go, the lane's pushing in. He does not have anything against it, and he goes in for the tower. He's either hitting him or the tower. Both of them going so down. Kael trying really hard, but the damage got split between the tower and Mr. Deagle. Now, here's the fun part, guys. The tower has taken so much damage that if Kael manages to blink into the tower with nothing around it, that tower's going down. The tower is, there we go. That's what I was talking about. He goes in, the tower is so down, it goes down! It's gonna be, oh my god, it's nearly down. There we go. That's it. Wow. That's what he was looking for.
That was just insane. That was so well played by Kael. The fact that he took risk twice. The second time he took the risk, he knew he was going to die, and he was still like, I'm just going to be a complete ZXC on ZeddisBuGG. And I mean, fantastic. I love the way he played this. We missed out this aggression, I think, in the last time he played. And now that he's doing it in the lower bracket, it just feels to turn the tides.
Yeah, and that tower, I mean, it was so close though, because Deagle did absorb a lot of those hits. Like he almost went down to nearly 0 HP, but in the end, it's all about like which one is it gonna hit, either the player or the tower. And the tower just absorbed. It was too low. It was too low to begin with. I don't know where I think the glyph was used early on.
Yeah.
So a glyph would have really turned the entire fight there.
Yeah.
But there was no glyph available, and that's
why.
Fast
fingers. If he was able to glyph and get that last hit, he would have got 3 kills in the bag, Mr. Deagle. But what a conversion here by Kael.
It was a coin flip at this point. It was insane. It was an insane matchup, and very well played by both players. But Kael took it with the tower dinner, and it's just like we see 2 or 3 games in a row where it just comes down to kills, and then one game comes back, which is so enthralling that it just reminds us, hey guys, there's a tower deny win as well. So yeah, we did see the tower win this time. And
it's time now. Let's see what Deagle plans to do. I mean, the fact that looking at his game style, I do feel he's really confident on mid heroes. Kael not being the mid hero centric, he picked up a hero that you can play in any lane, bringing in a lot of experience, a lot of skill. But Deagle now, it's his time for the pickup, and being a mid player, he's gone for something that I just love. And I'm going to give you a drum roll before you name the hero.
I can't get enough of this one. And it's going to be a Shadow Fiend.
Wow. I mean, we've seen so many of these today. He's like the flavor of...
Oh, there you go. That's your Shadow Fiend. The best skin, right, Angela? The one you love most?
Yeah, the crow one. But look, this time Kael has the Arcana, and by far in Redbull River Runes. No, he doesn't have an Arcana. He has nothing.
He has no, he's got the Desolator Blades, right, on the sides.
I mean, that's one item. It's not a set.
At this point, these items are kind of like part of the hero, like just the vanilla set, because they've been on so long.
Yeah.
They've just been on them so long that everybody has them. You're just used to seeing that. Some of these heroes, you look at them without any items, you barely recognize them anymore, honestly.
True that. I mean, they look just so plain. But you know, this one item kind of tells me, and this is just me out of my experience with cosmetic items, that he doesn't play Shadow Fiend. You know, because if he did, he would have something for Shadow Fiend, right? So, I mean, I'm a little worried for Kael in this one. Deagle super confident over there on his Shadow Fiend the last time he played it. Kael not really comfortable. You can see him already just tromping through this area. It's like, why am I even playing this hero?
Yeah.
What am I even doing in life? Like, okay, so he's dropped down a wall just to get that required vision. Let's look at the itemization. We see 2 gauntlets coming out here from Deagle. He's also de-warded Kael's ward, so that's a really no-no when you're playing the mid lane.
Stop ward abuse. Stop the ward abuse. So many wards just, you know, 15 wards die each mid lane. We can stop this if we just all band together against sentries.
Yeah.
And I think they should just come to an agreement. Nobody de-wards anybody else's ward. Everybody has vision. Win-win for everyone. But no, that's not going to happen. Deagle found the ward. He's going to get himself a little nifty amount of, just a little sum of money to, you know, boost his economy just a little bit. Get some probably like consumables or finish up those bracers. HP is the name of the game, I assume.
Absolutely. I mean, when you have raises on your side, all you got to do is survive to send them out. And I think Deagle's going for that kind of round. The interesting is he's got vision on his side, he's got the dire side, he's got a Shadow Fiend. So everything is actually right now in Deagle's court. And if he wants to win this is his best chance. If he doesn't pull it off now, it's really, really risky for him. But of course, Kael being Kael, he's already gone inside, he's blinked in, he's given those 2 raises, looking to get a 3rd one. No, he's just going to back off from there. Deagle, of course, knowing what Kael can do, he's just going to be a little defensive about this and go back to his own tower. At the same time, of course, Kael, I don't think he's going to let the tower also stand for too long. You do see the aggression coming out here by him. A big push of creeps onto his side.
I mean, Deagle picked up this hero. He should be completely dominating, or maybe that's his game. Maybe just lead your, you know, opponent into a false sense of security. But at this point, he's just gathering up those souls. Doesn't really care about landing many hits on his opponent because he just wants his damage, that permanent damage. Like, he just wants his right click to do a whole lot of damage. Like I said, the more last hits you do, the harder you hit. So in this matchup, he's looking for last hits right now. He wants to get his damage up. He wants to get a few levels down. Gonna bring in some mangoes, just eatables all the way. Using up, waiting for the runes, I guess, for now. And yeah, there we go. Second raise connects. Only 1 on Kael's side. Like I said, 1 raise is almost like, yeah, whatever. Like, I see you there. I don't really care about it. Second raise, yes, I will acknowledge your presence.
It's like a
Third
traffic
raise,
signal.
yeah, 3rd raise is where you're like, yo, calm down, dude. I was just playing. And Yeah, that lasts for a while. So with the Blink Dagger already in their hands, they should be careful. If they've got 1 or 2 raises connected, and those raises come back off cooldown, they could like chain them up for a third and a fourth raise, and that would be a guaranteed kill. And there we go. That's going to be a Frost Rune. Going to slow down the attack speed, movement speed. It's basically a rune on steroids. So
that's so well put there. I mean, it definitely is. And the other thing that you got to keep in mind is that at 5-minute mark, they're going to get a Dagon each. So even if you get 3 raises and a Dagon connect, you're kind of like done with the fight. The last time we saw the Shadow Fiend fight, there was a Blade Mail, and that has a complete different mechanics to it. But when you have a Dagon, that's basically burst damage to complete your kill. And against a squishy hero like Shadow Fiend, that's easy peasy.
Yeah. I feel like Blade Mail would have been more fun to watch because it's like you're using the enemy's damage against them. That just saying that sounds so much more interesting. But Dagon is just like, hey, I'm gonna click you and you're gonna lose half your HP.
Yeah.
Or you can go back to base, sell it, buy a Scythe of Vice and see where that gets you. Not very far. These players would know, being in the lower bracket. They know where that's gotten them, and there's going to be some aggression. First connect, second connect, and there's going to be a Requiem of Souls not followed by any raises, so it's going to do nothing. But Deagle jumps in, first raise connects, and so low. Oh, the raise back on Deagle. Both of them so low, they need to make something happen. Connect a raise, but no, they're just going to disengage. Oh, we really saw the attack speed slow there, Angela. The attack speed slow. Like you can see his arm lift back and then come all the way forward. Like Shadow Fiend doesn't have too fast of an attack animation to begin with, but that rune just like really makes it obvious.
For everybody who doesn't really know much of this rune, because it is pretty fresh even in Dota, it's actually like an enchant from Enchantress, right? It just like completely slows down your opponent, and you get that fraction of seconds to really convert it. But Kael somewhere, I do feel he's getting a little too over his head here. He needs to calm down, be patient about the kills he's getting. At the same time, I don't really see his progression in items quite fast. He needs to make sure he has the right kind of items. These towers are far away from dead zone, and that means that we're still waiting for the first blood to be propped on the map. For our Deagle was entering the fight there. He is invisible. He's going to be setting out the ultimate. Kael on the back lines, not going to be allowing you to finish it, and that means Deagle is going to back off with that Blink Dagger.
He was looking for a Requiem of Souls to flip the entire game, but it didn't because Kael reacted in time, blinked out, but maybe that was just a play to get him away from the ward, which is now dewarded. And the more you wait, the more gold you get from that deward. Also, Mr. Deagle capitalizing on all the vision that he's going to get mid lane, so it's going to make it harder for Kael to actually jump Mr. Deagle. Mr. Deagle is going to have full view of the bottom rune, and top as well. Kael gonna have a view of the top rune, but not the bottom. No runes right now. Just waiting on that item. It's gonna be a Dagon. Let's see what these guys do with that Dagon. Are they actually gonna use it, or they're gonna sell it?
I think they're gonna use it. I would use it. I would use it. It's against such a squishy hero. Maybe it was against something like a Bristleback, I would think like 3 times. But a Dagon against the Shadow Fiend, unless you're going for a very tanky build, it's a really good item. But the fact that Kael's gone for 2 braces, I don't really see that Dagon doing much. But on the side of Mr. Deagle, I'm hoping to see what really he has in his compartment to make sure he has enough HP and mana at the same time. He's also gone in for 2 braces, so they're pretty even out there on that level. And when you look at the wards here, they're completely getting dewarded from both the sides. An advantage, yet again, going into the hands of Kael, I'm guessing, because he has dropped down 2 wards. Yet again, the sentries, of course, getting called out here pretty soon from the side of Deagle. He wants to get them off right away. Meanwhile, looking at the creeps, you do see it's a 32-26 here on the last hits and denies. 5 rest into the game. We also see a Dagon pick up from both these players. That means we should have some action brewing very soon. Until now, no first bloods.
It's just, I'm just looking at the ward aggression. They're just dewarding each other so much.
This is what happens when you give free wards.
I like Kael's, you know what he's doing he's got a ward, an observer overlooking the rune, but then he's got another one just on the lane. So even if that gets dewarded, he's got a backup ward on his observer. Who does that? I mean, obviously Kael, and let's see if that works out, because if that does, that's going to be something that I'm definitely going to try in an actual match. Just have the first observer dewarded so they feel safe. Oh, they don't have vision, and suddenly, boom, there I am, because I've got the vision. And Kael sitting on top of those last hits, 46, 32, and 4. That's a big difference. But both of them are 20 souls each, so it doesn't really make a difference that much. It's just that they're going to get to their goal of whatever items they're looking for before the end.
Yeah, I mean the fact that now I do see Redbull being very interesting here. They're giving them Necronomicons after this. Take down the tower is what they're trying to imply on the back lines of this whole fight.
Or use the Necro Archer to disable a blink, maybe do something.
Or do that, like
don't
come
know.
up with something, gentlemen, because
Or just sell it.
or just sell it, or just sell it and get something that's going to help you out. I hope they do that, because now I do see Kael. He's getting really defensive. He doesn't really want to, take this unnecessary fights. He took that gamble in game number 1. Thankfully, it paid off. But he can't be playing that same trick. He needs to wait for Deagle to come to him. But Deagle, knowing him, I don't think he really likes to go into his opponent. He waits for a counter attack and then thinks of countering that counter attack. So it's really complicated between these two players now. I hope they go for like a sniper in the next game. Oh, and a fight breaks out.
Doesn't connect. It's going to be a Requiem. It's not going to connect, but both of them are trying it. Kael gets it out first, but Deagle is on a haste rune. So he moves out of the Requiem zone way fast. So Kael can't really connect his raises, and both of them just back up again. It's just neutrality. What is Switzerland going on over here? Like, what's going on here? They're just absolutely neutral, backing off. There's might be some more D-warding coming out, but Kael is going to buy a Yule Scepter pretty soon. He does not want to buy any components, does not want to reveal that he's got a Yule Scepter. So maybe that's going to be a Requiem, but again, we're going to have to wait 90 seconds for that outcome, because Requiem did just get thrown out. However, Deagle did not use his Requiem, so if he might want to get a kill before that happens, again, we're not seeing any tower aggression, so this is probably going to come down to the kills.
Absolutely, and very interesting pickup here with the use. He does get a setup movement for his Requiem once it comes back. He still needs about another 500 gold to 700 gold to really pick up that use. That would buy him that 71 seconds that he requires it, and then he could just do a surprise use into Requiem attack. But for now, Deagle in the front lines. He's got those 2 shots off. Got to blink in, got to blink out. I don't think Kael wants to take this fight. He's going to wait for his next item, which is going to be a very big pickup for this player. At the same time, there are no first blood still now, and that's risky. Meanwhile, Kael is just going to head back to base, and he's going to lose out on some experience, which I hope he's really worked out the maths to. Meanwhile, on the back lines, Deagle, he's looking comfortable. You do see him getting those required creeps that he had lost onto in the past 1 minute. He's going from that 54% mark to about at least 60 creeps before we see, of course, Kael jumping into the fight just to defend his tower. If we look at the tower HP, yet again, you do see it's 80% to about 90%, so pretty even out there.
And Mr. Deagle picks up a Hood of Defiance in response to Kael's Yule Scepter. Will that be enough? At this point, both of these players have amassed enough levels to not be taken out by the 3-raise combo, but a Requiem with the 3-raise combo done perfectly, I can't tell you, because that's too much maths for me. That's combine that with Mr. Deagle's increased magic resistance at this point, I really can't say. Because that magic resistance is going to play a huge part, because his opponent has literally gone all in for magic damage. And he's got the haste rune. Now the haste rune, I really like that, because if you pick up somebody for a Requiem, let's just say you pick up someone for a Requiem, you land the Requiem perfectly, but if they activate the haste rune before they come down, and basically when your ultimate goes off and you expect them to run in a certain direction to set up your raises for that, that haste is going to allow them to get away so fast that your raises are not going to connect.
Yeah.
So without the raises connecting, it's not going to work out. Whoa, okay. There we go. The Necronomicon is still being used by Kael. Mr. Deagle, on the other hand, went back to base, sold it, bought a Blade Mail and a BKB. That is interesting. Completely negating all magic damage, does not care. Lift me up into the sky and I shall come down shining, glowing golden.
That's a very smart move, actually, from Deagle. But yeah, that's the thing. I mean, he knows exactly the item that Kael's going for at the end of the day. And of course, now the interesting thing is that Kael's gone for level 5 Dagon. He just wants to keep building that. He just has to wait for the right time for the BKB to get over and then maybe spam an attack. But that means Deagle needs to attack first. And Kael is the one with the Yule Scepter. So this is going all around bogus for me.
It just goes all over the place right now. Because honestly, Deagle's completely countering. Oh, there we go. Second raise. Third raise connects. The BKB is on, and oh wow, Kael in the air. It's not. Oh, he blinks away on the other side of the tower. He's gonna go towards Deagle. The Dagon doesn't care. It just connects, and first blood will go towards Mr. Deagle.
This was so well played by Deagle. He completely countered Kael in ways that
didn't even need to use the blade.
Yeah, and that use was used defensively, which I was completely not expecting. Yes, you can use a use defensively and go blinked out, but it's not the best move. And I did feel he blinked also really wrong. He could have just blinked to the other side of the river.
True.
and just duked out the way, but he blinked behind, so he was taken up by surprise, and that's why we saw this really different reaction from the side of Kael. But Deagle, he is starting to build up his pressure. He's realized the best way to deal with players who are so well known on the circuit is to beat them at something that they've not tried before. But after you do see Mr. Deagle against scaring Kael a little bit, but Kael, he's going to use him up and just walk away. He's also going to use a smoke of deceit just to make sure he can reposition. And if he gets this right, this could be Kael's first kill.
Kael just smoked up next to the stairs right now. I mean, Deagle picked up this hero. He knows what he's doing. Kael's just trying his best. And oh wow, oh, no way am I looking at this right now. It's a meteor hammer on the tower again. Honestly, yes, the Yule Scepter has been a disappointing item today, like in all the games. But Meteor Hammer, on the other hand, has been a highly successful item. So
which never happens in regular Dota.
Which never happens in regular Dota, true. And Mr. Deagle has everything to counter Kael, but let's not forget that Mr. Deagle's tower does not have anything to counter that. So if basically the strategy has been Kael's like, okay, if you're gonna counter me, and you have everything to counter me, I'm gonna go for somebody who doesn't have anything to counter me, and I'm just gonna get a Meteor Hammer. I'm gonna do that on the tower. Now, what I want to know is whether Mr. Deagle's gonna allow that, because yeah, fool me once, shame on me, right? Because yeah, you saw the Meteor Hammer. If you see Kael disappear for 10 seconds, you know where he is.
Absolutely, and he better be worried because now both these heroes is super fat, and that means those towers, they're going to be demolished if you make one mistake. You just need one set of creeps to take the towers down now, and Kael, in that matter of fact, actually has an advantage because his build is just made to take down towers. Meanwhile, Deagle, he needs to still get 2 kills. He's walking into Kael, but he's going to back off, and it's just a game of outsmarting each other, which is very interesting.
With the smoke again, surely Mr. Deagle knows what he's doing. There's no trees there. He knows. He's walking back towards the trees. He knows what's going on. He's looking for him. He doesn't find him because Kael's gone all the way back. He's gonna take a U-turn. Oh, there we go. He finds him and he channels the thing, but it's not. Channels the meteor, but it's not gonna work. He's gotta use the Yule Scepter. Mr. Deagle does not use the BKB, but there we go. Necromicon's hitting the tower so hard. Tower's nearly on 33% HP.
Wow.
What is going on, Mr. Deagle? You nearly had this game in the bag. What is going on? Your tower is falling so low.
This is just. I can't tell you, but I would be pretty bamboozled if I saw this happen in front of me. I mean, I get so tanky that you can't kill me, so you go for something that I can't really help but see die. That's like really intense from Kael. I mean, I'm going to give him a call after this and ask him what was running through his mind when he did this move. But what a fantastic outplaying move here by Kael. And now, of course, he's got everything working for him. All he's got to do
wiping
is
the lane
rotate twice.
Exactly. Just wiping the lane. He's going to go again, get those Necromicons out, just hit the Meteor Hammer. Oh, how is Mr. Deagle going to handle this? He completely built his entire inventory based on what Kael was doing. And then I feel, at this point, I feel like Kael baited him. He baited him because he saw that Mr. Deagle picked up Shadow Fiend. So obviously he's confident with mechanics. He's confident with how the hero works, how, where you want to hit your spells, how to connect those raises. So he basically saw him at his own game. There we go. Oh wow, okay.
Oh wow, he's gonna
he's gonna go in! He's gonna go in!
He's going for the tower!
Wait a second, what just happened?
Oh my god,
what just happened?
Oh,
Mr. Deagle!
What just
insane.
happened?
Angela, do you know what happened there?
Yes, I know what happened there. I'm going to repeat it for the audience who missed out these really loud noises from our side. It was honestly, there was a Divine Rapier that was dropped at 15 minutes. Okay, knowing that the 15-minute item is always a Divine Rapier, he took that move, blinked in, made Deagle think that he's going to go for him because he used him up, went ahead with his Necros and his whatever, Meteor Hammer and everything, and he was able to take it down. That was fantastic by Kael today.
It was fantastic because I think Kael has been sitting and reading the rulebook a lot, and he's been checking out how this actually works. Yuling his opponent, having him in the air with no slots, allowed the Divine Rapier to fall in front of his tower, as it would, leading him to picking up 2 Divine Rapiers and 2 hitting the tower. That was insane. That was incredible. That was incredible by Kael. That was purely just outplaying his opponent. Even though his opponent was mechanically, I feel like, more skilled on the hero, Kael just showed that's not about the hero. It's a different game mode.
Yeah, I mean, Kael really applying himself there, waiting for that Divine Rapier drop and going in guns blazing. Man, this guy knows his timings well. If I'm playing against him in a pub, I'm going to be looking at my timer because, yeah, this guy can hit his power spikes.
That was insane. I did not expect that. I've never seen that. I've never seen a play like that. in 3 years of 1v1s, I've never seen a play like that.
Yeah, I mean, this is just taking advantage of reading the rule book, right? You read the fine print, you see the terms and conditions, and you're like, aha, there's a loophole here.
Yeah.
And you exploit that, and that's what Kael did.
That was insane. And before this game started, I said that this is the loser brackets. If you have something up your sleeve, you got to bring it now. You might not make it to the finals.
Yep.
And this is what he did. He took it out of his sleeve. He literally took a Divine Rapier out of his sleeve and slapped that tower twice and took it down and took the win with it.
Absolutely. But ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere. We're going to cut to a short commercial break, but we're going to be back before you know it. Oof. That was an amazing game of Riverrunes, I have to say, right off the bat.
Well, let me do this right. Never has this happened in the history of Redbull River Runes 1 versus 1. Has it ever happened in, like, ever?
No one has ever done that.
Ever.
No one has ever done that in the history of Riverrunes.
But that was beautiful.
It was an amazing play. Like, Kael having that awareness to pick up those 2 rapiers and just go for it. It takes
lift
a
his
certain
opponent so he doesn't get the rapier, and then pick up his rapier and just do hit the tower.
Yeah, exactly. He's like a soldier staring down 5 enemy swords, and he's like, you know what? It doesn't matter that you have the advantage. I'm gonna go in anyway because I know I can understand what you're gonna do. I can read you. So it doesn't matter how many people you throw at me. I have an RPG. You bring 5 people. It doesn't matter. I'll blow you all to smithereens. But yeah, the bracket is going to be on our screens pretty soon. We're going to be having even more interesting matches on. This is just the tip of the iceberg here. And as you can see, the next match is going to be between ZXE and No Chance.
ZXE and No Chance, both
Yep.
of them. I'm so curious to see what they bring, because honestly, I said, if you've got something up your sleeve, you gotta bring it now. This is the lower bracket. You're gonna go, like, yeah, you're gonna take your headset off and probably go to your balcony and think about what you did if you lose this one. And if you want to stay in the tournament, if you want your chance to prove that you are the best mid player amongst, I think, 1/7 of the world's population,
Yep.
which is a big title, this is your chance. And they did bring it out. They did bring it out. I still can't fathom what Floki, what a brilliant cinematic that would make, right?
Exactly.
He uses him, blinks ahead, and picks up his divine rapier, just slashes his
It's
tower.
almost like there's an entire hero arc to it, right? At first, there is the hero's journey. He, he gets beaten down at first, but then he comes back.
Yeah.
He has the entire redemption arc. He goes back and he takes the tower and he wins the game. He gets the girl, and he saves the world.
Basically, he just...
Yeah. But I think we're going to have to cut that short because I think the second game is going to be upon us pretty soon. I have got the call from production. It's going to be a no chance pick. It's going to be the Void Spirit like we saw in game number 2 against Micro, and that was a spanking. No chance. He really turned it up in that one. I don't think Micro was prepared to handle that level of... how should I say this? The preparation that No Chance put in going into that matchup, it was clearly showing.
Basically, every single ability, every single skill used was like a dance. It was art. It was so artfully done, and that final fight on the rune, just like destroying, it just looked like he had rehearsed it like 50,000 times before he actually put it out there in this tournament, and he's gonna do it again this time. I want to see what he brings, because I'm sure that ZXE has watched that match, knows what he's up against, and he's seen No Chance's Void Spirit, so he knows what No Chance is bringing to the table. Now we want to see what ZXE is bringing.
Absolutely. Little known fact, No Chance was also a ballet dancer. Clearly in that Void Spirit game he showed us.
Wow, okay.
Yeah, I mean, the way he was moving around, it literally felt like a ballet, you know? It feels like there's a lot of synchronicity between both of those players, Micro and No Chance. But yeah, game 1 of the final lower bracket match for today is upon us. And yeah, Han, take it away.
Void Spirit versus Void Spirit. No Chance already showing what he's got. ZXE has a lot to prove right now. This is it. This is going to be it. There's no mistakes after this one. You're going, again, going home. Yeah, you are home, but you're going to be out of the tournament should you lose this one. So it's really going to be both of these players playing to their strengths, their maximum capacity. They have to bring it. They have to prove that they have what it takes to stay in this tournament right now. And No Chance almost had it, lost to... I mean, there's no shame to losing a two-time Red Bull champion, right?
Absolutely. I mean, you know, if you're a 2-time Red Bull champion, I would honestly say you should have a lot of pride in you just playing against that player and be able to compete on a very high margin. No Chance as an XC, I'm so excited to talk about this. I mean, the fact that, you know, we've seen them play in different teams, they've competed against each other, but not in the same circumference as this. Now, they both know each other's gameplay for quite a high extent. ZXE being, of course, a carry player, like I mentioned before, No Chance being a support player, converting himself both into mid players. When it comes to the skill level, I think they both have equal skill level, but No Chance has this slight advantage of not only being one of the best players in the country time and time again, proving that fact, but also the fact that he comes in with so much of experience on every kind of skill set and every kind of skill build. And that is something that I could say you could counter with the fact that you tell me the lesser you use your head in a game of Redbull River Runes 1v1, the better it is, because it's just about the mechanics. You're super quick. So in that case, ZXC definitely has that leak chance. But if you talk about that gameplay, like we saw Kael throw out, which is just a mind game, I think No Chance definitely has the upper hand in this particular matchup.
Certainly, Angela, and this time I will have to say Red Bull River Runes has had a real shift in the kind of talent and the kind of experience that has been brought to the table, because yeah, we are in 2020 in the midst of a COVID-19 lockdown, so these players have nowhere to go. They have nowhere to go except in front of their PCs, and what do you do when you're in front of the PC? You take the chance to show that you're the best 1v1 mid-champion in the whole country. So yeah, all these professional team players, these people who are not strangers to esports, these players who are literally known, the superstars of Dota esports, Dota 2 in India especially, these guys have come together and they're all battling for the title.
Absolutely. And now, of course, in the mid lane, a very evened out fight. I must say ZXC should have better control on the laning phase. I think that's very, very important, something he's just so proactively good at. No Chance, meanwhile, I do see him evening out the scorecard because he's such a denier of creeps. He believes in that concept quite a bit. And when we look at his rune control, I think it's going to be fine. It's going to come down to the first few items that these two players pick up for themselves. I don't think it's going to end as a power game. But now, for No Chance, he is going forward there. He wants to take a few shots there onto ZXC, but no, he's going to back off there. ZXC, No Chance knows ZXC is a very aggressive player and he will fight back if it comes to that, and he's pushing him to take those fights against him as much as possible. But at the same time, like I was mentioning items, the fact that we do see a use that's going to be the first item, not one of the best pickups on Void in my opinion, but it'll be interesting to see what they decide to go with the use today.
I mean, you definitely want to, like, I don't think either of these players are going to be selling it because it's such an easy setup for your Remnant. But yeah, sure, it's a Yules. You're going to get the Remnant. But what are you going to do after that? Because like I said, both these players have that safety net. They have the Resonant Pulse to deny a lot of damage. So it's not going to be enough. The Yules is not going to be enough. You need something to, you know, combine that with. Because if you've got a Yules, the enemy has one too. So if you're going to set it up, he's going to set it up right after you. So you need either a silence, and then if you get a silence, he's going to get a silence too. But yeah, so aggressive. ZXC is going to be forced to
This is like an anti-mage fight.
Yeah. Base anti-mage mid lane. Wow, you guys heard that? Anti-mage mid lane. Give the people what they want. Anti-mage mid lane, let's go. And that would be actually interesting with Orb of Venom. Just no mana on both of them. Just right-clicking.
Just right-clicking.
Getting 6 slotted Battle Fury anti-mage with Manta and Abyssal. But yeah, it won't get that far. 15 minutes to get the Divine Rapier, as we saw last game. I just can't stop talking about that. It's just so enthralling.
A double Divine Rapier. That's just insane. I would expect ZXC to do something
Even
like that.
Even if you didn't get the tower, you won that game.
Yeah. Hey, you won it hands down. Like, you just be like, I got 2 Divines, I'm good. And I think if you guys have missed out of the games, of course, ladies and gentlemen, they are all available. You can just move back a little bit into this or watch it later at night once we do finish up with these last 2 games that we are live on the screen. So meanwhile, of course, No Chance there, taking a few more shots on to ZXC. I'm very impressed at how systematically ZXC is playing this out. He's not really jumping for the kill. He's being really patient. He wants to get his first item before he really starts something off. And like you mentioned, the fact about a silence, I do see him already moving towards making that orchard for himself. And once he does pick up that orchard, that's where things could get a little bit tense. At the same time, with that orchard available on his side, whenever he does make it, he will force No Chance to use the use defensively, and that's going to give him the upper advantage. So that's how I really see this panning out from the side of ZXC. He's very item dependent as a player. For now, because he does have a DD ruin onto himself, and got to just take out a few more shots, moving his total last hits to 21 compared to No Chance is sitting at 12.
That's a big lead in last hits. I mean, it's going to be a bigger lead in gold. Again, what item would they combine with that Youth Scepter? I mean, it's certainly going to help having that much of a gold advantage, and especially with the levels. They're both at 7 and a little bit of aggression. Again, that Resonant Pulse is just absorbing so much damage. It's so hard to actually get a kill. Both of them jumping towards runes at this point. I mean, it's so hard. When you play Void Spirit, you've got 2 astral steps. So you can either go in like really far away or go in and out. But with the Blink Dagger, you have that extra step. It's almost like an extra step if you use it for initiation. Because it does get cancelled out when you go in, but if you're using it for initiation, it's literally an extra step. So you can use both steps in the fight. And this is almost like a dance. When they do this, when they do the assimilate, it's literally a dance.
Do you see no chance though? He's not dancing anymore. He's running really fast because ZXC so close to him, but getting baited in there by no chance. Needs to back off and go behind the trees. But wow, like you mentioned, dance. Now I know what you and Floki were talking about. The fact that it just looks so rhythmic here on our streets. Meanwhile, no chance. This is going to take some few more creeps. He does know that ZXC is not around to take anything more. He's waiting for the rune. That's going to be the 5-minute rune that's going to prop. And it's going to be also the use that's going to drop in. So those are two big items getting progressed here in the 5-minute mark. There are runes on both of them, and there are items.
Oh
and there's an
God,
orchid coming in here for no chance.
He sold the Yules, but how is it gonna fare? Because if you sold that Yule Scepter, that's your safety net. If your opponent kept it, like he did, he actually did keep it. And even if you do manage to silence him, he's just gonna de-spell it. He's either gonna use it defensively on himself and de-spell the silence, or he's gonna use it offensively and walk away while you are up in the air, and you might end up catching him far away. But again, all that depends on the vision and depends on so many different factors. And here we go, the first aggression after the new items is going to go in. No chance playing it really cool. He's a little low, but I feel like he has this under control. And I'm sure the items have been revealed and both of them know what the other one has. Oh, there we go, Orchid revealed. I don't think he knows, and he gets silenced right now. He's in the air, he's used it defensively, and the pulse does not, the Remnant does not connect, and it's going to be the dance between these two. Oh, if that Remnant had connected, that would have been a tough spot for ZXC to get out of. And he doesn't feel like he has control of the lane. He's going to back up and reset with some mana and HP. No chance. Feels like more confident with that Orchid.
I mean, with the Orchid, my second thought is, does he want to go for a nullifier? Because at the 10-minute mark, we're going to see a Manta style getting popped on the map, and the Manta also cuts off silence. So the only way I see no chance really pushing this with the silence is that if he does get a nullifier for himself to be able to converge with ZXC. Because if he's just looking at item progressions, I do feel no chance is moving in the right direction, especially against a hero like Void Spirit who can just get out and get it anytime. He has a Blink Dagger, he has a Yules. You're really not going to catch him otherwise without a nullifier.
There's a ward placement inside his vision. And there we go again. Like again, Angela, Manta style. Do these heroes need more ways to get out of a tough spot? Honestly, do they actually need it? Because Void Spirit is one of those players. So there we go, a little bit of a jump around, but the Revenant does not connect.
It could have just been anti-mage, my friend. Just been that. Like, I honestly am looking at this game and I'm like, it's just anti-mage. They're just doing the same thing.
Doing the same thing. Oh, he maybe has set himself up, but nah, there's no fault. And he knows that. Oh, there we go. The 120 charge of the raindrop is going to save a lot of HP on no chance.
Absolutely. And we're back to square one yet again, ladies and gentlemen. You see that 50 creep mark now leaking into one of the players. The last is in the nice shot versus 31. So definitely no chance here. Itemization on point. He's got the creeps, he's got requirement here. Of course, you do see a little bit of supple up and also quick silence over there at ZXC. He's going to use himself to keep himself alive. He can't blink out, and that means no chance. With the item control, is able to get that first blood for himself, putting ZXC in a position of re-questioning whether he's moving in the right direction.
And he walks into a Regent rune. I mean, if this could have been any more perfect, he would have literally gotten like a 3 catapult wave. But there we go, the Regent rune has not really been fought, and now it does. But is it going to be too late? Because, yeah, ZSC is moving in, but no chance has enough HP and enough control over his lane to not be deterred. ZXC wants to get a return kill. It's not going to connect. Both the Remnants are going to be left holding nothing in the mid lane as the players just walk away.
It's going to be another big clash, I think, but I mean, it's so important. Clashing is what no chance is good at. He's going to get another few shots there. The use going to be good enough, but not going to help him blink out mostly. But finally, out of all said and done, we do see a momentum here. Meanwhile, ZXC now, he does see no chances out of mana, and he wants to take this fight, but not going to be able to do it. Both of them playing at the slim chances of converting. An Arcane Rune getting picked up there, but no, we're going to see no chance. Taking the fall here. ZXC evening up that scorecard for himself with a baited rune call.
He had the Orchid of Malevolence, but ZXC didn't show himself for more than half a second. So that entire, like, just not even being able to click on the enemy hero, if you don't have quick cast on, you're never gonna get the opportunity to actually cast your Orchid. It's just not gonna happen. You're not gonna see the enemy hero. He's just gonna be in and out before you know what's happened. You're already in the purgatory timeout, just outside, just thinking about your mistakes, thinking how you could have played that differently. But yeah, both these players, I think, on a 1 each kill.
This is going to go to a Divine, I think. At the rate they're playing so good, we're going to have the Manta getting popped out here now in another 10 seconds.
Especially with the Manta, right? It's gonna give them more chances to just evade.
Yeah, just evading is the name of the game here versus ZXC and No Chance. And through that evasion, they're going to be picking up a Manta style. If you look at that, of course, ZXC, he's gone for a Desolator for himself, so he just wants to do direct damage at all given points of time. Meanwhile, No Chance, he's got the Manta, he's got the Orchid, and he's going forward. He's also going to be picking up Bloodthorn for himself very soon. And that's also going to be game changer. Now, add a Divine Rapier to this, it's insane.
Yeah, what I'm looking at is 6 Void Spirits, and they're all gone. In one quick swoop, they're all gone. The Manta, I think the entire strategy, well, No Chance was to take down the tower with like 7 illusions, but yeah, ZXC says not gonna happen. And there's 3 Observer Wards. What is going on here? I mean, at this point, you're pretty much trolling your opponent.
Yeah, I mean,
what is he doing?
This is what happens when you give people free stuff, right? You just don't know what to do with it. Meanwhile, No Chance, of course, he is going to jump in again, get a few shots of ZXC turning around. He can take this fight. He has a Desolator. That means armor reduction is super strong here to No Chance. No Chance realizing that he needs to turn around. He's got an Invis Ruin. He's going to be splashing it out just to get that remaining mana that requires. He's following through. He's got that silence. He wants to convert this, but no, he's going to go for the backlines now. Just juke off and see what he can find. He's also going to be using his Invis Ruin just to scout out whether he can see ZXC now. This is going to be really intense because is he going to wait for ZXC to turn back? ZXC, meanwhile, Spidey sense is tingling. There's going to be quick fuels coming out there from No Chance and kill on the board.
What a catch. He waited for him. He knew he wasn't going back. Waiting for him on his own tier 2 tower takes him down. What a play.
Experience, as we call it. I mean, that was his sheer experience, but no why. ZXC is super pissed off about this. Going to go back on No Chance, CP into the mid lane. Meanwhile, Silence getting deployed yet again onto him, and No Chance playing on the players' aggression and momentum of the mind game. I mean, I told you this at the very beginning. ZXC, you put him in a spot where he doesn't feel he did his best. He's going to come back with some kind of aggression. And No Chance punished him for that. He punished him for him so hard. ZXC will be really upset right now. He's scratching his head because he didn't need to do that. He didn't need to go back to the tier 2 tower just to prove that, you know, he could get another kill off.
He definitely got him under his skin, and No Chance he was in control. He was purely in control throughout the entire fight, and ZXC just didn't see that. Didn't see that the game was turning. Didn't see that No Chance was in control. Didn't see how much vision he had. Like, oh my god, the vision. Are you kidding me? Like,
the vision.
The vision, guys.
If only ZXC could see the vision, he would just get 150 gold just like that. Like.
Wow. I mean, we were thinking that this man's crazy with 3 Observer Wards, but hey, maybe that's what it takes.
That's what it takes. And the interesting part is that's only game number 1. The way these two went on till game, till 10 minutes, it was really passive. And I hope that the next game they don't choose passive heroes. Yeah. I hope they choose something that's even more setting. Now, I would say the Shadow Fiend, which would be the better option. And yes, of course, we're going to see a Shadow Fiend. So, wow, that's like so cool.
Wow.
Cast a curse.
Who knew?
One of them is going to be cursing me at the end of this game.
I was just going to say that I hope ZXC takes a breather, drinks a Red Bull, and rethinks his decisions, that he shouldn't be this angry. He shouldn't think that he has something to prove. I mean, yes, he does have a lot to prove, but there's a time and a place. There's a time. And jumping into your opponent when he's got everything lined up, he's got the Manta to dispel your silence. What are you going to do with that? Like, you think about it for a second, because your opponent has.
Yeah.
And let's see. I think ZXC's sick of these heroes that keep jumping around, and he has picked up the
just
Shadow
fight me 1v1. Just show me what you got without jumping away from me. And I do see him thinking that. And the interesting part now, the fact is that, again, this is a matchup which is very interesting for me. Shadow Fiend versus Shadow Fiend. The fact that none of them are true Shadow Fiend players, it's just going to come down to who's the better Shadow Fiend under the kind of skill set they play. So you have a carry player who's playing Shadow Fiend, and you have a support player who's playing Shadow Fiend. In both the cases, I do feel that carry has a slight advantage because creeping is really important with this character, and with this hero available on the map, I do feel ZXC's best chance is this particular hero. He's got his side and he's got his hero, and knowing ZXC, if everything works out as far as to what he plans, he can move forward. But at the same time, no chance, he's not really that mechanically super skilled player, but when you look at the mind games he's going to play with ZXC, in a game with Shadowfiend, it's going to be very intense. It's going to be very similar to what we saw with the Void. I just hope ZXC can keep up, because you know, if he just does what we normally do in textbook Dota with Shadowfiend, I don't think he's going to win this game.
And you know that wards have souls, right? Because ZXC just picked up his first soul, and noticing right off... Oh, did he? I don't think he did. Okay, they changed that. I'm gonna go with they changed that. You know, that's what Dota players definitely like lean on. When you get proven wrong, you don't say I was wrong. You say they changed it. Okay, basically, yeah, that they bashed that. Yeah, definitely wasn't wrong on that one. And right off the bat, ZXC going for a raid ban, and no chance going for a bracer. So aggression versus defensive. So let's see how that works. It didn't work out too well for him in the past. I mean, last game we did see a lot of aggression. Didn't work out too well.
Yeah, I mean, Kael has really set the bar super high right now in Shadowfiend for me. You know, I'm like, after seeing his Shadowfiend game and knowing the kind of itemization he went for and how he really played that game, I really don't know whether anybody else can really set that kind of pace. But if both these players have actually watched Kael's game prior to this and figured out something which both of us haven't noticed, I think they could work it out. Because if there's one thing that's constant in Redbull River Runes in game number 2, it is Shadowfiend. Yeah. And I'm sure these players have really watched it out and figured out something. For now, of course, you are going to see onto your screens that it's going to be a gauntlet pickup into a Hules coming out here from No Chance. So he's already put that into his itemization. Meanwhile, he's going to be getting a Solar Crest there at minute 5, which is another very tankable item. Now, do these players choose to go for the tower? Will they go for Meteor Hammers? We'll have to find out in the next 10 minutes. But for now, of course, you do see no chance of that hammering on his ZXC mid lane.
Oh my god, there goes the raises. Both of them solo HP. Second one connects. Third one, he needs to back up and the third raise. Oh, it's not even going to go to a raise. It's just going to be a right click. And ZXC, aggression does pay off. He gets first blood.
K1 carry is his name. And he does show us why he's a really good carry player.
Reflexes.
Really good.
Instantly blinks out. Yeah, I think these players weren't really feeling the whole 5-second respawn time, but now they certainly are. They know that the second you are done killing your opponent, it's going to be 8 seconds for him to TP back in, and that's not even enough time to like pop a Sal. A Sal takes 10 seconds to finish.
Yeah.
So you gotta be ready.
You gotta be ready, and I mean, I gotta predict this one. I think No Chance should take this. But if ZXC does it today and can take down No Chance in this matchup, it will definitely showcase to me why this player is such a fantastic carry player. Because you've got Shadowfiend, one of the easiest people to take last hits on. And even if you don't want to go ahead and play a mind game, you can definitely win on the itemization game. And that is something that I'm looking forward to from ZXC's side. For now, of course, we are moving into the 2-minute mark. That means we are going to have this Ruin pickups happen very shortly. We also see an Illusion Ruin present here on No Chance, so it'll be interesting to see if he's going to prop that. For now, of course, on the back lines, there's going to be a Wraith Band pickup, so it's just going to be a slipper pickup coming in here from the side of ZXC.
ZXC connecting the raise, and No Chance backs away, gets us all back to full HP. I mean, I was gonna say ZXC seems to be prepping for like a kill again because he ate those mangoes, getting his mana back to full, and both of these players just faking the raises right now, just faking, making the enemy blink, use their blink, come back to lane, and knowing that they don't have that blink because 15 seconds cooldown. There we go, one raise connecting again, second raise connecting, both of them just playing around. I mean, at this point, No Chance has the Illusion Rune, so ZXC should be careful. If he blinks in, that Illusion Rune might give him the edge. No, he just pops in. He's going to keep it in lane. I don't know if that can work out as, you know, just like fooling ZXC because his opponent was not full HP last time he checked. But yeah, he's trying his best, even blocking the creep wave just to make it look like. Oh, he has made him use his raises, and the first one doesn't connect, second one does, and it's gonna be a going back for No Chance because first raise did not connect. But if that would have been a great play. Make ZXC use his raises on the illusion and then actually like blink in and.
Yeah. I thought that was the plan all along, and I didn't feel ZXC fell into that trap for like a split second.
He did, but No Chance missed the raise. You can't go in with a 2 raise connect.
Oh,
there we go. Talking about 2 raises, that's 3 connected, and He's actually going to go for it? No, he backs off. He knows he's got his enemy. The lines, oh my god, that's going to be a record. This is going to be challenge first race, second race, and is it going to be a third? Is it going to be a third right now? No, it's just going to be the first and second. Connecting. And,
wow, you really sound like we are playing a poker game.
Nice.
Yeah, is it going to be a first? Is it going to be the second? How is it going to be the third? Did they all do it?
I mean, your luck can change just as fast. Just one card reveal and everything changes.
That's true. Talking about card reveal, ZXC, he's frontlining this. He's got 2 races connected onto him, and a Rectum getting deployed there.
My god.
Oh my god, and no chance. Not expecting that Rectum return. It's going to be demolished. It's going to be the first kill going to favor ZXC. He's fighting back.
Yep. Knows that he's not going to go silently into the night. He's not going to just sit there and have his spot taken away. What a kill that one. It's all about the races. If you miss one, you know you're somewhat screwed. You got to just man up and fight.
Yeah.
And, he was running away. He was hoping to gain enough distance between him and the Requiem ZXC. And hoping that the races wouldn't connect, but it wasn't enough. I mean, like we saw last time, if he had a haste rune, yeah, he would have gotten enough distance between the two, but didn't. Those races did connect, and at this point, they don't have enough HP to tank that many races. It's just 1,000, and those races combined, all 3 of them will outlast that HP.
Wow.
2 races connecting, just keeping each other on lower HPs. Oh, there we go, Sexy going in. He knows he's got 2 kills, so he's trying for the third one. Waiting for, oh my god, turned around in a race.
That
blows
also,
him up.
As soon as he picked up his Solar Crest, so it's not in use right now, but so well played. It's all about that timing, and that's what you talk about. The fact that you got to do those maths in your head. You got to know whether it's going to work or it's not going to work before you even start doing it.
Wait, actually, he's not selling his Solar Crest though.
Yeah, it's a good item to keep. The fact that it will also give him that required extra armor, it's going to give him a little required extra HP. It could do him good. The fact that we have seen it getting sold here from the side of, I think ZXC just sold it.
ZXC's only got a Yule Scepter, but then again, he instantly revealed the Yule Scepter, so I don't see any big advantage. I mean, yeah, No Chance knows that he has the Yule Scepter. He's going to have to play a little bit more defensive, because if he gets the Requiem off with 3 raises, he's going to die.
I mean, the only great thing here with the Yule Scepter is the fact that you can blink out, but it's again a very defensive move. You're not really playing to your advantage unless you blink in and you offensively use the Yules and then use your Requiem and get your connects. And that's something that ZXC is planning on doing, but with the amount of HP that I'm seeing, the tankability come out of No Chance, I don't really see him dying to this combination too fast.
No, he would. He would. This is going to be a drawn-out process. And we're looking at the drawn-out conclusion is going to be a Bloodthorn at minute 10. So that, oh wow, okay, blink in and blink out. Basically just avoiding fighting as much as they can. With the Bloodthorn coming in, I feel like it's going to give a bit of an advantage to No Chance, because he's kept the Solar Crest. And on the other side, ZX going full magical.
Again, something that we have seen before. Going all magicals on them doesn't work for you. We buy. There are those towers, of course. Yules into Requiem. It's a lot of damage!
Oh my god! That worked out so well! Oh,
wow.
Angela, I don't care how many times I see it. If I see a Yules Requiem on the bottom, it's just so satisfying to see somebody blow up like that. And it's almost like it wasn't overpowered enough. Valve decided that, hey, when you get hit with the Requiem, you're gonna run away from it to line up those razors perfectly. I mean, yeah, that had to have hurt. That had to have hurt. It was really well played. It's a 1-1 on both sides, and we can see why ZXC did pick up the Shadow Fiend. I mean, he really...
I mean, it was his call. Like you said, the fact that ZXC got the Shadow Fiend, he got the mid lane, he got Dire, he got the items he requires. Everything kind of just panned out really well for him, and No Chance was building towards something more sustainable, because that could have worked in his favor. But ZXC, quick fingers. He's known to be really quick with his fingers, and that's what gives him this tad bit of advantage over really big, huge veteran players in the community. So a big prop here to ZXC, I must say. Against No Chance to be able to get this game off the bag is brilliant. But now moving into game 3, the tides again turn. No Chance gets to choose the hero. ZXC gets to choose the side, I think, and if he's played Dire in the previous round, I think this round he goes back to Radiant. So there are a few things, again, favoring No Chance, I feel. Whatever is going to be picked up as a hero is going to actually decide the fate, because when I look at No Chance, yes, the Skyrath Mage would be something he's comfortable on. Very similar to ZeddisBuGG, you could see. he may go for a Crystal Maiden, but no, they're going to go for something we saw them try and we saw them succeed at, something that ZXC did himself. It's going to be the Nature's Prophet.
Nature's Prophet. Final match between ZXC and No Chance to decide who stays in this 1 versus 1 championship. And it's going to be an NP to decide the matchup between these two players. It's just going to be an NP.
It's just going to be an NP. It's going to be just a tower.
Just
right?
a tower, yeah, exactly.
Not looking at
Not even looking at each other, avoiding each other, and taking
that
great lengths
humble
just to
look at
avoid.
each other. Yeah.
Last time we saw these players not give any care or just like even acknowledge the other one just hitting. No, it's just my little Blightstone and a bunch of animated trees, and we're gonna beat your tower down. And honestly, yeah, that tower kill was something for the books. It's just, I mean, for this tournament, I'd have to say the greatest tower kill was the Divine Rapier play.
That was
but,
insane.
This is a close second. And let's see if they can make it happen again.
I mean, if No Chance was watching that game, he's again got an advantage, right? Because he would have watched that game that went down where ZXC did that shenanigans with ZeddisBuGG. And if he decides to do the same thing again, No Chance definitely will know how to counter it. At the same time, without sounding too biased, I do feel that No Chance is a better Nature's Prophet player. But the way ZXC plays Nature's Prophet is so different from how Nature's Prophet is actually played. So that puts him on an all different league as to how he's going to play it out here. But now, of course, we are going to see. This is, of course, the 1v1 match of the Redbull River Runes, ladies and gentlemen. This is the final match for today. This is going to decide who's going to be playing tomorrow when we're going to have the finale day live on your screens from 2 p.m. onwards. All this fantastic energy brought to you by Red Bull. Do have a drink sometime today to just keep your energy up and going, because that's what Han and me are doing here, sitting in the studio, enjoying ourselves. Meanwhile, of course, you can see ZXC here. He's looking very confident, going to just drop down a board. He is on the dire side, as I can see, and he's already propped out his tree, and so he wants to do something that he just previously did, which would mean that go to his opponents. Wait a second. No Chance is on the dire side.
They're both on the other person's side.
Okay.
Come on, guys, make Bulldog proud. You know, every time an NP takes a tower, Bulldog feels like that little sense of the pride he felt when he won. Yeah.
So,
they're on each other's side. Wait, he knows. He's baiting him. He knows exactly where he is.
They're both doing the exact same thing.
God.
This is going to be the fastest Dota2 mid-lane matchup without heroes facing each other that I've ever seen.
Oh yeah, definitely.
He's going to TP out. He's going to TP out. He's like, I'm just going to go check out with the
I think he canceled
fight.
He canceled it. Yeah, he's taking it. He doesn't care. He's got the second tree and it's coming out any second. Now he's going to go for it. And there we go. He's going for it.
Wow, he's
Why is the tower hitting him? Change aggro. What are you?
He's trying to give his treants as much as time.
Oh,
as
now
possible.
he's switching it. Wow, what a play. What a play. And at this point, wow, I think ZXC's tower has taken a lot of damage. And the first wave, the first creep wave, completely ignores any kind of opponents in their path. So yeah, the tower already lower than 50%. What is going on? Yeah, No Chance doesn't care. He's down. He's down for the count. He's gonna be back in 4 seconds. He's gonna do the exact same thing. This is 1v1 as good as it gets. These guys.
Wow, this is like, let's end this game. I need to go for dinner. So I'm just gonna pick up a Nature's Prophet and go handle this tower.
You know what's gonna happen.
I know what's gonna happen. It's really depressing how it's happening. Because ZXC, he's coming back and he's just staring at No Chance. And he's like, you know what?
True that. Look at this. Look at this. Look at that tower going down. No Chance does not give. He just doesn't care.
No Chance is like a neutral creep, man. He's just running around the map, hiding in the trees.
He's not even deeping out. What is he doing? I feel like he's like distracted. ZXC, he has to have a game plan. I think he's trying to stay alive long enough to get a third creep. I think what is he doing right now, guys? Okay, that's
so it's 2 kills to tower being at 20%. This is the closest we've seen Red Bull to go, honestly.
I don't think we're gonna make it to tier 2, minute 2 right now. Oh my god, he's got an illusion rune, guys. This could be over before it even begins. There we go. No Chance doesn't care.
Oh, this is the 3rd kill. If ZXC gets this, it's risky, but meanwhile on the sidelines.
The tower is on 20, maybe 15% HP, 220 HP. This is gonna be a 3rd kill, but which one is gonna be? because ZXC is falling low. He needs to call for some regen right now, otherwise no chance. He's just gonna go for the kill. Just gonna go for the kill, and even if you're down for 4 seconds, those treants with the Blightstone will do so much damage.
This is so ridiculous.
This is ridiculous. This is the third deciding match.
Yeah.
And this is getting a little out of hand. I mean, at this point, No Chance doesn't really care. I mean, he's got the enemy tower really low. Wait a second, ZXC trying the same thing, completely ignores No Chance. He's gonna go for the tower. He's got a lot of creeps on it, and the tower
he's at
on
it.
the Radiant.
He's at it.
He's so low.
He's
There's
at
no
it.
glyph available. He's gonna do it. He's gonna do it. Oh my God, the Sprout is gonna save it. Oh, the tower goes down, and it's gonna be No Chance taking the win. It's gonna be No Chance.
Oh my God.
Oh,
That
wow,
That was incredible. That was like the weirdest Navi move I've ever
God.
seen
Alliance.
here today by No Chance. He just did a Navi on us, I think.
Yeah, he did. Just totally. I can't help but put myself in his feet. Like how would you react if you were playing that game? How would you react? He doesn't even care if he's gonna die. You can kill him. He doesn't care. He's just gonna keep hitting the tower. And we were talking about this NP matchup. We were going to talk about how this NP on NP was going to go out, because last time it did take a while because the players were like not entirely sure of what they want to do. But this time they were sure. This time they just instantly went for the tower. They weren't even on each other's sides. They were just sitting on the opponent's side, just waiting for the counter to go down. Like you saw Floki.
Yep.
You saw the first wave just casually walk past the creeps.
I think this is the quality of Dota we signed up for. This is the highest tier, ladies and gentlemen. You want to win, you got to do this. This is what you signed up for.
Yeah, this is
all
lower
those
bracket.
exciting matches, and towards the end, we get this.
Yeah. This was the
I
final
love the
of lower
contrast.
bracket.
I love the contrast. It's black and white.
It is.
You know, on one hand, you have, head-to-head mechanical skill. Oh, I'm going to outplay you. I'm going to blink behind you. And on the other hand, I have like, haha, tree and go. Brrr.
Right, you are floating out. I could not have put it better myself. What a third game. What a third game. Like, first 2 games, such contrast to the third game, right? First 2 games, everybody's like, hyped up. It's going to be all skills and items. It's going to be plays and
See some
outplays.
sick outplays, but
Third
then it's
third
like,
game is like, hey, you see my treants?
Yeah.
See these guys? That's pretty much going to be over.
Yeah, that's
right there.
That sums it up very nicely. I think that is the perfect way to summarize this match. It's just a bunch of treants. It's me and the boys walking down a lane, claiming the tower.
I swear to God, those treants, like, I think the highlight of the match was when the Radiant side creeps just walked past the treants. We didn't see nothing. We didn't see anything. We're just going to do our job. We're going to go to mid lane. We didn't see anything. We don't know what's going on. And NP, I think this is where the action's going to go down. And, wow.
Well, memes aside, ladies and gentlemen, that was the last match of the lower bracket, but don't go anywhere. We actually have one more match remaining for you folks from the upper bracket, but it's going to be right after this very short break. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been a wonderful day. There's been lots of actions. We've had 6 really close games of Dota. Some of them went down to the wire. We've had a best of 3 going all the way. But before we leave you, ladies and gentlemen, we still have one more game to give you under our belt. And it's going to be between King Saro versus Swiftblade.
Both of them champions of their respective 3 best of 3s. And we're going to move to the upper brackets right now.
There we go. So on your screens right now, you can see the brackets. The first match obviously going to be King Saro versus Swiftblade in this particular section. And then, of course, tomorrow we're going to be having ZeddisBuGG and Micro. But let's talk about King Saro and Swiftblade for now. King Saro, he showed a really good performance in Game 1. Game 2, yeah, he sort of fell flat on his face. But then he made a comeback in Game number 3, in the most creative way possible. And I have to say, I genuinely think that King Saro has a lot of potential if he shows that same consistency throughout this event. I think his approach to Dota is so antithetical to most mid laners that it's going to be hard to adapt unless they do their homework well. And I think King Saro is going to be aware of this fact. But yeah, the first game is going to be upon us. Han, it's going to be Wind Ranger versus Wind Ranger, and it's going to be Micro's pick. Sorry, it's going to be Swiftblade's pick.
Yeah.
So excited for tomorrow, I forgot about today.
Yeah, it's going to be a Wind Ranger mirror. And if you, just to catch you guys up, you saw the last 2 matches. If you're wondering who these people are, if you have somewhat memory loss from playing Dota, the last 2 matches were nail-biting action, right? Those matches were brought to you by guys that these guys beat. So these guys were the first few games of the day, and they just completely dominated their games.
Yep.
And now they're back to advance themselves even further into the winner's bracket.
Absolutely phenomenal performance by both of these players, albeit varied approaches. Right, you've got your King Saro, who's more conservative, who's more oriented towards pushing. He's not the kind of guy who wants to do all those fancy blink and ninjutsus and hand signs. On the other hand, you have Swiftblade, the exact opposite. This guy likes to play. This guy likes to outplay you. He feels that he's got enough skill to just 1v1 you and beat you at your own game. But can he beat King Saro at a stable, consistent pushing style of playing the Riverrunes meta? That's the question. On a hero like Wind Ranger, it's going to be difficult.
It is. It completely depends again, Loki. It's just literally going to be like whoever blinks first, whoever gets their ult off first, whoever... It's a first. It's the battle of firsts.
Yep.
Whoever's going to do it first is going to have the edge. I mean, of course, you can see the turnaround where, you know, if you miss your shackle shot and your opponent turns around and gets their shackle shot off, you're definitely going to go down. But it's going to be I feel like it's going to be a javelin, because with this hero, it's like so generic.
Yeah.
I would have to say. It's just, you know what they're going to do. However, I would have to have said that for a lot of games today, and they did do a lot of things that I didn't think that they were going to do. So you never know. You never know. I thought that Desolator was too expensive of an item to pick up, but yeah, these guys have been selling those 5-minute items, getting that Desolator, just start attacking the tower. What are you going to do when your tower is falling that fast? And we know tier 1 towers are notorious for just being taken out without even knowing. You don't even know in a game, like you just, oh yeah, the LD just took the top tower. Like you don't even know that, yeah, okay, fine, that's fine. Just let him take the tower. It doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
But in this matchup, it matters. This is...
Oh, that's a very clever ward by King Saro. He didn't get spotted, but if he walks out, he's going to be seen. Okay, so King Saro, he's trying to fake him out. There's the sentry, but it's not going to catch the observer ward. And I think King Saro, he's done investing money. He wants to rush that javelin. And Swiftblade just talking to himself.
Mind games.
Mind games, yeah, he's hyping himself up. I like this guy.
I feel
he's
like he's talking to us.
Really?
It's allies. Nobody can see us. It's us. We can see it, and the viewers can see it.
That's
he's talking to you guys, and he's talking to us.
Yeah, he's a real showman, you know. And he's going to take every opportunity he gets to entertain us. I really enjoy those kind of players, you know, really thinking about the show, thinking about... the real metagame, you know. You may not be able to win, but hey, if you can get a lot of followers, you know, it's still pretty good. You can do lots of things with that too.
There's always next year.
Exactly. There's always going to be next year.
It's like this year we're like, we don't know who these players are, but they're so good. And next year is going to be like, yeah, we definitely know who these players are. And they definitely made a mark last year as well. So, a number of trees being felled, and the Radiant side doesn't want those trees to be right behind.
Yep.
To land a shackle, I guess. Nobody's taking shackle. Just again, the same skill build. 2 points in Windrun and 1 point in the nuke.
Yep.
Both of these players just playing a little faster for now.
Yep. And Swiftblade is actually going to get outplayed. Never mind, the double damage will still go to King Saro. Oh no, Swiftblade. He actually ended up using his wind run. It's on cooldown for 4 seconds. If King Saro wants, he can chase it. But I think he's going to call it quits with the harass. And he's going to be happy with the damage he got. And just going to chill for now. Swiftblade. Yep.
Potentially vulnerable. Oh, there we go.
Yep, he's used the wind run. The double damage is available. King Saro, you have the level 4 shackle shot, and he's going to latch it perfectly. Swiftblade, the double damage rune will expire, so he might be able to turn here with the frost rune. But looks like he chooses not to, and he's just going to cut his losses short and get the hell back to the safety of his tier 1 tower.
Yeah, that was a wasted TP there. He did not think his opponent had skilled the shackle, but I feel like he had the skill, just hadn't skilled it. So just waiting for the perfect opportunity, and that definitely was it. It just so happened that the double damage expired, and he couldn't confirm the kill. And wow, there's such a huge gap between the Lost and Denies. If you're looking at it, the Radiant side is 7-6, and the other side is 3-3. That's a big difference in, I'll have to say, experience and gold.
Yeah. You know, you have to... you know, they say there's no such thing as winning by an inch or winning by a mile.
Winning's winning.
Winning's winning, exactly.
I do believe it was Dominic Toretto that said that first.
Absolutely. You get all the references, my man. But yeah, you know, winning's winning. It doesn't matter if you win by outplaying the enemy or you win by pushing. At the end of the day, if you want to be on top, you gotta bring your best, you know. And if it's pushing, if it's outplaying the enemy, you know, it doesn't really matter as long as it nets you a win.
The only thing that matters is whose Ancient is going to explode at the end of the game. That's the only thing that matters. It doesn't matter whether the tower goes down. It doesn't matter whether you die almost 3 times trying to get that tower down, as we've seen in the past, right?
Just don't cheat.
It doesn't
That's all.
Honestly, Floki, I've never seen a cheater in Dota. Never.
I've seen some YouTube videos, but more on YouTube videos later, because Swiftblade has been shackled up. Not much is going to come of it, though. Just going to be content with finding the runes and getting their creeps.
Yeah, both of them holding on to their runes, just want to use them for the right opportunity. One of them has a double damage, and one of them has a haste rune. So yeah, you get that double damage, I'll just run away. And that combined with the wind drum that completely eliminates any cap on your speed, yeah, I shudder to think how fast that wind range is going to be running.
King Saro actually has 12 last hits. He's doing slightly better than Swiftblade, so he's going to have an earlier javelin timing. And I think he's actually got it. He's flying something out on his courier. Not too sure what it is, but if it's the javelin, then Swiftblade is going to have to be careful. The focus fire.
Javelin reveal.
Could be, yeah, it's going to be the javelin. He has the haste rune as well. Huh? This could very easily be first blood if King Saro so desires. Look at those javelin procs already dealing a bunch
he's got
of
a
damage.
DD, but it's not going to matter if that wind run is active. It's really not going to make a difference if you have a DD or not, because your hits are not going to land.
Yeah, there's no true strike at all. So he's just going to be able to get all those pot shots in with the javelin proc chance.
Look at how safe Swiftblade is playing. He knows exactly what's going on. He's not moving an inch up into that river because he knows, activating that DD just to secure a few last hits, maybe get a javelin of his own, and yep, that's going to connect that. Power shot would have been the perfect opportunity because Swiftblade would not have had his Blink Dagger online. Taking damage from a hero would deny that, and yeah, just so much vision on Dire side. He knows exactly what items are coming in, what runes are sitting in the enemy's inventory. He knows exactly what's going on. That's giving him a sort of an edge right now, even though King Saro has better items, I would say. He has information, and information is key.
Information is key indeed. Swiftblade. He did have the DD rune, and King Saro had the javelin, but he decided not to engage anyway. He's going to play it safe. He has the raindrops at the ready, so those power shot nukes are not going to be hurting. But I wonder if we can have a quick look at Swiftblade's build too. Okay, so he's also opted for the max wind run, not really looking to put points in shackle shot or power shot just yet. It's going to be interesting to see what he decides. And there we go. The Dagon has been granted.
That's the TP back to sell the Dagon and get a Demon Edge. Wow. Okay.
That's a good play.
1,000 gold away from an MKB, Floki.
This could be a huge power spike for Swiftblade, but the issue is King Saro's going to see this coming. He's going to walk back into lane and reveal the fact that he has this. And King Saro, I think he's going to take a gamble and he's going to go for it. He knows he has more damage. He has the Dagon. It's guaranteed. As long as you can keep chasing Swiftblade, he should be able to find the kill. And King Saro, what is he going to decide? Beauty.
Both of them just waiting, itching for that one chance to jump in and shackle. King Saro, he's gonna wait. Wind Ranger is an agility, intelligence hero, doesn't start with too much HP, doesn't get too much HP, and that is why I'm worried about this Deagle that is sitting so quietly in King Saro. That could like very well remove half the HP from Swiftblade's
Yep.
hero.
King
And
Saro, he is playing it rather safe, I have to say. He's not really looking to push the advantage. And with the haste rune that's available onto Swiftblade, I think he's lost that window of opportunity. But ooh,
that is an interesting item that has been put into
big
his
brain
quick buy.
time.
That is a big brain time indeed. The items that you build against Wind Rangers is apparently the item that you build on Wind Rangers. Because how's it gonna matter if you're doing so much damage if I'm doing that damage to you back and some?
Yep.
So if he actually makes it to the point where he's got that, it might just turn the entire game. But then again, it's best 3 kills. It's not just about the first kill.
Yeah.
So revealing items would have made a difference, but these guys are playing it really fast. If they want to wait, the next one is going to be a refresher. Imagine that. Imagine a double shackle. that refresher. But refresher paired with a Deagle and a shackle, maybe. You know, power shot, Deagle, refresher, power shot, Deagle. That is a lot of magical damage.
Yeah, but I'm not sure if they're gonna have the mana for it, Han, because Refresh Shop doesn't really give you all that much
True, and
intelligence.
they haven't built anything to get mana.
Yeah,
That's
I
true.
think this item is just gonna be sold, and they're gonna
True.
buy something else.
Could be.
I'm
Could
curious to see what they buy, though. They could buy themselves a Hex with all that money. It sells for 5,900 if you sell it, I believe, right away, without waiting for it to drop in price. But for that money, there's a lot of good stuff you can buy. Maybe even a Divine Rapier.
Again, it feels like this game's gone on forever. I mean, we have had really short games, one of them lasting barely 2 minutes. So yeah, 7 minutes is like, whoa, okay, we could have had like 3 of those games in this much time. But yeah, both of these players just waiting for the right opportunity. I feel like at this point, oh, there we go. It's a shackle. It connects, and it's gonna be completely chased down with a focus fire. No, not even a second to react. Not even a second.
Absolutely, I mean, Swiftblade totally bringing in the shackle shot there, using it to its fullest advantage, finds a stun, and goes for it. Nothing really to stop him, and this is what we talked about. If King Saro does not exploit his timing window, the fact that when he had the javelin, he chose not to play aggressively, that window is going to go away now. But we'll see what King Saro's plan is. I'm not too... I know King Saro is someone who can sometimes take a little bit of time to get into the groove, but once he's in there, once he's got that killer instinct on, it can be really hard to shut him down.
Oh my god, that was just such a taunt, just like denying his ward while having him shackled up, and just, I gotta tip my hat to Swiftblade right now, just knowing that King Saro has an invisibility rune, and you know, preparing for that with a dust of appearance. Yeah, good, I'm gonna give him a little bit of a clap for that
there.
one, yeah.
Absolutely. Claps for him. But look at this, King Saro, he's still got the surprise factor.
Yeah.
The Blade Mail item sitting in his stash. Swiftblade doesn't know that this is going to be coming. The only issue I see for King Saro is that he doesn't have a lot of HP, and that Blade Mail is going to require for him to not be shackled.
True.
And I'm not too sure how often he's going to get that chance, so Swiftblade is going to miss a shackle, but continue to be aggressive anyway. I don't think he's going to do that when he realizes that the enemy has a Blade Mail. So King Saro, we'll see how he chooses to use this item.
It's coming in now, and I think you're right on that one, Floki, because it feels like, oh, there we go, jumps in with the focus fire. Is he going to get a return
he's
kill?
not even gonna
Almost
get
in,
enough time.
and the magic damage finishes him off.
Absolutely, this was amazing. Great shackle shot here by King Saro. The Blade Mail, it was just a confidence booster. That
yeah.
item, it didn't do anything there. The Javelin was more than enough to secure the kill, along with the Deagle, but yeah. Now he has a Blade Mail too, so Swiftblade, what you gonna do?
Floki, at this point, I was gonna say, like, right before that kill, right? I was gonna say that it feels like the Blade Mail pickup is King Saro trying to get, like, the best of a bad situation, trying to be defensive, but no, that actually turns it into an offensive item. Like, because if you blink in and you start hitting the enemy first, and they hit back, that Blade Mail is gonna guarantee you a kill.
Definitely.
But Swiftblade notices that his opponent has basically done something really smart, and he's gonna follow it up with his own Blade Mail.
Yeah, he's got a Blade Mail
and a
of his
BKB.
own. And a BKB indeed. Swiftblade, he's gonna be surviving all those shackle shots, but he's gonna have to be quick on his fingers and position properly. A single shackle shot could mean death. And now King Saro's gonna reveal himself. Unfortunately, doesn't see Swiftblade, who has the BKB at the ready, and I think he realizes what's going to happen.
Oh, the
Using those
creeps.
power shots to scout.
Yeah, the creeps get a little bit of a whiff. Swiftblade gonna investigate.
Oh, King Saro.
Almost connects.
Intimidation shackle shot, intimidation shackle shot. That was intentional.
Definitely intentional, yeah.
Yeah, but
Oh my god, there we go. Another shackle shot going in, and he's gonna get the second kill. It's all about firsts. It doesn't matter if you have a BKB, if you're stunned and you can't even use it.
yeah.
It's all about the first, Loki.
And King Saro, wow, look at that blink. Perfectly aware of what's going to happen. But Swiftblade is actually going to attack the tower. Where's the counter response? It's not going to be there. The glyph is going to come through for now. But Swiftblade, he has a lot of time. Unfortunately, the power shot hasn't been maxed, so the focus fire is going to run out. And King Saro, he has a window of opportunity here.
So I'm sitting on 2 kills. If he gets one more, it's his. This is the upper brackets, guys. This is where it all comes down. If these guys win, they progress further into the tournament. And, you know, I don't have to tell you what's on the line right now. Both of these players know. Both of these players are experienced enough on these heroes to make it work. And the shackle almost misses. Second one misses as well. Both of them miss. Blade Mail's activated, but I feel like they're going to back off here. Both of them have their focus fire. I think, wait, I think King Saro has it available, but Swiftblade just used it on the tower, right? So he doesn't have it.
Yeah. King Saro doesn't have... he didn't have the focus fire for a bit there. No, sorry, it was Swiftblade who didn't have the focus fire, but now he does. So he has an opportunity here. The question is he going to find him? I believe a smoke was popped there by King Saro. He's going to be coming in from the shadow. The shackle shot not only going to land, he's actually going to go straight ahead. And look at that, Swiftblade quick to turn around with the shackle shot of his own. And he's going to take down King Saro. It is going to be a 1-to-1.
And they're both sitting at a 2.
Oh no, he popped the BKB.
He did. I was wondering if we're going to see the BKB this match, and I guess my question's been answered.
Yeah, but that's going to be all right. So King Saro, he doesn't have the focus fire, he doesn't have the power shot. There's no real threat for at least another 35 seconds, but there is going to be a window available because Swiftblade's BKB cooldown is slightly longer. King Saro though, he can't pinch pennies over here. He needs to go in for the big kill and cash in. Swiftblade will also find a frost room for his troubles.
This is it. Loki, both of them are sitting on 2 kills each. The person that gets the next pick, the next shackle, wins you the game. We're both sitting on 2 kills each. This is... both of them have to play so carefully right now. Yesterday, Vladimir's offering picked up from King Saro and Swiftblade. I don't know if he's noticed this or he's getting a smoke of deceit. It looks like Swiftblade is going to go in for the kill. He's going to be sneaky about this. He doesn't want to just sit and reveal himself, and he's going to get the... He's actually not even getting the smoke in his inventory. He's just going to keep it on the courier far away, and now he smokes up, going in for the kill. I don't know if King Saro knows this. He is also backing up next to the tower, does not want to be caught off guard, and this is it. Two each, and both of them are looking for each other. This could be bad, and it's a shackle. It's a shackle right now. BKB pop is not looking good, and King Saro is going to be taken down. Swiftblade takes the win with that initiation. Wow, it was going to go either way.
Yeah, it was going to go either way, and that's what happens when you're squeamish. You don't take every opportunity that presents itself. Well, you're just going to miss out on life. Swiftblade, on the other hand, capitalized on every opportunity he had, and even actually tried to push it when he didn't have an opportunity. So clearly, it's a matter of not taking initiative when opportunities present themselves. Of course, King Saro, he's going to have some time to reset though. He's going to go over his replay. This was Swiftblade's pick, so King Saro is not going to be too disappointed about that. He knows that he still has one game in his pocket if he plays his cards right, but I don't think Swiftblade's going to let him rest that easy.
Yeah, and talking about not taking the initiative, now he's going to have to be forced to take it because it's going to be his hero pick. It's the second game, and he has to decide now. He has to decide what hero both of them are going to play. And like I said, in this tournament, it's a 1v1. If you've practiced something, now's the time to break it out. Now's the time to show that, yes, I do have 400 games on Enchantress or Disruptor or Juggernaut mid, and I did max out Battle Blade Fury and push the creep wave with that and build a Desolator. Just absolute ridiculousness. But ridiculousness is the name of the game here, right?
Yep.
It just doesn't... But then again, a man can only dream, as the final pick has been revealed. King Saro has picked up the Shadow Fiend once again.
Man, this is King Saro's rock. This is the hero he won against Kael with, but the issue is, I think Swiftblade is a good SF player too, so it's not going to be so easy for King Saro to win this one. I hope, for Swiftblade's sake, that he understands what King Saro's plan B is. You know, SF, he's always aggressive. We saw him play in a very aggressive manner against Kael. And if that approach doesn't work out for him, he does tend to fall back on that Meteor Hammer.
True.
But Swiftblade, I think he's seen the game, and I think he is ready for what's going to be coming. As game number 2 is going to be underway. It's going to be between King Saro and Swiftblade. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for them. In your own, clap to yourselves in your own minds. He's going to be happy with the fact and believe that you did.
Yeah, and if you're an SF player or an aspiring SF player, take note, because this is how it's done. This is the literal best in the country at this point. I mean, not really. I mean, proving to be the best in the country. One of these players will be on the road to becoming one of the best.
Yep.
So let's see how they actually play this matchup. And SF versus SF. Smoke's already been popped, so yeah, they don't want to get their observers dewarded. They just don't. They're sick of it. I mean, we've seen so many observers go down in this one game, just getting dewarded again and again. And there we are. Radiant side, enough vision. Now, the only thing I want to see is whether it's actually going to be dewarded. Oh, there we go.
Oh, no. That's going to be revealed. And King Saro is going to find himself some free money.
Right to begin with.
Yep. The whoops comes in from Swiftblade, talking to himself, keeping him motivated as always.
Yep.
He is his own best fan,
He
really.
is. I mean, aren't we all? We're Dota players, Loki.
If you're a mid player,
we're
you
Dota
certainly
players.
are.
Yeah, okay, I'll give you that one. If you're a mid player, you are your own best fan. Seriously. We all know our friends who are mid players, and we all know that, you know, what mid players are actually all about. So yeah, these guys definitely believe in their abilities, even if nobody else does. They believe that they have what it takes. That's why they're here. That's why they're battling to be the best, to prove to their friends who are all non-believers that they are the best.
International spirit
Yep.
lives in us all.
And what I want to see is whether it's going to be another one of those just straight up, I'm going to Requiem and then raise you to death, or I'm going to just take your tower inch by inch, take your Divine Rapier and beat your tower down. Because, yeah, there's so many ways to win in Dota 2, but, yeah, there's some ways that are definitely more entertaining than others, I would have to say.
They absolutely are. King Saro, I have to commend this man. In an era where mid laners like to outplay the enemy, this man certainly believes that it's decision making that wins you wars and not mechanical skill alone. Something that position 5 players are known a lot for. And I think he'd make a great one if he decided to switch roles at some point.
SF
But for
position
now,
five.
SF position
I mean, imagine how well you could zone out the enemy off lane. Or they're, you know, it's just like the same, like...
You know, like DAC, those 1v1s where Sumail bought 9 mangoes.
Oh my god.
You just buy 9 mangoes and you run at the enemy, zone them out completely. How do you even respond to that at some point? I mean, you've got to stop using logic and you're going to just be like,
for the
okay,
next
this
game."
is silly. Wait for the next game. Certainly, I mean, if you believe there's no hope and you haven't played that matchup before, I mean, nobody's really played that matchup before, but you got to be prepared for those stuff. You can't just throw your hands up in the air and hope that the enemy
Works out for
fumbles
the best.
somewhere.
Works out for the best, right?
Yeah,
Just throw your
works out
hands
for the
up.
best, for sure.
The ward abuse does not stop even in this one. They're just gonna go for Vision. Vision is the name of the early game in this one, but yeah, I feel like
Okay, that was a misraise there. Go on, though.
yeah, I feel like this tournament speaks different than the other ones before, because at this current moment, right, the mid lane has a special place in the hearts and minds of Dota 2 players, especially since Thompson, better known as Dodson, has been the only player in Dota 2 history with a 100% TI win rate. So he's played 2 TIs, he's won both TIs, and he's known as the god of unorthodox mid lane gaming. So this guy picks up the weirdest stuff mid lane and somehow makes it work, and that's what we're hoping for over here.
Whoops, that's a misraise, but nevertheless, King Saro still has the advantage. He has more bottle charges, so something he has to work with. More room for error for him.
Again, we know
Can't say
that
the same for
these-
Swiftblade.
Yeah, we know these SFTs, just how they go. They're just waiting for their souls to get up to the point where they can just lost it without even thinking. Level 6 does not take a Requiem. Interesting pick there. Interesting skill build. Folks. What do you
Yeah, I
think
mean,
about
the
that?
fear can be pretty useful now that you mention it. It can turn the tide of battle and prevent the enemy from just rushing you down as some of these SFS have done. But look at this Swift Blade. There's the Requiem. It's going to get popped, but it's not a lot of damage. King Saro is actually going to turn around with the stick and the Fairy Fire. He's going to have his Blink Dagger very, very soon. He can look to chase in Swift Blade. He might be caught out here. Oh no, he fumbled with the raise and he's still looking for Requiem, but he has the medium range raise to secure the kill, and it's going to be King Saro who finds first blood.
That was just beautifully played, but Swiftblade's already back. He's not going to wait any longer. Second race connects, third race connects, 1 HP left in King Saro. He's going to chase him down, one right click. Oh my god, the Blink Dagger save. He's going to get away as a safety. It's not going to be a return kill. Whoa, whoa, whoa. That was that was some quality mid lane play, Floki.
Yeah, that is some peak Shadow Fiend skill right there. Using that Blink Dagger to its fullest potential, disjoining that projectile. Because it's easy to sit here and theorize, but to actually do it in person, an ordeal in itself. And King Saro, as a result, is going to preserve his lead, going to live to fight another day. But look at Swiftblade, he's not really going to cut him any corners, and now Swiftblade might have stepped a bit too far forward. King Saro is quick to find the punish, but the Frost Rune crippling him. He cannot stand here and continue the right-click battle. He's going to have to rely on his raises, and Swiftblade is going to have the Blink Dagger at the ready, and King Saro decides it's not a wise idea to continue chasing.
Yeah, not a really, you know, well thought out play from Swiftblade. Really hoped for the best, just went in there, tried to get those raises to connect, but they didn't. And after that, even if he did get those raises to connect, right? He didn't have much of a choice getting hit by the tower, sitting under there with the creeps, everything against him, right? That guy can just stay in the trees. Once you're done with the races, you have nothing. You have to go in there and find the enemy and right-click him if you want to kill him. So I don't think that was the wisest move, but then again, I'm not a mid player, nor do I play Shadow Fiend. These guys are some of the best in the country, so who am I to question their impeccable judgment, right? They know what's at stake right now.
Absolutely. I mean, we have the privilege of sitting here and armchairing these players, but playing underneath pressure and thinking to yourself, there's tons of people who are going to be watching this, critiquing every single play. It can get to you. That's where having a level head can really, really help.
Definitely can.
Yeah.
Oh, it feels like it's all cooled down a little bit. Both of these players just hanging back for a bit. Yule's Scepter is going to be the 5-minute item. Again, the Shadow Fiend players, Yule's Scepter is one of their favorite items to pick up because it just sets up your ultimate so beautifully. It's just so elegant to see your enemy swirling around in the air as they come down to the sweet, sweet jaws of death. And just, you know, even if they don't die, you've got the raises set up perfectly. So I don't think either of them have gone back to base to sell it because they do believe, they do understand just how useful it is. They're going to look for those max of 20 souls and then maybe going for a Requiem kill. I mean, that could certainly be kill number 2 for this game.
King Saro opting for that additional mobility with the boots instead of the mangoes, whereas Swiftblade, he has enough inventory spaces to put those mangoes in and get that mana in a pinch when he needs it. Cool deny. Yeah. It doesn't really do much, but it does get you style points.
Definitely does.
Yeah. And mid laners, they're known for their style. They have their own internal logic that they apply, and like the famous man Dominic Toretto once said, winning by an inch or winning by a mile, it doesn't matter. A win is a win.
Win is a win. No neutral items in this game mode, Floki.
Yeah,
think about
no
that.
neutral
Maybe they'll add it next year.
Yeah, they could add it next year actually, but that would just make the game so much more complicated. I wouldn't be surprised if the players just throw their hands up in the air and just start building meteor hammers. You know, they give up, they go for those Guardian Greaves.
I'm all for it. I'm all for it. I would love to see some Meteor Hammer plays. I mean, the most interesting games ever.
You definitely aren't a mid player.
I am not a mid player. I am not. Yes, you did point that out. I am not a mid player.
Yeah, you're definitely not a mid player because no mid player would ever say that.
No, I'm an offlane at best. Maybe a position 5 and jumps in.
Okay, next. Swiftblade is definitely a mid player. King Saro looking for the perfect timing on the Requiem will find him, but look at that Yule Scepter coming in clutch. Saving Swiftblade's life, and now Swiftblade has the opportunity with the Requiem. But he's not going to pursue. Instead, he's going to take the double damage. Live to fight another day.
Big brain plays there, using his enemy and not giving him the opportunity to actually connect his raises after a perfectly hit Requiem. Again, these players have crossed the threshold of being just squished under their Requiem damage. They're both level 10, I believe, and yeah, at that point you do need to connect a few raises to guarantee a kill. And that's what was denied to King Saro. So let's see Swiftblade's just gone ahead and proven that, yeah, you did get me with the Requiem, but I'm not gonna go down that easy. I'm gonna make you work for it. It's not just gonna be, oh, you just got me in the Use Scepter first and you get an instant kill. That's just not gonna. That's not how it's gonna work.
Yeah, and King Saro is once again gonna fall back on that Blade Mill of his.
Oh god, really?
We've seen people beat it out though. When people start building defensive items like this, they do opt to go for the pushing build.
Again. Oh, there we go.
Oh.
On the other side now. Oh, it's gonna connect. No use back up. 3 years connect. 1 HP left. Oh my god, there we go. That's the one hit connects. This is where
my god, he turned around to use. He ended up eating the right click.
Oh my god, yep.
Small mistakes by King Saro, but they could end up costing him this very game.
Low
Here
on
in the upper
souls.
bracket, you're gonna have to work harder if you get dropped down to the lower bracket. And Swiftblade, he's not giving King Saro any chances. The Yule Scepter is actually gonna continue to hold King Saro in place. And the deny comes in from the rune, and Swiftblade pops the Blade Mail. Fortunately, King Saro had already used both of his runes, and now Swiftblade continuing with the aggression. The Yule Scepter is gonna come out. The Blink Back is gonna be there, but it's gonna be a base trip for King Saro, and Swiftblade is gonna have enough time to hammer away at the tower.
Oh man, I can't imagine what King Saro must have been feeling right there. Just walking away and then turning back to actually do some damage, and you see a massive monster, especially with spikes coming out of him. That's the Blade Mail. You do damage to me, you do damage to yourself. So think about what you're gonna do for a second. Just step back and think. And that's pretty much what he did. Almost had the kill. The Use Scepter did end up saving his life. But yeah, that was an interesting chase that might have ended the match. King Saro barely escaped.
Yeah.
Oof. King Saro, there we go, jumping in.
His fantasy there, but King Saro, he's gonna hurl him up in the air and get the hell out of there.
No Requiems yet. Both on cooldown, I guess.
Yep.
We're gonna wait for the Requiems before we see another attempt.
Oh, the Observer is actually gonna be spotted by the Sentry, and the Observer placed by King Saro, so he knows where that ward is placed, but Swiftblade has a small edge here. I wonder if it's big enough for him to capitalize though. You've seen players like Micro who take any sort of opening that they're given, and you've also seen some of the more conservative players. Swiftblade, so now he's gonna bite his time.
King Saro
5 seconds from the Requiem.
getting his souls back up. I don't believe he's still at 20. That's the sad part. Oh, there we go. King Saro blinks back. I mean, just TV's back to base, and I think he sells the refresher, buys a BKB and a Mask of Madness. This is an interesting strategy because Swiftblade has not sold his refresher.
Up. Yep, he still has a refresher up. He could have sold it. He's queued up the Abyssal Blade. I think he's gonna try to sell that off and use that money to buy the Abyssal. But I wonder, okay, so he's actually opted for a Mask of Madness. That is definitely a little funky. He's gone for a BKB, and BKBs are an insurance policy. I'm not sure if this insurance policy is gonna be enough, but it will be enough to force out a reaction from King Saro, and that reaction won't be the BKB, it will be the Yule Scepter. Nice attempt though by Swiftblade to force that BKB early and create an opening for himself.
Definitely wanted to see that yellow pop out, but he did. So just waiting. He knows that his BKB might get baited, and if it does get baited, he's out for 70 seconds. Will not. He has to play safe then, but doesn't get baited. And yeah, there we go. The massacre of the wards continues. Just Vision and these guys are just playing so safe right now. They know that one mistake can take them out of the game. They're just waiting. Honestly, at this point, I don't know. Swiftblade's itemization, right, against a BKB feels a little. Oh, there we go. Just,
oh wow, that crit room. Holy crap! I didn't know it actually worked on. That did not actually work on spells. That's very interesting. But Swiftblade looking to go in with the Requiem. He's not going to be able to time it to perfection. King Saro is going to be happy to return the favor, as Swiftblade is going to take a trip right back to the fountain.
And he's going to lane into the tower as well. But Swiftblade's already back in the lane. Now that the BKB is down, Swiftblade has a refresher.
Yep.
So let's see how this works out, because he's going to have all his abilities back. And
can go back in for a round number 2.
Definitely could, definitely could.
He hasn't found the second kill yet, Dohan, so this will only even up the scoreboard. He's going to have to get one more kill up in the refresher orb, and I think he might look to sell it.
But then again,
we'll see what he does, though. No assumptions just yet. There we go. Thank you for dropping the kill feed, but why is here a bunch of Sentry Ward and Observer Ward kills? I do think that King Saro has match point, though. If he gets another kill, he's going to take it away. And Swiftblade, he doesn't have enough kills to... he needs 2 kills. And King Saro's comfortably in the lead here. The Refresher Orb is at the ready. He could look to just go in and combo, the mana regen is going to kick in from the refresher, so he will have enough mana to actually continue the combo despite using the refresher orb, even though he's only 830 mana.
He could use the refresher just to like double up the raises, like 3 raises, connect, make the enemy think that you don't have them, and then refresher and just go for the next 3 connecting as well.
Even if he can just force out the BKB from King Saro, he's going to be very pleased with that refresher orb usage, but Swift Blade from now, that is a weird use, just saying hi. Tossing him up in the air, King Saro though, gonna return the favor with the raises, the Blade Mail at the ready, but he does not pop it in time, and yeah, this Blade Mail is not worked out for him as well.
Yeah, itemization is certainly not a strong suit right now. Doesn't feel like it's working out at all for Swift Blade. King Saro seems to be doing really much better with his Blade Mail and his Mask of Madness pickup, because you know that if Swift Blade goes down, those 5 seconds of free hitting the tower are gonna be pretty devastating. You look at the tower, like he barely got 2 seconds of hitting it, right? And then again, Shadow Fiend with his minus armor talent as just like natural. I think they would have gotten the talent to have that presence of the Dark Lord affect buildings by now. I think it's a level 20 talent or 50.
The raise is going to come through the PM, going to deter King Saro from going forward with his own aggression. Has the option of popping the BKB, but Swift Blade is just constantly saying hi to King Saro with his Yule set.
Keeps using him, waiting for that BKB to actually be popped out, and he didn't want to sell the refresher, so he's gonna make the Abyssal the old school way apparently.
Yeah, he's gonna go for the Abyssal straight up. King Saro walks in, says, I am not too sure what he's trying to do. The double damage is actually gonna eliminate him unless he can time the Requiem. No,
oh my god!
Return comes in. King Saro, does he have the blink? Yes, he does. He's actually looking to outplay with the Mask of Madness and the Desolator.
Oh my god, he blows up!
King Saro, he found it. He found the kill, and Swift Blade will go down. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe we're gonna go to a game number 3 between Swift Blade and King Saro, and the score tied up 1-1 with King Saro making his comeback on a Shadow Fiend. That's
he actually got the kill, but when Shadow Fiend blows up, you know, he does a lot of damage. That's what got him the second kill. He didn't care if he was gonna die, because he knew he was already up 2.
Yeah.
So the second he died, he killed his opponent, and that was a 3-0 victory. I mean 3-2 victory.
Leveraging your advantage when you have one, something that King Saro knows how to do extremely well. But can he do it again? The answer, well, it's only going to be found out after we get to know who won the toss. Because if King Saro wins the toss, he could very easily play on his own home turf, and Swiftblade is going to have to get creative. But Swiftblade, on the other hand, if he gets the toss of his own, King Saro is going to have to play his game. So these matches, they can come down to a 50-50 if you're not a very versatile player.
True.
If you're the kind of player who likes to minimize his hero pool to 3 to 4 heroes and just play those, that can make you sort of, that can crystallize the way you think about Dota, right? And when you think about Dota, you kind of want to be fluid in terms of your thinking. Well, the gauntlet has been thrown, the toss has been decided, it is going to be a Swiftblade Leshrac.
Oh, Leshrac again. And
how exciting!
Honestly, yay! Let's get it again. the biggest glass cannon we've seen all day. No defensive items, just goes in, and whoever dies, dies. Basically, it's one of those, if he dies, he dies.
Yeah.
And both these players, no strangers. I mean, Leshrac, yes, everybody's tried him out a lot. There have been patches where Leshrac's literally been the first picked or banned hero, depending on how sick of him you are. But yeah, not a stranger to Dota 2. And all these players should be really well acquainted with Leshrac. I'm going to switch up the turf, of course. They're going to be switching off Dire and Radiant. It's going to be a Leshrac matchup. Let's see what they do, because honestly, I haven't seen a single game where Leshrac's taken the... yeah, there was one game where Leshrac took the tower, but that was barely like 1 HP remaining. Like, it was the 3rd kill, right? If he died, that was the 3rd death, and he would have lost. So, yeah, not a boring game by any means. And...
yeah, I mean, this Leshrac versus Leshrac matchup can definitely get interesting. There's a lot of room for players to work around here now. You have the natural pushing potential of the Diabolic Edict. You also have the burst damage coming in from the Split Earth and the Pulse Nova along with those Lightning Storms. It's going to be a battle of ideologies. You're going to see who likes to min-max out what. For King Saro, it's going to be Lightning Storm, and Swiftblade smoked up. The smoke will not be broken. That brought down without... Wait, Swiftblade might end up being Ravadian. No!
No, he doesn't. Both the wards are safe.
Both those wards
King Saro has no idea.
Yeah, I think he might just gamble here with a single sentry ward though.
Oh, he's got a single sentry wall. It's gonna go on the top lane. I mean, top side of the mid lane, and he's not gonna find anything over there. Meanwhile, I feel like Swiftblade has a pretty good idea of where the wards are. Start with 3 wards. That's an absurd amount of vision. Of course, you need it when you have no supports. You need to have all the information you can
Yeah,
get.
you really need those wards when no one is going to gank you. Indeed. When there's only one enemy on the team, you have to be afraid of that guy. And you
Yeah.
need to see him at all times.
You have to see where the runes are spawning. You have to
He's
know
the monster
exactly
under
what's
your
gonna
bed.
happen. Oh, the amount of I feel like the fights that happen at runes, right? They're way more
Entertaining?
than the lane because there's no stupid creeps to annoy you.
Yeah. Definitely. I mean, those pesky creeps, they just battled it out against each other.
Yeah, creeps.
You do your business in the river, we're going to do
the
our
big
business at the
boys.
towers, but
Let's Dota.
indeed, let's Dota.
indeed.
I love that announcer pack. It just makes me feel like I'm at TI every time. Something
gonna
that has
get
been
that
lacking this
announcer
year.
pack. Oh man, the novelty of the game and announcer pack went out really fast. I swear to God. Oh, when
Yeah.
are we gonna get a Snoop Dogg announcer pack? Honestly, Floki. Everybody's looking for it. The internet's full of it. They're looking for. They've been asking for it. There's been entire threads. But yeah, let's.
Imagine how cool that would be.
That would be
Snoop-
the
a
coolest
Snoop
thing.
Dogg announcer pack.
Oh man.
Yo, Shizzle my Whizzle, your tower's under attack.
Oh, that would be so appropriate for the mid lane.
Yeah. Yeah. I can just imagine Snoop Dogg saying, yo dog, you need to calm down. You're feeling a bit too much. You know, after you get like 5 or 6 deaths in a row.
Oh,
that
yeah.
could totally happen.
Definitely.
If there's any Valve employee watching this, please make it happen. I'll
Definitely.
pay for it.
Make
I
it
will pay
happen.
for it too, and if he won't, I'll steal his credit card and I'll make sure he buys it.
Oh, I'll buy it. I'll definitely buy it. That's gotta be bought. It's one of those things. It's just, you know how Dota 2 items have more value when they're untradeable and unmarketable? Like the
Yeah.
Wind Ranger Arcana, that's gonna be one of those items. Everyone's gonna get one, and yeah, this just has to be like a novelty item. You need that. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, all the aggression being thrown onto the creeps. The heroes haven't even seen any HP loss for like any major HP loss.
For a
Creeps
minute and a
take-
half now. Yeah, absolutely. A little unusual, but it's a difference in approach, really. That's what it is.
There we go. There we go.
Level, I'm not sure what level that Edict is. That Split Earth is not gonna land. Swiftblade, he is actually gonna end up taking a lot more damage than he anticipated, and I think there's gonna be an opening here for King Saro. He has the blink at the ready, but he doesn't really have a lot of mana to follow it up though.
These guys, both of them, I feel like they're gonna go for towers, and that's pretty much what their plan is. And both of them, if they both go for towers, like you gotta push the lane out.
Yeah, the
Those creeps.
Swiftblade is not able to find the rune though, but yeah, you were saying about pushing towers.
Yeah, it's gonna come down. I feel like it's gonna come down to towers. I think both of them don't want to take the risk because it's the third match, right? They don't want to take the risk of jumping in and trying to get a kill, and feel like towers would be the safe option there. But again, I can only speculate as to what they're thinking. These players, they know they've played this matchup. They know exactly what they're doing, and we
Yep.
can only speculate. We can only, guess as to what they might be thinking. But yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's gonna be a little difficult to really.
That little creep just edging away at that observer ward. Observer wards have not found any solace, any kind of peace in this entire, like the whole
Yeah.
day.
Oh no, Swiftblade is gonna be difficult for him to fight into him. He's got a level 3 Diabolical Edict and he's gonna actually take him down. King Saro is gonna be the one who draws first blood, and the region room is gonna be perfectly placed for him to recover his HP and go back in for round number 2. No mercy from King Saro.
Definitely, and they're all like figuring out that they can't just keep pushing even after a death because they're going to be back. The enemy is going to be back faster than they think the enemy is. Feels like there is a level advantage, 7-6 at the moment. I don't know if King Saro is going to push that advantage, if that advantage is worth pushing even. But yeah, he's gone for Diabolical Edict. Hasn't even put a point in the start. He has not. He doesn't even have a single point in Splitter.
Yeah.
And I kind of like just openly announces his strategy. He doesn't care. He just wants to get that tower down. He wants to do that AoE damage, take creeps out. Doesn't even want to risk a lightning strike at this point.
I don't think it's he on the tower, it's just the damage from the Diabolical Edict, right? Those are 40 explosions that deal around 40 damage each. If you do the math real quick, you'll realize it's around 1500, 1600 damage before reductions. That's a ton of damage.
That's a lot of mats.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage.
That is a lot of damage. I didn't think about it that way, Floki. That is a lot of damage.
Yeah,
Especially
I mean,
physical. Like,
yeah, Leshrac has no armor. He's like 3-4 armor level 1. And I think Swiftblade realized that. That's why he purchased the chainmail. But regardless of how much armor he has, that Diabolical Edict, if you manage to stay on top, is gonna do a lot of work.
yeah, look at that. The creep wave completely being wiped out by King Saro. Goes in, tries to get a few hits on the tower. It's not going to work out because Swiftblade knows what he's doing. He's going to stand there, use every single thing that he has in his arsenal to deter any attacks. And he jumps in.
Okay, Swiftblade is gonna miss the stun. He tried to predict where he was gonna go, but yeah, a little bit of a whoopsie there.
Doesn't have too much mana now, and both of them are low on mana. So yeah, mana-based heroes, low on mana. One of them has a regen rune. You do the maths. Like, but he's gonna go back for the 5-minute item. He's gotten a Hurricane Pike, which is gonna be probably sold for Blade Mail. Blade Mail, I think the favorite item of the entire series has gotta be the Blade Mail.
Yeah, I mean, Blade Mail has been the old reliable. It's an insurance policy. It's a cheaper version of BKB in the sense that the enemy doesn't really want to go on you when you have that active, but it's only 4 seconds, so it really doesn't do that much.
Wait, hold up. King Saro, I believe he purchased a Deagle. Oh wait, that was Swiftblade.
That's Swiftblade, yeah, that's Swiftblade's
Oh yeah, he sold the Hurricane Pike, bought a Deagle and a Blade Mail. How much damage do you need?
That could be the X factor actually. We know that Swiftblade doesn't really have a lot of damage right now, and look at that, Blade Mail on Blade Mail action. Where is the Deagle when you need it?
Oh, he's
gonna find it now. He could look to go back in with the Pulse Nova, but it's gonna be a little risky. Does he have Lightning Storm access? Yes, he does. This could end up being an easy kill, but he doesn't have any bottle charges. And King Saro with the clear HP advantage.
Pops a few mangles, just gets back to full HP and everything.
Trying to whittle him down slowly, but King Saro is going to find the rune, so he's going to get back up to full HP. Swiftblade, on the other hand, is going to find the top illusion. Opportunity for King Saro. Is he going to look to exploit it? The answer is going to be no. He actually popped that rune and got a crit on the ward.
I mean, it could have been a kill, honestly, but yeah, sure. You want to play the long game, you don't want to just like completely give away your advantage to
He didn't kill the hero, but he completely destroyed the ward.
Yeah, that ward never saw it coming. He was invisible. The ward literally didn't see it coming.
Yeah, it was an observer ward.
Literally. Also, I believe the Invis runes in this particular matchup, they get despelled the second you apply any kind of ability. So the second he starts channeling the stun, it's going to get despelled. So I think that would have given enough reaction time to Swiftblade for King Saro to actually want to use it offensively. And yeah, it's more of a defensive thing. But Swiftblade putting wards right back in there, does not want to compromise on any vision. Super runes are now spawning. So those runes, we've seen them do a lot, especially the one that reduces the attack speed. Just literally standing there, not able to right click. Just so yeah.
I mean, it's as good as a Skadi slow, maybe even better because it's a super rune. So having that rune can really mean something. But in a Leshrac versus Leshrac matchup, it really comes down to damage, right? You don't really care about slowing because Leshrac is not the kind of hero who likes to kite people. He's the kind of hero that goes in and whatever happens, happens. Throws his hands up in the air after pressing all of his buttons.
Looking at a lifesteal item being picked up by King Saro, a magical lifesteal. I do forget the name. I have not been playing magical heroes a lot, but what's the item? The one that builds into an object?
Discord?
No, the magic. I mean the lifesteal one, the magical lifesteal 15%.
The Satanic. Octarine Core.
Magical. That one.
The magical. That's the
that
Octarine
one. Right there.
Yeah, that's the Octarine Core.
The Voodoo Mask.
Oh, the Voodoo Mask.
That's the first time I've read its name. That's the first time I've read its name. 12%.
Thank you, Hayes. We see you, buddy. We see you.
Thank you.
Got your backs. You've got our backs when we need you. Appreciate it.
The Voodoo Mask. 12% magical
Lifesteal?
Lifesteal. I don't know if that's going to make a difference when you're dishing out literally hundreds of damage per millisecond, I would say. Like, it's just so much damage.
It's actually somewhat underrated, I believe. Because when you think about it, people use Morbid Mask as a sustain item.
Yeah.
Voodoo Mask, if you have something like an AoE stun, if you have a lot of AoE damage, that Voodoo Mask can pay dividends. It can actually help you with the turnaround. The only issue is that it doesn't fit properly into that int hero slot, because as int heroes, you would rather just get more HP, you'd rather just get more armor, you'd rather get something that actually makes you tanky, instead of having the possibility of lifesteal. It's something that's a bit of a luxury. And luxuries, they don't seem like something that King Saro can afford. He's gonna walk into the tower. That's not your part of the map, my friend.
was hoping for the Diabolical Edict to do a little bit more damage on Swiftblade's tower, but I don't think it did. I don't think it did as much as he hoped it would. I don't think it did, honestly.
Yeah,
Just walked. Oh, he's gonna walk in.
King Saro, he's actually looking to chase Swiftblade. Swiftblade's gonna go down. 2
I
to 2.
believe that's a 2 to 2 again. Yeah.
Swiftblade, he has full mana, Han. This could be over in a flash.
Back for vengeance.
Back for vengeance, Swiftblade. He smells blood in the water. He misses the stun, but look at that blade mail returning the damage. Wait, what? Okay, we still have
now
one
it's
more
a
kill.
2v.
Now it's
2-2.
gonna be, yeah, now it's 2 to 2. Now it's all tied up.
Okay. Alright. Now it's a literal first sudden death. Whoever dies, dies.
I think
It's
what
over.
happened, yeah, now it's sudden death. I'm not too sure what exactly happened there. I think he might have been denied with the tower. Could be a possibility. Not too sure, but regardless.
Oh my god, both of them have a nullifier.
Yeah, if it
I
wasn't
don't know
over
if that
before, it's going to be over
nullifies-
now. The nullifier coming in, you can sell that item.
Does that nullify blade mail though? Like, I'm not too sure.
No, it doesn't work that way. You cannot dispel blade mail.
You sure?
I'm pretty sure. Previously, it used to prevent you from using items and used to apply a slow every time you attack.
Yeah.
Now, it just continuously applies a dispel. And every single time you get a hit off, you end up throwing the enemy. The only problem with nullifiers and items fundamentally is that it gives you attack, it gives you damage and it gives you armor. The only hero that I can imagine nullifier being kind of good on is Troll Warlord, and even then, it's not the best item unless you're gonna man fight them.
I feel like it was way better before.
Yeah,
It would mute items. Like, it actually made a difference, right?
yeah, it was almost like a mini Doom, right? You have a Bloodthorn nullifier, and if you don't build a Link Insti or a BKB or have a dispel on your team, that's death.
Exactly.
King Saro though, look at this man, absolutely no fear with the BKB. He's gonna go forward, Swiftblade. He's gonna bite the dust, and King Saro will advance to the upper bracket finals.
What a play, that BKB reveal.
Man.
He didn't see it coming. He did not see it coming. Wow.
He didn't see it coming. I think King Saro was quick on the trigger. They're finally capitalizing on the opportunity that life gave him, that Redbull River Runes gave him, and this means that he is going to be advancing in the upper bracket finals. And what a close match, Han.
It definitely was. It was all about. I feel like it would have been all about whoever jumps on who first. But honestly, Floki, with that ending, I don't think that there was any like doubt, because the guy had a nullifier.
Yeah.
Like we talked about, nullifier back in the day, it would mute items, right? But if the enemy has a BKB on, your nullifier does nothing. What are you gonna do with it? It's not gonna matter, because he's gonna run you down. He's literally gonna have magic immunity while he runs you down. And if you run away, your tower's next. So what are you going to do in that situation? I mean, selling the nullifier and replacing it with a BKB was definitely the right move on, I think, King Saro's part. And,
Yeah,
that
it sure was.
it's all about that one play that you do in the end. Winning the first game of the day, and then coming into this game, and then winning one game, losing the second one, into the third one. All of that led to this one moment, that one decision not to sell the nullifier.
Absolutely.
It just all came down to that.
Yep. One decision can seal your fate. In this
Definitely
case,
can.
nullify your advantage.
Right.
Well, clever puns aside, folks, that's going to be it for today. It was real fun having you around, but before we go, let's take some time to go over exactly what happened, Han. Let's take
Let's
it
talk
all
about all
the
the
way
games.
from
Let's talk about all the games, like all the heroes.
the very first game. I believe it was between King Saro and Kael.
Yeah.
Where King Saro, he won the first match, lost the second one, came back in the third one, using that unorthodox Meteor Hammer style of play.
Oh
It was
man,
a
that
pleasure to
Meteor,
watch.
we're gonna see a lot of that.
Alliance is
Indi-
back.
If you're queuing in India, be ready for this kind of stuff, right? You're gonna see a lot of Meteor Hammers in mid lane. You're gonna see a lot of top tier players reported into LP. So
Yeah, I think somewhere I hear Admiral Bulldog making some happy noises.
I swear to God, this is Rat Gaming is actually back with this kind of a game mode, right?
Yep.
Because tower denying is one of the biggest ways to win. So yeah, a lot of people have thought about it, and I would have to say, what would you say would be the play of the day? I'd have to say, for me,
Go on.
it's the Yule Scepter picking up the enemy's divine and then slapping his tower twice. That has to
Oh.
be the one. I'm sorry. I'm
Yeah.
sorry I took it. I'm
No,
sorry I took
no,
it.
No, it's completely fine. I 100% would have taken that if you didn't.
Close second.
Yeah, close second. Close second for me. I'm actually going to go for the unconventional route. I really enjoyed what ZeddisBuGG did on the Skyrath mage.
Oh my god, okay.
Yeah,
Skyrath Mage.
Yeah, ZXC looked like he didn't stand a chance. You know, the way he was blinking in with the Dagon and Ancient Seal, ZXC, he got schooled by Old Man Bari, and Old Man Bari showed that, you know, you may not be as good at Dota mechanically, but you don't need to be mechanically good to win a game.
You don't.
But yeah, with that said, let's have a look once again at the bracket, folks, and in front of your screens, in case you missed it, the first match of the day was a close affair. King Saro took it 2-1 though, followed by Swiftblade winning it 2-0. The next match was, of course, between ZXC and ZeddisBuGG. We just talked about that. ZeddisBuGG came out on top, Micro winning the fourth one. Yeah, King Saro winning the next match in the next bracket. We're also going to have a quick look at the lower bracket, if possible. There we go. You can have a look, and yeah, there you have it, folks. Kael won the match against Mr. Deagle, ZXC losing out to No Chance. So this is what your tomorrow's schedule is going to look like, folks. We're going to have some really interesting lower bracket matches. We're going to have some really interesting upper bracket matches. And it's going to culminate entirely into that grand finals.
Oh yeah, the one we're all looking forward to. The one we hope or not hope Micro ends up in again. But yeah, that's going to be it for today. Sorry?
It might be a three-peat.
It might be a three-peat, honestly. Yep. That kid is unstoppable somehow.
But it might not also be a three-peat, ladies and gentlemen. Maybe No Chance pulls something out of his bag and shows what he's made of. Maybe Swiftblade, out of all people, makes a legendary comeback and he's just able to stomp everyone. But you're not going to find that out right now, ladies and gentlemen. If you want to find that out, you got to tune in tomorrow. So make sure you bookmark the page, make sure you subscribe to our channel, and make sure you tune in tomorrow, because we're going to be going off the grid for now, folks. It was fun having you around. See you around. Sayonara.